Chapter 1. Before Immerse became the emperor, there were always people who called him a dog. The shopkeeper called him a dog son, the customers called him a dog cub, his cousin called him a dog thing, and his mother was the most powerful, calling him a son of a bitch. Of course, there were always some descriptions related to dogs, so it wasn't too bad. For example, his brief love affairs were always accompanied by a bit of fake anger. They were angry that his waist was as strong as a male dog's, that his sweet words seduced people's souls, and that the weapon under his body took Ching Ching's life. But in the blink of an eye, they would show off to others, causing everyone in the courtyard to know that he, Immerse, was a handsome man with a powerful weapon. Those who had tried were full of greed, but those who had not tried were relaxed and shaken. It had to be said that these people were right. Immerse was indeed like a silly dog wagging its head and tail. It wasn't until he became the emperor of the cultivation world that these kinds of names suddenly disappeared. One day, a small immortal sect from a faraway place gifted him a puppy. The dog was gray and white, with 3 clusters of fire on its forehead, a bit like a wolf. But it was only the size of a melon. It also had a melon head and a melon brain. It was fat and round, but it still thought it was very impressive. It ran madly all over the main hall. Several times it wanted to climb the high steps to see the person sitting calmly on the emperor's throne. But because its legs were too short, it failed every time. Immerse stared at the puppy that had strength but no brain, and suddenly laughed. As he laughed, he scolded in a low voice, "Dog thing." The little puppy quickly grew into a big dog. The big dog became an old dog, and the old dog became a dead dog. Immerse closed his eyes, then opened them again. His life had been full of ups and downs, and 32 years had passed. He was tired of playing with everything, and felt bored and lonely. In these years, the people he was familiar with were getting fewer and fewer, and even the 3 fires had died. He felt that it was about time to end it. From the fruit platter, he picked a sparkling and plump grape, and slowly peeled off the purple skin. His movements were calm and skillful, like the Chong King in the tent stripping off Huji's clothes, with a bit of laziness. The green and lustrous flesh trembled slightly on his fingertips, and the juice seeped out. The purple color was faint, like the rosy clouds of a goose, like a begonia sleeping in spring. It also looked like dirty blood. He swallowed the sweetness in his mouth and looked at his fingers. Then, he lazily opened his eyes. He thought that it was about time. It was time for him to go to hell. Immerse, also known as Wayu, the first monarch of the cultivation world. Being able to sit in this position was not easy. Not only did it require outstanding spells, but it also required a thick skin that was as solid as a rock. Before him, the 10 great sects of the cultivation world were on par with each other. The sects kept each other in check, and no one could change the world on their own. What's more, the sect leaders were all outstanding talents who had read a lot of classics. Even if they wanted to confer a title to themselves for fun, they would also have misgivings about the historian's pen, afraid that they would be cursed for 1,000 years. But Immerse was different. He was a hooligan. In the end, he did what others didn't dare to do. He drank the best wine in the world, married the most beautiful woman in the world, and became the leader of the immortal cultivation world, the Emperor Ta, and then proclaimed himself an emperor. Tens of thousands of people knelt down. All those who were not willing to kneel were killed by him. During the years when he ruled the world, the cultivation world could be said to be filled with blood and grief. Countless righteous people met their deaths. One of the 10 great sects, the Confucian Wind sect, was completely annihilated. Later on, even Immerse's teacher couldn't escape the clutches of the devil. He was defeated in a duel with Immerse and was taken back to the palace by his beloved disciple. No one knew where he went. What was originally a peaceful country suddenly turned into a foul atmosphere. Dog Emperor Immerse didn't read many books, and he was a person who didn't care about taboos. Therefore, during his reign, absurd things happened one after another. Let's talk about the era name. During the first 3 years of his reign, the era name was Bastard. He thought of it while sitting by the pond and feeding the fish. During the second 3 years, the era name was Gua. It was because he heard the croaking of frogs in the courtyard in the summer. He believed that this was a heaven-sent inspiration that he couldn't waste. The knowledgeable people thought that there wouldn't be an era name more terrible than Bastard and Gua. However, they still didn't know anything about Immerse. During the third 3 years, the local areas began to stir. Whether it was Buddhist cultivators, Tao cultivators, or spirit cultivators, those Jianghu righteous people who couldn't stand Immerse's tyranny began to revolt one after another. Therefore, this time, Immerse seriously thought for a long time. After countless drafts, an earth-shattering era name was born, Halberd End. The meaning was good. Shi Huang racked his brains to come up with these 2 words. They took the good intention of ceasing hostilities. However, when people talked about it, it was awkward. Especially for those who couldn't read, it was even more awkward. The first year was called Halberd End First Year. No matter how you listened to it, it sounded like Chicken Ba Round Year. The second year was called Chicken Ba 2 Years. Chicken Ba 3 Years. There were people who cursed behind closed doors. This is ridiculous. Why don't they call it Halberd End Year? In the future, when you see a man, you don't have to ask him how old he is. Just ask him how old he is. 100-year-old man is called 100-year-old chicken. After enduring for 3 years with great difficulty, the era name Halberd End was finally coming to an end. Everyone in the world was waiting for His Majesty the Emperor's 4th era name in fear. However, this time, Immerse wasn't in the mood to take it. This was because in this year, the world of cultivation finally broke out in all directions. The Jianghu righteous people and Xinxia heroes who had endured humiliation for nearly 10 years finally joined forces and formed a vast and mighty army of 1 million to force Emperor Immerse out of the palace. The world of cultivation didn't need an emperor, especially not such a tyrant. After several months of bloody expeditions, the rebel army finally arrived at the foot of the peak of life and death. This steep mountain in the middle of Shu was surrounded by clouds and fog all year round. Immerse's palace stood majestically at the peak. The arrow was knocked on the string. There was only one last strike left to overthrow the tyranny. However, this strike was also the most dangerous. Seeing the dawn of victory, the Allied army, which was originally a common enemy, began to have different thoughts within themselves. The old emperor had fallen, and a new order had to be established. No one wanted to waste their strength at this time, so no one was willing to be the vanguard and take the lead to attack the mountain. They were all afraid that this cunning and ruthless tyrant would suddenly descend from the sky and reveal his beast-like shining white teeth. He would rip open the stomachs of those who dared to besiege his palace and tear them into pieces. Someone's expression was solemn. He said, Immerse's mana is profound and his character is sinister. We should be cautious and not fall into his trap. All the generals agreed. However, at this time, an extremely handsome young man with an arrogant and extravagant face walked out. He wore a silver-blue light armor, a lion's head belt, a high ponytail, and an exquisite silver hairpin at the bottom. The young man's expression was very ugly. He said, "We're already at the foot of the mountain, and you're still dawdling here and not willing to go up. Don't tell me you want to wait for Immerse to climb down himself? What a bunch of cowardly trash." As soon as he said that, the people around him exploded. "Young Master Shui, what are you saying? What do you mean by cowardly? Every military strategist should be cautious. If we're all like you, who will take responsibility if something happens?" Immediately, someone mocked, "Haha, young Master Shui is the god's favored one, and we're just ordinary people. Since the god's favored one can't wait and wants to fight with the emperor of the human realm, then you might as well go up the mountain first. We'll set up a banquet at the foot of the mountain and wait for you to take Immerse's head. Wouldn't that be better?" These words were said more and more vehemently. An old monk in the Allied army hurriedly stopped the young man who was about to explode. He changed into a gentleman's face and advised in a gentle voice, "Young Master Shui, please listen to this old monk. This old monk knows that you and Immerse have a deep personal grudge. However, the matter of forcing him to abdicate is very important. You must think for everyone and not let your emotions affect your decisions." The young Master Shui, who was the target of public criticism, was called Shui Ming. More than 10 years ago, he was a young talent who was flattered by everyone, a god's favored one. However, as time passed and circumstances changed, He had to endure these people's ridicule and mockery just to go up the mountain and see Mo ran one last time. Ming was so angry that his face twisted and his lips trembled. However, he still tried to restrain himself and asked, then, "How long are you going to wait?" "At least wait and see what happens." "That's right. What if Mo Weiyu has an ambush?" The old monk who tried to smooth things over also advised, "Young Master Shui, don't be anxious. We're already at the foot of the mountain, so it's better to be careful. In any case, Mo Weiyu is already trapped in the palace and can't go down the mountain. He's now an arrow at the end of its flight and can't do anything. Why should we act rashly just because of a moment of urgency? There are so many people at the foot of the mountain and so many nobles. If they lose their lives, who will take responsibility?" Ming was suddenly furious. "Responsibility? Then let me ask you, who can take responsibility for my master's life? Mo Ran has imprisoned my master for 10 years. A whole 10 years. My master is on the mountain right now. How can I wait?" Hearing Ming mention his master, everyone's expressions became somewhat unsightly. Some revealed ashamed expressions, while others glanced left and right in silence. 10 years ago, Mo Ran proclaimed himself Emperor Ta. Not only did he slaughter the 72 cities of the Confucian Wind sect, he also wanted to destroy the remaining 9 sections. Later on, Mo Ran declared himself emperor and wanted to exterminate all of you. Who stopped him in the end during these 2 calamities? If not for my master risking his life to protect you, would you still be alive? Would you still be standing here and talking to me? In the end, someone coughed dryly and said gently, "Young Master Shui, please don't be angry. We all feel guilty about Grandmaster Chu's matter, but we also feel grateful. But just as you said, he's been imprisoned for 10 years. If anything had happened to him, he would have long since. That's why you've waited for 10 years. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you think so? Right? Go f***ck yourself." That person's eyes went wide. "How can you curse us? Why shouldn't I curse you? My master didn't die because he wanted to save people like you. Like you." He couldn't go on. His throat was choked with emotion. "I feel bad for him." At this point, Ming suddenly turned his head away. His shoulders were trembling as he held back his tears. "We never said we wouldn't save Grandmaster Chu." "That's right. Everyone remembers Grandmaster Chu's kindness in their hearts. Young Master Shui, your words are really giving everyone an ungrateful label. We can't bear it." "But then again, isn't Mo Ran also Grandmaster Chu's disciple?" Someone said softly, "If you ask me, as the master, he should take responsibility for his disciples' wrongdoings. As the saying goes, it's the father's fault if the son doesn't teach properly. This is something to be blamed for, so what's there to complain about?" This was a bit harsh. Someone immediately stopped him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Watch your mouth." Then he turned his head and tried to persuade Ming with a pleasant expression. "Young Master Shui, don't be anxious." Ming abruptly interrupted him. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. "How can I not be anxious? It's easy for you to say that, but that's my master. Mine. I haven't seen him for so many years. I don't know if he's dead or alive. I don't know how he's doing. Why do you think I'm standing here?" He panted, his eyes red. "Do you think that if you wait like this, Mo Weiyu will come down the mountain and kneel in front of you and beg for mercy? Young Master Shui, other than my master, I don't have anyone close to me in this world." Ming broke free from the old monk's hold and said hoarsely, "If you don't go, I'll go by myself." After saying this, he went up the mountain alone with his sword. The cold and damp wind was mixed with thousands of leaves and thousands of voices. In the thick fog, it was like countless ghosts whispering in the forest. Ming walked to the top of the mountain alone. Mo Ran's majestic palace was lit with peaceful candlelight in the night. He suddenly saw 3 tombs erected in front of the Tower of Babel. When he walked closer, he saw that the first tomb was covered with grass. On the tombstone, the words "Tomb of Empress Qingzhen Chuji" were crookedly carved. Opposite this steamed empress was the second tomb. It was a new tomb that had just been covered. On the tombstone, the words "Tomb of Empress Song" were carved. If it was more than 10 years ago, Ming would have laughed out loud when he saw this absurd scene. At that time, he and Immerse were under the same master. Immerse was the disciple who was the best at joking. Even though Ming had long disliked him, he would still be amused by him from time to time. He didn't know what the hell this steamed empress and empress roasted empress meant. It was probably the tombstones that great scholar Immerse set up for his two wives. The style was so similar to the words tortoise, quack, and halberd. But why did he give his empresses these two posthumous names? He didn't know. Ming looked at the third tomb. Under the night sky, the tomb was open. There was a coffin lying inside, but there was no one in the coffin. The tombstone was also dark. In front of the tomb, there was a pot of pear blossom white, a bowl of cold wontons in chili oil, and a few spicy side dishes. These were all Immerse's favorite dishes. Ming stared blankly for a while. Suddenly, he was shocked. Could it be that Immerse didn't want to resist and had already dug his own grave and decided to die? Cold sweat dripped down. He didn't believe it. Immerse was a person who always fought to the end. He never knew what exhaustion was, what giving up was. With his way of doing things, he would definitely fight to the death with the rebel army. How could he, in these 10 years, Immerse stood at the peak of power? What did he see and what happened? No one knew. Ming turned around and disappeared into the night sky. He strode towards the brightly lit Wu Mountain Palace. In the Wu Mountain Palace, Rant's eyes were closed. His face was pale. Ming guessed correctly. He was determined to die. The tomb outside was dug for himself. 2 hours ago, he used the teleportation technique to send away his servants. He took the poison himself. His cultivation was very high. The effect of the poison was very slow in his body. Because of this, the pain of his internal organs being eaten away was very clear. With a creak, the door opened. Immerse didn't raise his head. He only said hoarsely, Ming, it's you, right? You came? On the golden bricks in the palace, Ming stood alone. His ponytail was scattered. His light armor flashed. His former sect mates were reunited. Immerse didn't have any expression. He sat on the side with his chin propped up. His thin and thick eyelashes drooped down in front of his eyes. Everyone said that he was a ferocious demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. But he was actually very good looking. The curve of his nose was gentle. His lips were thin and moist. He was born with a gentle and sweet appearance. Just by looking at his appearance, anyone would think that he was a good person. Ming saw his expression and knew that he had taken the poison. He didn't know what to feel. He wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he clenched his fists and only asked, "Where's Shizun?" "What?" Ming said sternly. "I'm asking you, where's Shizun?" "Yours, mine. Where's our Shizun?" "Oh." Immerse snorted softly. Finally, he slowly opened his black eyes that were tinged with purple. Through the years, he looked at Ming. "Thinking about it, you and Shizun haven't seen each other in 5 years since we parted at Kunlun's Treading Snow Palace." As Immerse said this, he smiled slightly. "Ming, do you miss him? Don't talk nonsense. Give him back to me." Immerse looked at him calmly. He endured the throbbing pain in his stomach and leaned against the back of the emperor's throne with a mocking smile on his face. His vision turned black, and he could almost clearly feel that his internal organs were twisting, dissolving, and turning into a foul, bloody water. Immerse said lazily, "Give him back to you? Stupid words. Why don't you use your brain? I have such a deep hatred for Shizun. How can I allow him to live in this world?" "You." Ming suddenly lost all color in his face. His eyes widened as he stepped back. "You can't. You can't. I can't what?" Immerse chuckled. "Why don't you tell me? Why can't I?" Ming said with a trembling voice, "But he's yours. He's your Shizun after all. How can you do this?" He looked up at Immerse, who was sitting high on the emperor's throne. There was Fushi in the heavenly realm, Yama in the underworld, and Immerse in the human realm. But to Ming, even if Immerse became the emperor of the human realm, he shouldn't have become like this. Ming was trembling all over. He was so angry that tears rolled down his face. "Immerse, are you still human?" He used to. Immerse looked up indifferently. What did he do? Shui Ming said with a trembling voice. You should know how he used to treat you. Mo Ran suddenly smiled. Are you reminding me that he used to beat me black and blue and made me kneel in front of everyone to admit my guilt? Or are you reminding me that he used to stand in front of me for you, for someone unrelated to him, stopping my good deeds time and time again, ruining my great cause? Shui Ming shook his head in pain. No, Mo Ran. Think about it carefully. Let go of your ferocious hatred. Turn back and look. He used to train you in martial arts and protect you. He used to teach you how to read and write. He used to teach you how to paint. He used to learn how to cook for you. He was so clumsy that his hands were full of injuries. He used to wait for you day and night. He waited alone from night to day. So many words were stuck in his throat. In the end, Shui Ming could only choke. He has a bad temper and his words are unpleasant, but even I know that he treated you so well. How could you bear to? Shui Ming raised his head. He held back too many tears, but his throat was blocked. He couldn't continue. After a long pause, Mo Ran sighed softly. He said, yes, but Shui Ming, do you know? Mo Ran's voice sounded very tired. He used to kill the only person I loved. The only one. There was a long silence. His stomach hurt like it was on fire. His flesh was torn into thousands of pieces. But at least we were master and disciple. His corpse is in the Red Lotus Pavilion on the South Peak. It's very well preserved inside the lotus. It's like he's asleep. Mo Ran took a deep breath and forced himself to be calm. When he said this, his face was expressionless. His fingers rested on the long red sandalwood table. His knuckles were pale and blue. His corpse is maintained by my spiritual energy. That's why it hasn't decomposed. If you miss him, don't waste your breath here. Go quickly while I'm still alive. There was a sweet taste in his throat. Mo Ran coughed a few times. When he opened his mouth again, his mouth was full of blood, but his gaze was relaxed. He said hoarsely, Go see him. If you're too late, I'll die. Once my spiritual energy is cut off, he'll turn to ash. After saying this, he closed his eyes dejectedly. The poison attacked his heart, and he was tormented by the raging fire. The pain was so heart-wrenching that even Shui Ming's sorrowful and twisted wails seemed so distant. It was as if they were separated by a vast ocean and came from the water. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Mo Ran clenched his sleeves, his muscles spasming. He opened his eyes vaguely. Shui Ming had already run far away. That kid's qigong wasn't bad. From here to the South Peak, it wouldn't take him too much time. He should be able to see Shizun's last face. Mo Ran propped himself up and stood up shakily. His blood-stained fingers formed a seal and transported himself to the Tong Tian Tower at the peak of life and death. It was late autumn. The begonia flowers were blooming beautifully. He didn't know why he chose to end his evil life here, but he felt that the flowers were blooming so brilliantly. It was a beautiful grave. He laid in the open coffin and looked up at the night flowers. He silently drifted, drifting into the coffin, drifting to his cheeks, fluttering and drifting away like the past. In this life, he went from being an illegitimate child who had nothing. After countless experiences, he became the only emperor in the human world. He was extremely evil. His hands were stained with blood. He loved and hated, wanted and hated. In the end, there was nothing left. In the end, he didn't write a single sentence on his tombstone with his words of, "Trust the horses and reins." Whether it was the shameless emperor of the ages or the ridiculous steam, he didn't write anything. In the end, he didn't leave a word on the tombstone of the first emperor of the cultivation world. The farce that had lasted for 10 years finally came to an end. After a few more hours, when the group of people held up their torches and entered the emperor's palace like a fire snake, what awaited them was the empty Magi Mountain Palace, the empty peak of life and death, and Shui Ming, who was crying numbly beside the Red Lotus Pavilion, lying on the ground beside the Red Lotus Pavilion. There was also a Mo Weiyu, whose body was already cold in front of the Tong Tian Tower. Chapter 2. My heart was like stagnant water. All my thoughts were disheartened. But unexpectedly, the cold night of winter revealed the light of spring. Could it be that the will of the heavens is partial to the grass of the valley? I'm afraid that the world is full of hardships. Yunu's clear and crisp voice drifted into his ears. Her jade-like words made Rand's head hurt, and the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. What's with the noise? Where did this crying ghost come from? Come, beat this lowly servant girl down the mountain. After shouting, Rand suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wasn't he already dead? Hatred and coldness, pain and loneliness pierced his chest. Rand suddenly opened his eyes. The thoughts before his death scattered like snow in the wind. He found that he was lying on a bed. It was not the bed at the peak of life and death. This bed was carved with dragons and phoenixes. The wood exuded a heavy scent of rouge. The old bedding was pink and purple, embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in water. It was the pillow quilt that women in brothels would sleep on. Rand stiffened for a moment. He knew where this was. This was a tile near the peak of life and death. The so-called tile was a brothel. It said that when you come, the tile fits. When you leave, it disintegrates. It meant to let the guests and the fans meet and part on good terms. When Rand was young, there was a period of time when he was very licentious. In half a month, he would sleep in this brothel for more than 10 days. But this brothel was sold when he was in his 20s. Later, it was changed into a wine shop. After his death, he actually appeared in a brothel that no longer existed. What was going on? Could it be that he had done too many evil things in his life, trapping countless boys and girls, so he was punished by the king of hell to be reincarnated in a brothel? While Rand was thinking nonsense, he unconsciously turned over. He was surprised to see a face that was fast asleep. What was going on? Why was there a person lying next to him? And it was a naked man. This man's face was young and tender. His facial features were exquisite. He looked like a jade snow, and it was hard to tell whether he was a male or a female. Rand's face was expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. He stared at the gigolo's sleeping face for a long time before he suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the young man whom she especially doted on when she was young? His name seemed to be Rongsan or Rongjio. Regardless of whether it was 3 or 9, it was not important. What was important was that this young man later contracted a venereal disease and died many years ago. His bones should have rotted away. However, at this moment, he was alive and well, nestled on the side of her bed. His shoulders and neck were exposed under the brocade quilt, and there were bruises all over, full of ambiguous marks. Rand pulled a long face. He lifted the blanket and looked down. Rongju didn't know if this Rongju was 9 or 3, but he could be counted as Rongju. The little beauty Rongju's body was full of whip scars, and his white jade-like thighs were carefully tied with several red ropes. Rand stroked his chin and sighed to himself. How interesting. Look at this exquisite rope technique, this skillful technique, this familiar scene. Could it be that she was tied by herself? He was a cultivator, so he had dabbled in the matter of rebirth. At this moment, he couldn't help but suspect that he seemed to have returned to life. In order to further verify his thoughts, Rand found a bronze mirror. The bronze mirror was badly worn, but in the dim halo, he could vaguely see his own appearance. When Rand died, he was 32 years old and was already in his 30s. But at this moment, the face of the brother in the mirror was quite childish, and there was a unique, domineering look of a young man. He looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old. There was no one else in this bedroom. So, after a long silence, the tyrant of the cultivation world, the tyrant of Shu, the emperor of the human world, and the lord of life and death, the Emperor Rand honestly expressed his inner feelings. F***CK. This move woke up Rongjio, who was in a daze from his sleep. The beauty sat up lazily, and the thin brocade quilt on his body slid down his shoulders, revealing a dazzling white body. He covered his soft long hair and raised a pair of sleepy peach blossom eyes. The corners of his eyes were stained with residual red, and he yawned. "Oh, young Master Imo, you woke up so early today." Rand didn't say anything. More than 10 years ago, he did like Rongjio, this kind of charming little beauty. But now, the 32 years old Emperor Ta, no matter how he looked at it, He couldn't help but wonder if his brain was called a donkey to think that this kind of man was good-looking. Did you not sleep well last night? Did you have a nightmare? I'm already dead. Don't you think it's a nightmare? Rongju saw that he didn't speak and thought that he was in a bad mood. So he got out of bed, went to the wooden window, and hugged Imo ran from behind. Young Master Imo, pay attention to me. Why are you in a daze? Don't you feel scared? Imo ran was hugged by him like this, and his face turned green. He couldn't wait to tear this little devil off from his back and slap his face 17 or 18 times. But he resisted in the end. He was still a little dizzy and didn't understand the situation. After all, if she was really reborn, then she was still having sex with Rongju yesterday, but when she woke up, she beat him black and blue. This kind of behavior was no different from suffering from a mental illness. It was not appropriate. It was not appropriate at all. Imo Ren sorted out his emotions and asked casually, "What month and day is it today?" Rongju was stunned, and then smiled. May 4th, Bing Xinyan? That was last year, and this year is the year of Dingyu. Young Master Imo is really forgetful. The more time passes, the more backward you become. Dingyu. Imo Rant's eyes were filled with emotions, and his mind was spinning fast. Dingyu? He was 15 years old, and was just recognized as his long-lost nephew by the Lord at the peak of life and death, from a dog that could be bullied to a phoenix on a branch. Then, was he really reborn? Or was it just a dream after death? Rongju smiled. Young Master Imo, I think you've fainted from hunger and can't even remember the day. Sit for a while. I'll go to the kitchen and bring you some food. What do you think of oil cake? Imo Ran had just been reborn, and he didn't know how to deal with all this, but it was always right to follow the way he did in the past. So he recalled his flirtatious appearance in the past, held back his disgust, and smiled as he pinched Rongju's leg. Very good. Give me a bowl of porridge. Come back and feed me. Rongju put on his clothes and left. After a while, he came back with a wooden tray, with a bowl of pumpkin porridge, 2 oil cake, and a plate of side dishes. Imo Ran was a little hungry and was about to eat the pancakes, but Rongju suddenly pushed his hand away and said charmingly, "Let me feed you." Rongju picked up a piece of pancake and sat on Imo Rant's leg. He was wearing a thin outer robe and was completely naked underneath. His soft and tender thighs were spread apart and pressed against Imo Rant's skin. He even rubbed against Imo Rant's skin ambiguously. His seductive intentions were self-evident. Imo Ran stared at Rongju's face for a while. Rongju thought he was lustful again and said, "Why do you keep looking at me like that? The food is cold." Imo Ran was silent for a moment, thinking of the good things Rongju did behind his back in his previous life, and slowly rubbed the corner of his mouth into a sweet and intimate smile. The Emperor Ta had done many disgusting things. As long as he wanted to, he could do even more disgusting things. This was just a play, a child's trick. It was not difficult for him. Imo Ran leaned comfortably on the chair and said with a smile, "Sit up?" I'm sitting. You know where I'm talking about sitting." Rongju's face turned red and he spat. "Why are you in such a hurry? Wait until you finish eating." Before he finished, he was forcibly pulled up by Imo Ran, moved forward, and pressed down again. Rongju's hand shook, and the bowl of porridge fell to the ground. He gasped in shock, and did not forget to whisper, "Master Imo, this bowl, don't worry." Then you eat something first, Am I not eating now?" Imo Ran held Rongju's waist, his dark eyes shining brightly. His pupils reflected Rongju's beautiful face as he raised his head. In his previous life, he was especially willing to kiss those bright red lips when they were in love. After all, this young man was beautiful, easy to please, and especially good at saying things that moved him. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved at all. However, after knowing what Rongju's mouth did behind his back, Imo Ran felt that this mouth was stinky and no longer had the interest to kiss it. The 32-year-old Imo Ran and the 15-year-old Imo Ran were different in many ways. For example, the 15-year-old Rongju knew gentleness when he was in love. The 32-year-old Rongju only knew violence. After that, he looked at Rongju, who was on the verge of death and had fainted, a pair of rippling eyes slightly narrowed, and there was a sweet smile on his face. He looked very good when he smiled. His eyes were extremely dark and from certain angles, there was a layer of luxurious dark purple. At this moment, he was smiling as he grabbed Rongjia's hair and lifted the unconscious person onto the bed and picked up a piece of broken porcelain from the ground and hung it on Rongjia's face. He had always been vengeful, and it was the same now. Thinking of how he took care of Rongjia's business in his previous life, and even wanted to redeem his freedom, and how Rongjia worked with others to set him up, he could not help but smile, and stuck the sharp piece of porcelain to Rongjia's cheek. This person was in the flesh business. Without this face, he would have nothing. This vulgar man would be like a dog on the streets, crawling on the ground, being kicked by boots, crushed, scolded, and spat on. Just thinking about it made him happy. Even the disgusting feeling of king this person just now disappeared. Immerse's smile became more and more adorable. His hand tightened, and a trace of blood seeped out. The unconscious person seemed to have felt the pain. Her hoarse voice softly moaned. Tears still hung on her eyelashes, making her look very pitiful. Immerse's hand suddenly froze. He thought of an old friend. Then, he suddenly realized what he was doing. After being stunned for a few seconds, he slowly lowered his hand. He was really used to doing evil. He had forgotten that he had been reborn. Right now, nothing had happened. The mistake had not been made. That person was not dead yet. Why did he have to cruelly walk down the same old path when he could clearly start all over again? He sat down and propped one foot on the edge of the bed, idly playing with the broken porcelain in his hand. Suddenly, he saw that there was still a greasy pancake on the table, so he picked it up, peeled off the oil paper, and took big bites. His mouth was full of crumbs, and his lips were oily. This pancake was the specialty of this tile. In fact, it was not very delicious. Compared to the delicacies he had tasted later, it was like chewing wax. But after this tile fell, Immerse never ate this oil rotary pancake again. At this moment, the familiar taste of the pancake returned to the tip of his tongue through the rolling past. Every time Immerse swallowed a bite, he felt that the unreality of his rebirth was reduced by a little. When the whole pancake was finished, he finally slowly recovered from the initial confusion. He was really reborn. All the evil in his life, all the things that he could not turn back from, had not started yet. He did not kill his uncle and aunt, did not slaughter the 72 cities, did not deceive his teacher and ancestors, did not get married, did not. No one was dead yet. He smacked his lips and licked his white teeth. He could feel that the slight joy in his chest was rapidly expanding, becoming a kind of fanaticism and excitement like a stormy sea. In his life, he was all-powerful and had dabbled in the 3 great forbidden arts of the human world. He was proficient in the other 2 forbidden arts, but the last one, rebirth. Even if he was very talented and intelligent, he could not do it. But he did not expect that what he wanted in his life would come true after he died. All kinds of unwillingness, depression, loneliness, and all these 5 feelings were still in his chest. The scene of the peak of life and death was still in front of him. At that time, he really did not want to live anymore. Everyone said that he was a lonely ghost, deserted by everyone. In the end, he felt that he was a walking corpse, bored and lonely. But he didn't know what went wrong, but a heinous person like him was given a chance to start all over again after his death. Why did he have to destroy Rongjia's face to avenge some old personal grudges? Rongjia was the most greedy and loved money. He would just give this prostitute a small punishment and take some money from her for free. That would be enough. He did not want to take human lives for the time being. You are lucky, Rongjia, Immerse said with a smile. Then, he threw the piece of porcelain out of the window. Then, he took all of Rongjia's jewelry and put them all in his pocket. Then, he slowly tidied himself up and left the tile. Uncle and aunt, cousin Xueming, master, and, thinking of that person, Immerse's eyes suddenly became gentle. Senior brother, I am here to find you. Chapter 3. Since my soul has returned, does that mean that my previous life's strong cultivation base has also returned? Immerse activated the incantation and felt the surge of spiritual power in his body. Although it was abundant, it was not strong. In other words, He did not inherit his cultivation base. However, this was not a big deal. He was talented and intelligent, and his perception was high. At worst, he could just cultivate from the beginning again. It was not a big deal. Moreover, rebirth was a joyous occasion. Even if there were some imperfections, it was still very normal. As Immerse thought this, he quickly retracted his darkness and fangs. He looked like a 15-year-old youth and happily prepared to return to the sect. The summer was strong in the suburbs. Occasionally, a carriage would pass by, the wheels rolling. No one would pay attention to the 15-year-old Immerse. Occasionally, there would be village women who were busy in the fields. When they had time, they would look up and wipe their sweat. When they saw an exceptionally beautiful youth, their eyes would brighten and they would stare at him. Immerse also smiled and looked back at them without any trace of politeness. Those married women blushed and lowered their heads. In the evening, Immerse arrived at Wuchang town. This place was very close to the peak of life and death. In the twilight, the red sun was like blood. The burning red clouds set off the towering mountain range. Touching his stomach, he felt a little hungry. Thus, he familiarly entered a restaurant. Looking at the red and black signboard in front of the counter, he knocked on the counter and quickly ordered, "Shopkeeper, give me a stick chicken, a plate of husband and wife lung slice, 2 pounds of soju wine, and a plate of beef." At this time, there were many people eating, and it was very lively. The storyteller on the counter was waving a fan and telling the story of the peak of life and death. He was very excited and his saliva flew everywhere. Immerse asked for a private room by the window. He ate while listening to the storyteller. As everyone knows, our cultivation world is divided into 2 regions, the upper cultivation world and the lower cultivation world. Today, we will talk about the most amazing sect in the lower cultivation world, the peak of life and death. You should know that our Wuchang town used to be a desolate, turbulent, and poor town 100 years ago. Because it was close to the entrance of the ghost world, once the sky turned dark, the villagers didn't dare to go out. If they had to walk at night, they had to ring the exorcism bell, sprinkle incense ashes and paper money, and quickly pass through while shouting, "When people come, they are separated by mountains. When ghosts come, they are separated by papers." But today, it seems that our town is bustling with life and prosperity, no different from other places. This is all because of the care of the peak of life and death. This immortal residence, it was located precisely at the entrance of the gates of hell, between the 2 realms of yin and yang. Although it hasn't been established for long, but Immerse's ears were about to grow calluses from listening to this part of history. Thus, he began to lose interest and started to look out of the window in a daze. Coincidentally, there was a stall downstairs. A few outlanders dressed as Taoists were carrying a cage covered with a black cloth and performing tricks on the street. This was much more interesting than the old man's storytelling. Immerse's attention was attracted. Look, this is the ancient fierce beast Pishio cub, subdued by us. Now, it is as obedient as a child and can juggle and do arithmetic. It is not easy to be a chivalrous person. Everyone, if you have money, please come and support us. If you don't, please come and watch the first good show, Pishio's Abacus. The Taoist priest lifted the black cloth with a whoosh, and inside the cage were several demon beasts with human faces and bear bodies. Immerse, these obedient and furry bear cubs? They dared to call themselves Pishio? This boast was really going to break the sky. Whoever believed it was a donkey's brain. But Immerse soon opened his eyes. 20 to 30 donkeys gathered around them to watch the show, cheering and clapping from time to time. It was so lively that even the people in the restaurant couldn't help but stick their heads out to look, making the storyteller very embarrassed. Now, the Lord at the peak of life and death. His name is illustrious. His reputation spread far and wide. Good. Another one. The storyteller was greatly encouraged and looked towards the direction of the voice, only to see that the customer's face was flushed with excitement, but his eyes were obviously not looking at him, but at the juggling stall downstairs. "Yo, Pishio's Abacus? Ayaya, so awesome. Good. Wonderful. Show a Pishio throwing an apple again." The people in the restaurant laughed, and all gathered by the window to watch the show below. The storyteller continued to speak pitifully. The Lord is most famous for his fan. He, ah, that Pichio with the lightest fur wants to snatch the apple to eat. Look at it rolling on the ground. The storyteller wiped his face with a sweat towel, so angry that his lips were trembling. Immerse pursed his lips, then smiled, and leisurely shouted from behind the beaded curtain, "Don't talk about the peak of life and death. Show the 18 touches. I'm sure you'll pull everyone back." The storyteller didn't know that the person behind the curtain was the Lord Immerse at the peak of life and death, so he stammered with integrity, vulgar words, Don't enter the Hall of Elegance." Immerse laughed. "This is the Hall of Elegance? Don't you feel ashamed?" After saying that, there was a sudden noise downstairs. Aya, what a fast horse. It's the immortal at the peak of life and death. In the midst of the discussion, a black horse galloped from the direction of the peak of life and death and charged into the juggling circle like lightning. There were two people sitting on the horse. One of them was wearing a black bamboo hat and a black cloak. It was hard to tell their age and gender. The other was a woman in her 30s or 40s. She was clumsy and had a face full of hardships. When the woman saw those bears, she burst into tears. She rolled and crawled off the horse, staggered over, and hugged one of the bears, then knelt and wailed, "Son, my son." The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Someone scratched his head and muttered, Isn't this the cub of the ancient mythological beast Pichio? Why did this woman call it son? This can't be a female Pichio, right? Aya, so powerful. This female has cultivated into a human form." The villagers here didn't know anything, so they were talking nonsense, but Immerse figured it out. It was said that some Taoists would abduct children and then pull out the children's tongues to make them unable to speak. Then they would use boiling water to burn the children's skin, and while the flesh was in a mess, they would stick the animal skin on their bodies. After the blood solidified, the skin and the children would stick together, looking no different from a demon. These children couldn't speak, couldn't write, and could only be bullied, cooperating with the Pichio playing the abacus kind of juggling. If they resisted, they would be whipped with sticks. No wonder he didn't feel the slightest bit of demonic aura before. These Pichio weren't demons at all, but living people. While he was pondering, the black-cloaked figure whispered something to the Taoist priests. When the Taoist priests heard this, they were instantly enraged and shouted, "Apologize? Apologize? Your grandfather doesn't know how to write the word apologize. What's so great about the peak of life and death? Meddling in other people's business. Beat him." They rushed up to beat the black cloak. Aya, seeing his fellow disciples being beaten, Immerse chuckled, so fierce. He didn't have the slightest intention to help. In his previous life, he especially hated this kind of atmosphere in the sect where people would help when they saw injustice. One by one, they rushed up like idiots. Auntie Wang's kitten at the entrance of the village needed their help when it couldn't climb down the tree. Everyone in the sect, from the sect leader to the odd job workers, were stupid. There were so many unfair things in the world. Why bother? It was tiring. They're fighting. What a powerful fist. Up and down the restaurant, the crowd crowded around to join in the fun. So many people fighting one. Don't you feel ashamed? Immortal master, watch your back. Aya, that was close. Wahaha, that was a good dodge. These people like to watch fights, but Immerse didn't. He had seen too many bloody battles, and what happened right under his nose was like a fly buzzing around him. He lazily brushed the peanut crumbs off his clothes and got up to leave. Downstairs, the Taoist priests and the black cloak were locked in a fierce battle. Sword Chi whizzed about. Immerse crossed his arms and leaned against the door of the wine shop. He glanced at them and couldn't help but click his tongue. How embarrassing. The peak of life and death were all fierce and brave, but this black cloak was not good at fighting. Seeing that he was being pulled down by the Taoist priests of Jianghu, he was surrounded and kicked in the middle, but he was not ruthless. Instead, he shouted weakly, "A gentleman uses his fists instead of his mouth. I'm trying to reason with you. Why don't you listen?" The Taoist priests were speechless. Immerse. The Taoist priests were thinking, what? This person had already been beaten into such a pitiful state. Yet he was still a gentleman who used his mouth and not his fists. This is the head of a steamed bun. There's no stuffing, right? Mo Rant's expression suddenly changed. For a moment, he felt as if the world was spinning around him. He held his breath and opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This voice, Shirmei. Mo Rant bellowed and rushed forward. He infused his palm with spiritual energy and blasted the 5 evil Taoist priests away. He knelt on the ground and helped the black cloak up. His voice couldn't help but tremble slightly. Shirmei, is that you? Chapter 4. This Shirmei was not his junior sister. Shirmei was a real man, and in terms of time, he was Mo Rant's senior brother. The reason why he was given such an unlucky name was because the Lord, who was at the pinnacle of life and death, had no knowledge. Shirmei was originally an orphan and was picked up by the Lord in the wild. This child was weak and sickly since young, so the Lord thought that he should give this child a lowly name, which would make it easier to take care of him. This child was born with red lips and white teeth, and looked like a cute little girl, so the Lord racked his brains and thought of a name for him, Shueya. Shueya grew up and became more and more beautiful. Her face was smooth, and her eyebrows and eyes were flirtatious. She had the charm of a peerless beauty. It was fine for a country bumpkin to have the name Shueya, but have you ever seen a beautiful woman called Godan or Taiju? Her fellow disciples felt that it was inappropriate, so they gradually stopped calling her Shueya, but it was not good to change the name given by the Lord, so they half-jokingly called her junior sister. Junior sister, junior sister, junior sister, junior sister. Later, the Lord simply waved his hand and said considerately, Shueya, why don't you change your name and call yourself Shirmei? What do you think? He had the nerve to ask. How could a normal person accept this name? However, Shirmei had a good temper. He looked up at the Great Lord and realized that the Great Lord was looking at him happily. It seemed that the Great Lord thought that he had done a good deed. Shirmei could not bear it, and felt that even if he was wronged, he could not embarrass the Lord. So he happily knelt down and thanked him, and changed his name from then on.
Cough, cough.
The black cloak coughed a few times, then recovered and looked up at Mo Rant. Mo Rant? Why are you here? Through the hazy veil, that pair of eyes were as soft as spring water and as bright as the stars, directly cutting into Mo Rant's heart. With just a glance, the celestial treading monarch's tenderness and youthful thoughts that had been covered in dust for a long time were instantly unsealed. It was Shirmei. It couldn't be wrong. Mo Rant was a ruffian. In his previous life, he had played with many men and women. In the end, he didn't die of exhaustion. Even he himself was surprised. However, the only person he truly loved was someone he was very careful about, and he never dared to touch her easily. In those years, he and Shirmei had been flirting with each other, but when Shirmei died, Mo Rant had only held her hand and had only accidentally kissed her once. Mo Rant felt that he was dirty. Shirmei was too gentle and pure. He was not worthy of her. He already cherished this person so much when she was alive, let alone when she was dead. Then she would have completely become the white moonlight in the Emperor Ta's heart. No matter how much he scratches his heart and liver to think about her, she would have already become a handful of yellow earth. In the underworld, it would be difficult to find her. But at this moment, the living Shirmei appeared in front of him again. Mo Rant had to use all his strength to control his emotions. Mo Rant helped him up and brushed off the dust on his cloak. His heart ached so much that his flesh was about to fall off. If I wasn't here, wouldn't you have been bullied by them? Why didn't you fight back when they hit you? I want to reason with them first. What's the point of reasoning with these people? Are you hurt? Where does it hurt? Cough, cough, Mo Rant. I'm fine. Mo Rant turned his head and fiercely said to the Taoist priests, You dare to touch someone at the peak of life and death? You've got guts. Mo Rant, forget it? Didn't you want to fight? Come on. Why don't you spar with me? After being hit by Mo Rant's palm, the Taoist priests knew that this person's cultivation level was much higher than theirs. They were all cowards and didn't dare to exchange blows with Mo Rant. They all retreated. Shirmei sighed repeatedly and advised, Mo Rant, don't fight. Be lenient when possible. Mo Rant turned to look at him. He couldn't help but feel sad and his eyes were slightly hot. Shermay had always been kind. When he died in his past life, he didn't have any resentment or hatred. He even advised Immerse not to hold a grudge against his master, who could have saved his life but chose to stand by and watch. But aren't I fine? Nothing's wrong with me. It's better to avoid trouble. Listen to senior brother. AI, all right, we'll listen to you. We'll listen to you. Immerse shook his head and glared at the Taoist priests. Did you hear that? My senior brother is pleading for you. Why aren't you scramming? Do you still want me to send you off? Yes. We'll scram now. We'll scram now. Shermay said to the Taoist priests. Wait. The Taoist priests felt that Shermay wouldn't let them off so easily after being beaten up by them. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Immortal monarch, we were wrong. We didn't recognize Mount Tai. We beg immortal monarch to let us go. I told you nicely just now, but you didn't listen. Shermay sighed. You kidnapped other people's children and caused them to suffer such a crime. Their parents are heartbroken. Do you have a conscience? We're sorry. We're sorry. Immortal monarch, we were wrong. We won't do it again. We won't do it again. You have to be upright in the future. Don't do bad things. Do you understand? Yes. Immortal monarch is right. We've been taught. We've been taught. Since it's like this, please apologize to this madam and treat her children. This matter was settled. Immerse helped Shermay get on the horse and borrowed another one from the post house. The two of them rode side by side back to the sect. The Wu Go hung high in the sky. The moonlight shone through the trees and scattered on the forest path. As they walked, Immerse gradually became happy. He thought that he would see Shermay again only when he returned to the peak of life and death. He didn't expect that Shermay would come down the mountain and he would bump into him. Immerse was more and more convinced that he and Shermay were indeed fated to be together. Although Shermay wasn't with him at this time, he had hooked up with him in his previous life. In this life, he was obviously familiar with it. The only thing he had to worry about was to protect Shermay. He didn't want him to die in his arms like he did in the past. Shermay didn't know that Immerse had been reborn. He chatted with him as usual. The two of them chatted until they arrived at the foot of the peak of life and death. Who would have thought that in the middle of the night, there would be a person standing in front of the mountain gate, staring at them like a tiger watching its prey? Immerse, you still know how to come back? Immerse looked up. Oh, what an angry god's favored son. This person was none other than the young Xueming. Compared to the Xueming he saw before he died, the 15 or 16 years old Xueming looked even more arrogant and handsome. He was dressed in a simple black armor with blue edges. He had a high ponytail, a silver hairpin, a lion's head belt, and a slender waist. He had a pair of gauntlets on his back, and a thin curved blade shining with a cold light. The arrow box on his left arm shone with a silver light. Immerse sighed inwardly. He thought straightforwardly coquettish. Xueming. No matter when he was young or when he grew up, he was really coquettish. Look at him, a good boy, but instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, he's wearing the full set of armor of the peak of life and death. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to act like a pheasant, courting a mate, and a peacock spreading its tail? However, even if Immerse didn't like Xueming, Xueming might not like him either. Immerse was an illegitimate child. When he was young, he didn't even know who his father was. He spent his days doing odd jobs in a music hall in Xiangtan. It wasn't until he was 14 that his family found him and brought him back to the peak of life and death. Xueming was the young master of the peak of life and death. Technically speaking, he was actually Immerse's younger cousin. Xueming matured early when he was young. He was a genius and was known as the proud son of heaven or little phoenix. Normally, it would take 3 years for a person to build their foundation and at least 10 years to form their spiritual core. Xueming was talented and intelligent. From the time he entered the sect to forming his spiritual core, it only took him 5 years. His parents were very happy and praised him everywhere. However, in Immerse's eyes, whether he was a phoenix or a chicken, a peacock or a duck, he was still a bird. The only difference was that his feathers were long and his feathers short. Therefore, Immerse looked at Xueming and said, "Bird thing, Ming looked at Imo Ran and said, "Dog thing? Perhaps it was inherited in the family, but Imo Ran's talent was also very shocking. It could even be said that he was more shocking than Ming. When Imo Ran first arrived, Ming felt that he was especially noble and elegant. He was well-cultivated, knowledgeable, strong in martial arts, and handsome. He was completely different from his cousin, who didn't know how to read and acted like a sloppy hooligan. Therefore, the narcissistic little phoenix commanded her followers and said to them, "Listen carefully. Imo Ran is a person who idles around and doesn't learn anything. He's an out-and-out street hooligan. Don't pay attention to him. Just treat him like a dog." The followers flattered her and said, "Young master is right. That Imo Ran is already 14 years old, and he just started to cultivate. I think he'll need at least 10 years to build his foundation and 20 years to form his spiritual core. When that time comes, our young master will have already passed the tribulation and ascended. He can only watch helplessly from the ground." Ming sneered complacently. 20 years? Humph. I think he'll never be able to form his spiritual core in this lifetime. Who would have thought that the good-for-nothing would actually form his spiritual core after learning for a year from his master? Little Phoenix felt as if she was struck by lightning. She felt that she had been slapped in the face and could not swallow this resentment. Therefore, she secretly scolded him and cursed him for slipping on his flying sword. She also cursed him for being tongue-tied. Every time she saw Imo Ran, Ming, and Little Phoenix would relentlessly reward them with rolling eyes. The sound from her nose could be heard from 3 miles away. When Imo Ran thought of these childhood memories, he couldn't help but squint his eyes and smile. He hadn't enjoyed this kind of human life for a long time. After being alone for 10 years, even the things that he hated so much in the past were now crispy and delicious to him. When Mei saw Ming, he immediately dismounted and took off his black gauze bamboo hat, revealing a stunning face. It was no wonder that he dressed like this when he went out alone. Imo Ran peeked at him from the side and felt his heart shake as he let his imagination run wild. He thought to himself that this person was really stunning. His soul was captivating. Mei greeted him. "Young master." Ming nodded. "You're back? Have you dealt with the matter of Brown Bear?" Mei smiled. "It's done. It's all thanks to meeting Imo Ran. He helped me a lot." Ming's proud gaze swept over Imo Ran like a gale blade and immediately turned away. He frowned and his face was full of disdain, as if looking at Imo Ran for a moment would dirty his eyes. "Mei, go back and rest first. Don't hang out with him in the future. He's a thieving bastard. You'll learn bad things if you hang out with him." Imo Ran didn't back down and mocked. "If Mei doesn't learn from me, does he want to learn from you? It's late at night, and you're still dressed so smartly. You're like a bird with your tail up. Proud son of the heavens, ha ha ha. I think you're more like a proud daughter of the heavens." Ming was furious. "Imo Ran, you better watch your mouth. This is my home. Who do you think you are?" Imo Ran counted with his fingers. "I'm your older cousin. If we're talking about it, I should be ahead of you." Ming felt as if his face was splashed with dog feces. He immediately frowned in disgust and said sternly, "Who has an older cousin like you? Don't flatter yourself. In my eyes, you're just a dog that is rolled in a quagmire." Ming was a person who especially liked to scold others as dogs. She was very proficient in scolding others, saying things like "son of a dog, son of a dog, son of a dog, son of a dog, son of a dog." Imo Ran was already used to this. He picked his ear and didn't mind. Mei, who was standing beside them, felt awkward and tried to persuade them. Ming finally let out a cold snort from her nostrils and shut her noble beak. Mei smiled and asked gently, "Young master, it's so late. Are you waiting for someone in front of the mountain gate?" "What else? Admiring the moon?" Imo Ran held his stomach and laughed. "I was wondering why you looked so good. It turns out that you were waiting for someone to go on a date. Sigh, who's so unlucky to be remembered by you? I really pity her. Ha." Ming's face turned even darker. His fingernails could scrape off 3 kilograms of coal. He said in a rough voice, "You? Me? This young master will wait for you. What do you want?" Imo Ran. Chapter 5. The Dan Xian palace was brightly lit. Shi Mei left first while Imo Ran followed Xue Ming into the palace in confusion. When he saw the scene in the palace, he immediately understood what was going on. It was Rongjia's second son. He stole some money from him before he left, but he had the guts to come to the peak of life and death. Rongjia was nestled in the arms of a tall man, crying miserably. When Imo Ran and Xue Ming entered the palace, his crying became louder. It seemed that if the man did not hold him in his arms, he would have fainted and foamed at the mouth. On the platform, behind the beaded curtain, a delicate woman sat there. She seemed to be at a loss. Imo Ran did not look at the adulterous couple. He first bowed to the woman in the palace. "Auntie, I'm back." The woman was the lord at the peak of life and death, Madame Wang. She was different from those heroines who were not inferior to men. She was a woman who did not care about the outside world. Her husband was not around, so she did not know how to deal with the situation. She said timidly, "Imo Ran, you're finally here." Imo Ran pretended not to see the two people in the palace. He smiled and said, "It's so late, Auntie. Why are you not sleeping? Are you looking for me?" "Yes. Look, this young Master Rong said that you took his money." She was shy and did not want to say that Imo Ran was a prostitute. She could only avoid the topic. Imo Ran smiled. "What? I don't lack money. Why would I take their money? Moreover, these two people look unfamiliar. Do I know you?" The tall man sneered. "My surname is Chong. I'm the eldest in the family. Businessmen don't care about trifles. Just call me Changda." Imo Ran smiled and said Changda in reverse. "So it's young Master Chong. I've heard so much about you. Sorry for the disrespect." "Then the other one is?" Young Master De Chong said. "Haha, young Master Imo really knows how to play the fool. This is indeed the first time we met, but this month, you slept in Jiu Er's room for 15 out of 30 days. Are you blind? How could you not recognize him?" Imo Ran did not blush and looked at Rongjiu with a smile. "Why? Are you trying to blackmail me? I'm a decent person. I've never slept with a mistress." Rongjia's face turned red with anger, but she was still nestled in the arms of the man surnamed Chong. "And Mr. Imo, I know that my identity is lowly and I can't be seen in public. If you didn't bully me too much, I wouldn't have come here. But you actually turned against me like this. Imo Ran felt wronged. "I really don't know you. I can't even tell if you're a man or a woman. How could we have met before? You even took care of my business last night. How can you be so cold? Young Master Chong, you have to help me." Rongjio buried herself deeper into the arms of the man surnamed Chong and cried. Xue Ming's face turned ashen as he listened, and his eyebrows twitched. It seemed that if it weren't for the restraint of the young master, he would have long beaten this lovey-dovey pair down the mountain. Young Master Da Chong stroked Rongjia's head and comforted him softly. Then, he raised his head and said sternly, "Madame Wang, the peak of life and death is a big sect, but this young Master Imo is despicable. Jiu worked hard to earn money just to redeem herself as soon as possible. But he not only mistreated Jiu but also robbed her of her hard-earned money. If your sect doesn't give us a satisfactory explanation today, although the Chong family doesn't cultivate immortality, we've been doing business for generations. Our wealth reaches the sky. We'll make sure that you won't have a good time in Bashu." Madame Wang panicked and said, Young Master Chong, don't be angry." Imo Ran sneered in his heart. The salt merchant Chong family was filthy rich, but this young Master De Chong couldn't even redeem Rongjia's freedom. His Jiu had to earn it herself. Who would believe that there was nothing fishy going on? But he still said with a smile, "So Brother Da Chong is the son of a rich merchant from Izhou. You're really impressive. I've seen it for myself. I'm impressed." Young Master Da Chong said proudly, "Humph, at least you know your place. Since that's the case, you'd better be sensible. Don't make trouble for yourself. You took Jiu Er's things, so why don't you return them?" Imo Ran said with a smile, "That's strange. Your Jiu receives so many customers every day. Why don't you blame others for losing your treasures, but me?" "You." Young Master De Chong clenched his teeth and sneered, Good. I knew you'd quibble. Madame Wang, you saw it too. Young Master Mo is unreasonable and won't admit it. I won't talk to him anymore. You're the head of the family, so you'll be the one to make the decision. Madame Wang was an ignorant woman. She was so nervous that she couldn't speak coherently. Mo ran. Shui Ming stood to the side. Seeing his mother in a difficult position, he stood up and said, Young Master De Chong, the peak of life and death has strict rules. If what you said is true, and if Mo Ran really broke the rules of greed and lust, we'll punish him severely. But you have no proof. You said that Mo Ran stole, but do you have any proof? Young Master Da Chong sneered. I knew your sect would do something like this. That's why I rushed here to confront Madame Wang before Mo Ran returned. He cleared his throat and said, Listen carefully. Lost 2 pearls, 10 ingots, a pair of plum blossom gold bracelets, a pair of jade hairpins, and a jade butterfly pendant. If you check Mo Ran's body, you'll know if I've wronged him. Mo Ran couldn't accept it. Why are you searching me? I think you have a guilty conscience. Young Master Da Chong raised his chin arrogantly. Madame Wang, how do you punish theft and lust at the peak of life and death? Madame Wang whispered, My husband has always been in charge of the sect's affairs. I really don't know. No, I think it's not that Madame Wang doesn't know, but that you want to protect your nephew. Haha, I didn't expect the peak of life and death to be such a filthy place. Okay. My aunt already said that she doesn't know how to make decisions. You're bullying a woman, and you're not done yet? Mo Ran finally got a little impatient and interrupted him. His usual cheeky smile disappeared a little as he turned to stare at the adulterous couple. Okay, I'll search you. But if I can't find anything, what should I do when you're full of filthy words to slander my sect? Then I'll apologize to young Master Mo immediately. Okay. Mo Ran agreed without hesitation. But there's one thing. If you're wrong, to apologize, you have to crawl down from the peak of life and death on your knees. When young Master Da Chong saw Mo Ran's confident look, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. He envied cultivators since he was young, but his talent was too poor and he didn't understand the main points. A few days ago, he heard that his old sweetheart Rongjiu was favored by Mo Ran. The two of them agreed that as long as Rongjiu found a chance to steal Mo Ran's cultivation, young Master Da Chong would redeem Rongjiu. Not only would he redeem Rongjiu, but he would also take Rongjiu into his family and guarantee him a life of wealth and prosperity. Young Master Da Chong sought immortality, and Rongjiu sought wealth. The two of them colluded and hit it off. In his previous life, Mo Ran fell into their trap. Although it was settled later, he suffered a lot. But in this life, the two of them tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. For some reason, Mo Ran suddenly changed his temperament. A few days ago, he was still in a drunken stupor, lying in the land of warmth and tenderness. But this morning, after having sex with Rongjiu twice, he took Rongjiu's belongings and ran away. Young Master Da Chong was so angry that he immediately dragged Rongjiu to the peak of life and death to complain. This salt merchant's business abacus crackled. He calculated that once he caught Mo Ran in the act, he would force Madame Wang to disperse Mo Ran's cultivation. For this reason, he specially carried a jade pendant that could absorb cultivation. He was going to take advantage of it and integrate it into his sea of qi. But seeing Mo Ran like this, young Master Da Chong looked down and hesitated. Mo Ran was so slippery. Maybe he had already disposed of the goods and was waiting to trick him. But on second thought, since things had come to this, it would be a pity to give up at this time. Maybe this guy was bluffing. While he was still thinking hard, Mo Ran began to take off his clothes. He took off his outer robe without hesitation and threw it away casually. Then he smiled and made an inviting gesture. You're welcome. Take your time. After a while, he didn't find anything except for some silver. Young Master Da Chong's face changed. How is it possible? You must be cheating. Mo Ran narrowed his black eyes with some purple. He touched his chin and said, You've touched my outer robe 10 times, and my whole body 7 or 8 times. I almost took off my clothes for you to see. You still don't give up? Mo Ran was suddenly enlightened. I get it now. Child Da Chong, don't tell me you're drooling over my beauty. So you deliberately put on this show to take advantage of me? Young Master Da Chang was so angry that he almost fainted. He pointed at Imo Rant's nose and couldn't say a word for a long time. His face was red with anger. Shueming on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Although he didn't like Imo Ran was still a person at the peak of life and death. He couldn't tolerate being humiliated by outsiders. Shueming stepped forward without hesitation. He raised his hand and broke young Master Da Chang's fingers. He said angrily, "I played with you for half a night, but it turns out that you're just looking for trouble." Young Master Da Chang screamed in pain and held his fingers. You guys, you're in cahoots. No wonder we couldn't find those things on Imo Ran. You must have hidden them for him. You take off your clothes too. I'll search you." Someone dared to order him to take off his clothes? Shueming flew into a rage out of humiliation. Shameless. Do you think your dog paws are fit to touch the corner of this young master's clothes? Get out of here. Since their young master had given the order, the waiters in Dan Exine Palace, who had been patient for a long time, immediately swarmed up and threw the two mortals, who had no power to fight back, down the mountain. Young Master Da Chang's angry shout came from afar. Imo Ran, you wait. I'll never let you go. Imo Ran stood outside Dan Exine Palace and looked at the distant night sky. He squinted his eyes and sighed. I'm so scared. Shueming looked at him coldly. What are you scared of? Imo Ran said with genuine worry. His family sells salt. I'm afraid that I won't have enough salt. Shueming was speechless for a moment. He asked again, You really didn't go whoring? Really? You really didn't steal? Really? Shueming snorted. I don't believe you. Imo Ran raised his hand and said with a smile, If I lie, I'll be struck by lightning. Shueming suddenly raised his hand and grasped Imo Ran's arm tightly. Imo Ran stared at him. What are you doing? Shueming snorted and quickly chanted a series of spells. With a series of clanking sounds, several inconspicuous soybean-sized beads slipped out of Imo Ran's sleeve and fell to the ground. Shueming filled his palm with wacken and waved it at the beads. The beads shone brightly and became bigger and bigger. In the end, they turned into a pile of jewelry, plum bracelets, emerald earrings, and other glittering gold jewelry. Imo Ran said, We're from the same school. Why do you have to make things difficult for us? Shueming's face darkened. Imo Weiyu, you're so shameless. Haha. Shueming angrily said, Who's laughing at you? Imo Ran sighed and said, Then I can't cry. Shueming's face darkened. He said, Is this how you use the life and death secret technique? Yes, I'm using it. Shueming angrily said, That salt-selling dog is so annoying. That's why I didn't want to interrogate you properly in front of him. But that dog thing is right about one thing. If you break the rules of theft and lust, you'll be in trouble no matter which sect you go to. Imo Ran wasn't afraid at all. He smiled and said, What are you going to do? Wait for Uncle to come back and complain to him? He wasn't afraid at all. His uncle spoiled him to death. At most, he would say a few words. How could he bear to hit him? Shueming turned around and brushed aside the hair that was blown in front of his eyes. His eyes shined with arrogance in the dark night. Father? No, Father went to Kunlun. I'm afraid he won't be back for a month or two. Imo Ran's smile froze. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. He suddenly thought of someone. But if he was here, he would be the one to receive young Master Chang at Dan Exine Palace tonight, not Madame Wang who didn't know anything. That person shouldn't be here. Shueming saw the flicker in his eyes. His contempt and arrogance became more obvious. Father loves you. But isn't there someone who doesn't love you at the Life and Death Summit? Imo Ran slowly took a few steps back and forced a smile. Brother, it's already so late. Let's not disturb the old man. I know I was wrong. I won't go to whorehouses next time. What do you think about that? Go back to your room and rest. Haha, look how tired you are. He ran away after saying that. What a joke. Shueming, this brat, is too vicious. He wasn't the Emperor Ta now. He wasn't the master of the human realm. How could he be sent to that person? If he found out that he had stolen something and even had sex with a prostitute, he would probably break both of his legs. If he didn't run now, when would he? Chapter 6. After all, Shui grew up on the peak of life and death, so he was familiar with the terrain of the shortcut. In the end, he still captured Mo Ran. He escorted him all the way to the back mountain. The back mountain of the peak of life and death was the closest place to the ghost world in the entire human world. It was separated by a barrier, and behind it was the netherworld. Looking at the miserable situation at the back mountain, Mo Ran immediately knew why that person still needed Madame Wang to entertain him in the front hall even though he was at home. It was not that that person did not want to help, but he really could not free himself. The barrier of the ghost world was broken. At this moment, the whole back mountain was filled with a thick ghost aura. The evil spirits that had yet to materialize were howling and circling in the air. At the entrance of the mountain gate, one could see that a huge gap had been torn open in the sky. Behind that gap was the ghost realm. A blue stone staircase that was thousands of steps long extended out from the crack in the barrier. The evil spirits that had already cultivated flesh and blood were climbing down this staircase. They were climbing down from the netherworld to the human realm. If it was an ordinary person, they would be scared out of their wits upon seeing this scene. Mo Ran also broke out in a cold sweat when he first saw this, but he was used to it now. The barrier between the human world and ghost world was set up by Fushi in ancient times. Now, it was very weak. From time to time, there would be holes that needed to be repaired by immortal cultivators. However, this kind of thing did not increase one's cultivation by much. It also consumed a lot of spiritual power. It was a thankless task, so very few immortals in the upper cultivation world were willing to take this job. When evil spirits appeared, the first to suffer would be the people in the lower cultivation world. As the guardian of the lower cultivation world, the peak of life and death took on the task of repairing the barrier. Their sect's back mountain was facing the weakest part of the barrier, so that they could repair the gap in time. This broken barrier would always be broken 4 or 5 times a year, just like a patched pot. It was not banned. At this time, at the entrance of the ghost world, on the blue stone staircase, a man in snow-white clothes, his wide sleeves fluttering, surrounded by sword aura and golden light. He was cleaning the evil spirits and fixing the hole in the barrier with his own strength. That person had a slender waist and long hair. He had a celestial demeanor and was very handsome. Looking at him from afar, it was very easy to think of an elegant scholar who was reading books under a flowering tree. However, when looked at up close, his sharp brows were piercingly cold. His phoenix-shaped eyes were high, his nose was tall and narrow, and he looked refined and refined. However, his eyes revealed a trace of harshness, and he seemed to be extremely unreasonable. Mo Ran glanced at him from afar. Although he was mentally prepared, when he saw this person appear in front of him, healthy and unharmed, he still couldn't help but tremble. Half of it was fear, and the other half was excitement. His master, Chu Wanning. In his previous life, the last person Shui Ming came to the Magi Mountain Palace and cried to see was this person. It was this man who had ruined Mo Ran's grand plans, ruined Mo Ran's ambitions, and was finally imprisoned and tortured to death by Mo Ran. Logically speaking, defeating his opponent and taking revenge, Mo Ran should be happy. The sea was wide, and the sky was wide, and the sky was wide, and there was no one who could control him. Mo Ran originally thought that he had the same thoughts. However, it didn't seem to be the case. After his master died, there seemed to be something else that was buried together with his hatred. Mo Ran didn't have much self-cultivation, so he didn't know what it felt like to meet one's match. He only knew that from then on, there was no longer any enemy in the world. When his master was alive, he was afraid, fearful, and trembled. When he saw the willow vine in his master's hand, his hair stood on end. He was like a beaten stray dog, and when he heard the sound of a clapper, his teeth would ache, his legs would go soft, and his mouth would drool. His legs and stomach would twitch nervously. Later, his master died. The person Mo Ran was most afraid of died. Mo Ran felt that he had improved, that he had finally done something that deceived his master. After that, in the world of mortals, no one dared to make him kneel, and no one dared to slap him. To celebrate, he opened a jar of pear blossom white, sat on the roof, and drank wine all night. That night, under the influence of alcohol, The scar on his back that his master had slapped when he was young seemed to burn with pain again. At this moment, seeing his master reappear in front of him with his own eyes, Immerse stared at him with fear and hatred, but there was also a trace of twisted ecstasy. Such an opponent, how could he not be happy when he found him again? Chu Wanning didn't pay attention to his two disciples who had broken into the back of the mountain. He was still concentrating on resisting the overflowing spirits. His facial features were elegant, his pair of eyebrows were long, and his phoenix eyes were cold and indifferent. His cultivation was extraordinary, and his expression didn't change in the wind and rain of blood. He looked very indifferent, and it wouldn't be strange if he sat down at this moment to burn incense and play the zither. However, such a gentle and elegant handsome man was now holding an exorcist's sword that was shining with cold light and still dripping with bright red blood beads. With a wave of his wide sleeve, the sword's aura cut the bluestone stairs in front of him to explode. Broken stones and broken bricks rolled down, all the way from the mountain gate to the bottom of the mountain. The thousands of stairs were split open in an instant, creating a bottomless chasm. It was too fierce. How many years had it been since he had seen his master's strength? This kind of familiar domineering strength made Immerse's legs go weak. He couldn't stand firmly, and with a plop, he knelt on the ground. It didn't take long for Chu Wanning to exterminate all the ghosts and monsters, and to fix the holes in the world of spirits and souls. After doing all this, he floated down from mid-air and arrived in front of Immerse and Xueming. He first glanced at Immerse, who was kneeling on the ground, and then raised his eyes to look at Xueming. His phoenix eyes were cold. Got into trouble? Immerse was convinced. Shizun had the ability to immediately make the most accurate judgment of a situation. Shizun, Xueming said, Immerse went down the mountain and committed 2 crimes, theft and sexual assault. Shizun, please punish him. Chu Wanning was silent for a while with an expressionless face. Then, he said coldly, got it? Immerse, Xueming, both of them were dumbfounded. What happened next? There was no then? However, just as Immerse secretly felt lucky and raised his head to look at Chu Wanning, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a sharp golden light. It suddenly cut through the air, and with a whoosh, it directly hit Immerse's face. Blood splattered everywhere. The speed of that golden light was too shocking. Immerse didn't even have time to close his eyes, let alone dodge. The skin on his face was cut open, and there was a burning pain. Chu Wanning stood with his hands behind his back, coldly standing in the cold night wind. The air was still filled with the foul smell of evil spirits, and now mixed with the smell of human blood, making the forbidden area in the back of the mountain seem even more gloomy and terrifying. The thing that hit Immerse was a bunch of willow vines that appeared in Chu Wanning's hand at some point in time. The vine was long and narrow, with green leaves growing on it, and it hung down to the side of his boots. It was obviously such an elegant thing, and should have made people think of poems like Slender twists the willow, holding this to send to my lover. Unfortunately, Chu Wanning was not slender, and he didn't have a lover. The willow vine in his hand was actually a divine weapon, called Heaven's Inquisition. At this moment, Heaven's Inquisition was flowing with a golden red light, illuminating the darkness, and also reflecting Chu Wanning's bottomless eyes brightly. Chu Wanning's lips touched, and he said coldly, Immerse, how dare you? Do you really think I won't control you? If it was the real 15-year-old Immerse, he might not have taken these words seriously, and would have thought that Shizun was just scaring him. However, the Immerse who had been reborn had long ago used his blood to thoroughly experience his honored master's control in his previous life. He immediately felt that his teeth were aching, and his brain was hot. His mouth had already started to refuse to admit it, and he wanted to clear his name. Master! With blood dripping from his cheeks, Immerse raised his eyes, which were filled with a layer of mist. He knew that his current appearance must be extremely pitiful. This disciple did not steal, did not commit adultery. Shizun, why did you listen to Xueming's words and hit me without asking? Immerse had 2 tricks up his sleeve when dealing with his uncle. First, he had to act cute. Second, act pitiful. Now, he copied the same thing to Chu Wanning. He was so aggrieved that tears were about to fall. Could it be that this disciple is so unbearable in your eyes? Why is Master not even willing to give me a chance to defend myself? Xue Ming stomped his feet in anger. Imo ran. You lackey. You are shameless. Master, don't listen to him. Don't be confused by this bastard. He really stole it. The stolen goods are still here. Chu Wanning lowered his eyelashes, his expression cold. Imo ran, you really didn't steal? Never. You should know the consequences of lying to me. Imo Ran had goosebumps. How could he not know? But he still stubbornly refused to admit. Master, please judge clearly. Chu Wanning raised his hand, and the golden vine swung again. This time, it did not hit Imo Ran's face, but tied Imo Ran up tightly. This feeling was too familiar. The willow vine, Heaven's Inquisition, had another function besides whipping people. Chu Wanning stared at Imo Ran, who was firmly bound by Heaven's Inquisition, and asked again, Did you steal? Imo Ran only felt a familiar sharp pain in his heart, as if a small snake with sharp teeth had suddenly pierced into his chest, churning his internal organs. Accompanying the sharp pain was an irresistible temptation. Imo Ran could not help but open his mouth, his voice hoarse. I never, As if sensing that he was lying, the golden light of Heaven's Inquisition became even more violent. Imo Ran was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat, but he still resisted the torture with all his might. This was the second function of Heaven's Inquisition besides whipping people, to provide for interrogation. Once bound by Heaven's Inquisition, no one could lie in front of the master of Heaven's Inquisition. Whether it was a person or a ghost, dead or alive, Heaven's Inquisition had a way to make them speak and tell the answer that Chu Wanning wanted to know. In his previous life, there was only one person who finally managed to keep a secret in front of Heaven's Inquisition with his powerful cultivation. That person was Imo Weiyu, who became the emperor of the human realm. After his rebirth, Imo Ran held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that he could still resist Heaven's Inquisition's interrogation like he did in the past. But after biting his lips for a long time, large beads of sweat seeped down his dark brows, his whole body trembled, and finally, the pain made him kneel in front of Chu Wanning's boots, gasping for breath. I stole. The pain suddenly disappeared. Before Imo Ran could catch his breath, he heard Chu Wanning ask another question, his voice even colder. Did you commit adultery? A smart person would not do stupid things. Since he could not resist just now, it was even more impossible now. This time, Imo Ran did not even resist. When the pain hit him, he repeatedly shouted, Yes, 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 yes. Master, don't want it anymore. Don't want it anymore. Xue Ming's face turned green at the side and said in shock, How can you? That Rongju is a man. No one paid attention to him. Heaven's Inquisition's golden light slowly dimmed. Imo Ran gasped for breath. His whole body was drenched as if he had just been fished out of the water. His face was as white as paper. His lips were still trembling, and he fell to the ground, unable to move. Through his sweaty eyelashes, he vaguely saw Chu Wanning's elegant figure wearing a green jade crown, his wide sleeves reaching the ground. A strong sense of hatred suddenly surged in his heart. Chu Wanning, I was right to treat you like that in my previous life. Even if I were to live again, I still hate you. F***ck your 18 generations of ancestors. Chu Wanning did not know that this evil disciple was going to F***ck his 18 generations of ancestors. He stood there for a while with a gloomy expression, then said, Xue Ming. Although Xue Ming knew that men were popular among the rich and powerful nowadays, and that many people played with prostitutes just for the sake of novelty and not because they really liked men, he still found it hard to digest. After a while, he said, Shizun, disciple is here. Imo Ran has committed 3 crimes: corruption, prostitution, and fraud. Take him to the hall of hell to repent. Tomorrow morning, take him to the good and evil stage and punish him in public. Xue Ming was shocked. What? Punish him in public? Punish him in public means to take the disciple who has committed a crime in front of all the other disciples, and in front of everyone, including the cafeteria's auntie, convict him of a crime, and punish him on the spot. Shameful, shameful. One must know that Imo Ran is a young master at the pinnacle of life and death. Although the sect's rules are strict, because of Imo Ran's special identity, his uncle pitted him for losing his parents when he was young, and had been homeless for 14 years. Because of this, he could not help but protect him. Even if he committed a crime, he would only scold him in private and never hit him. But his master did not give him any face, and wanted to take his precious nephew to the good and evil stage. He was really going to punish young Master Imo in front of the entire sect, and make things difficult for him. This was also something that Xueming did not expect. To this, Imo Ran was not surprised at all. He lay on the ground with a cold smile on his face. This master of his was so great, so incorruptible and impartial. Chu Wanning's blood was cold. In his previous life, when Shirmei died in front of him, Imo Ran cried and begged him, pulling on his clothes and kneeling on the ground to beg him for help. But Chu Wanning turned a deaf ear to his pleas. Thus, his disciple breathed his last breath in front of him, and Imo Ran cried his heart out beside him, but he just stood there and watched, not caring at all. Now, he was just sending him to the good and evil stage to be dealt with fairly. What was so strange about it? Imo Ran only hated that his cultivation was too weak now. He could not peel off his skin, pull out his tendons, drink his blood, pull his hair, and humiliate him. He could not torture him, destroy his dignity, and make him wish he was dead. He couldn't hide the animalistic ferocity in his eyes, and Chu Wanning saw it. He glanced at Imo Ran's face. On his refined face, there was no expression. "What are you thinking about?" "Damn it." Tianwen had not returned. Imo Ran felt the vines binding him constricting again, and his internal organs were about to be crushed. He cried out in pain and shouted out the thoughts in his mind. "Chu Wanning, you are capable. I'll say you to death later." Absolute silence. Chu Wanning was speechless. Xueming was stunned. Heaven's Inquisition suddenly returned to Chu Wanning's palm and turned into specks of golden light before disappearing. Heaven's Inquisition was fused into Chu Wanning's bones and blood. It would appear and disappear at any time. Xueming's face was deathly pale. He stuttered, "My master." Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He lowered his long, black eyelashes and stared at his palm for a while. Then he raised his eyes. Surprisingly, his face didn't collapse, but his expression became colder. He stared at Imo Ran for a moment with a look that said, "Evil disciple deserves to die." Then he said in a low voice, "Tianwen is broken. I'll go fix it." Chu Wanning threw down these words and turned to leave. Xueming was a stupid child. How can Heaven's Inquisition be broken? Chu Wanning heard him and glanced back at him with a look that said, "Evil disciple deserves to die." Xueming suddenly shuddered. Imo Ran lay on the ground, dying. His face was dull. He was indeed thinking of finding an opportunity to F***ck Chu Wanning to death. He knew that this Grandmaster Chu, who was known as Late Night Yu Hong, Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable, had always paid attention to elegance and integrity. What she couldn't stand the most was being sullied and crushed by others. But how could he let Chu Wanning know about this? Imo Ran whimpered like an abandoned dog and covered his face. Thinking of Chu Wanning's eyes before he left, he felt that he was not far from death. Chapter 7. The scorching sun was overhead. The peak of life and death was 100 miles wide, with continuous corridors. As a rising star among the various cultivation sects, it was quite different from the famous clans in the upper cultivation world. Take the current flourishing Lini Confucian Wind sect as an example. Its main hall was called the Hall of Six Virtues. It hoped that its disciples would have wisdom, faith, holiness, righteousness, benevolence, and loyalty. The area where the disciples lived was called the Hall of Six Elements. It advised its disciples to have filial piety, friendship, harmony, marriage, trust, and compassion. The place where the lessons were taught was called the Hall of Six Arts. It referred to the fact that Confucian Wind sect's disciples had to be proficient in the 6 arts of etiquette, music, archery, driving, calligraphy, and mathematics. In short, it was boundlessly elegant. On the other hand, The peak of life and death was worthy of being born in poverty. The names it gave were difficult to explain in a few words. Core Heart Hall and Good and Evil Hall were both good names. It was probably because Imo Rant's father and uncle didn't study much that they couldn't think of more than a few words. They started to mess around, displaying a talent for naming things like Shueya. Therefore, the peak of life and death copied many of the names of the underworld. For example, the secret room where the disciples reflected was called Yama Hall. The jade bridge connecting the resting area and the teaching area was called the Bridge of Helplessness. The dining hall was called the Ming Palabi. The martial arts field was called the Mountain of Blades and Sea of Flames. The forbidden area behind the mountain was called the Room of Dead Ghosts, and so on. These were still considered good names. The more remote places were simply called, this is mountain, this is water, and this is pit. There were also the famous and Wa cliffs. Naturally, the sleeping halls of the elders couldn't escape this mold. Each of them had their own nickname. Chu Wanning was naturally no exception. He was a person who liked peace and quiet and didn't want to live with others. His residence was on the south peak of life and death, hidden in a sea of green bamboo. There was a pond in front of the courtyard. In the pond, red lotuses covered the sun. Because of the abundant spiritual power, the lotuses in the pond bloomed all year round, dazzling like red clouds. The disciples secretly called this place with beautiful scenery, Red Lotus Hell. Thinking of this, Imo Ran couldn't help but laugh. Who asked Chu Wanting to have a feminine face all day long? When the disciples saw him, it was as if they had seen an Azura ghost. If the place where the ghost stayed was not called hell, then what was it called? Xueming interrupted his reverie. How can you still laugh? Hurry up and finish your breakfast. After that, follow me to the good and evil platform. Master will punish you in front of everyone today. Imo Ran sighed and touched the whip mark on his face. Ouch, it hurts. Serves you right. Sigh, I wonder if Heaven's Inquisition has fixed it. If not, don't use it to interrogate me again. Who knows what nonsense I will spout again. Facing Imo Ran's sincere worry, Xueming's face turned red. He said angrily, if you dare to say anything indecent to Master in front of everyone, see if I don't pull out your tongue. Imo Ran covered his face and waved his hand. He said faintly, you don't need to pull it out, you don't need to pull it out. If Master uses the willow vine to tie me up again, I will kill myself on the spot to prove my innocence. When the time came, Imo Ran was brought to the good and evil platform according to the rules. He looked around and saw a sea of deep blue people below. The disciples of the life and death summit all wore the sex robes. They wore light armors that were so blue that it was almost black. They had a lion's head belt, and the silver edges of their armguards and robes were shining brightly. The sun rose from the east. Under the good and evil platform, there was a sea of light. Imo Ran knelt on the platform and listened to Elder CLV read out a long list of crimes in front of him. Elder Yuheng's disciple, Imo Weiyu, has ignored the rules of the sect, ignored the teachings, did not follow the sect's rules, and has lost all morality. He has violated the 4th, 9th, and 15th commandments of the sect. According to the rules, he should be beaten 80 times, copied 100 times, and grounded for 1 month. Imo Weiyu, do you have anything to say? Imo Ran looked at the white figure in the distance. That was the only elder on the life and death summit who did not wear the same blue robes with silver edges. Chu Wanning had a white satin robe and a silver mist silk cloth as a thin cover. It was as if he was covered with the frost of the 9th heaven, but he looked even colder than the frost. He sat there quietly, some distance away. Imo Ran could not see the expression on his face clearly, but he knew that this person was unperturbed. Taking a deep breath, Imo Ran said, I have nothing to say. The disciplinary elder followed the rules and asked the disciples below, if there is anyone who is not satisfied with the verdict or has a statement to make, you can speak now. The disciples below began to hesitate, looking at each other in dismay. None of them expected that Elder Yuhong, Chu Wanning, would actually send his own disciple to the good and evil stage and punish him in public. To put it nicely, this was called being impartial. To put it bluntly, this was called a cold-blooded demon. The cold-blooded demon Chu Wanning indifferently supported his chin and sat in his seat. Suddenly, Someone used the sound amplification technique to shout, "Elder Yu Hong, this disciple is willing to plead for mercy for junior brother Imo." Plead for mercy? That disciple clearly felt that Imo Ran was the Lord's nephew. Even if he had made a mistake now, his future would still be bright. So he decided to use this opportunity to curry favor with Imo Ran. He began to talk nonsense. Although junior brother Imo has made a mistake, he usually loves his fellow disciples and helps the weak. Elder, please consider that his nature is not evil and give him a lenient sentence. Clearly, there was more than one person who wanted to curry favor with junior brother Imo. Gradually, more and more people spoke up for Imo Ran. There were all kinds of strange reasons. Even Imo Ran himself felt awkward when he heard them. When did he have a pure heart and care for the world? This was a punishment meeting, not a commendation meeting, right? Elder Yu Hong, junior brother Imo, once helped me get rid of demons and killed troublesome fierce beasts. I am willing to ask for a reward for junior brother Imo. His merits offset his faults. I hope that Elder can reduce his sentence. Elder Yu Hong, junior brother Imo, once helped me remove my inner demons when I was suffering from chi deviation. I believe that junior brother Imo made a mistake this time because he was confused. I hope that Elder can reduce junior brother's punishment. Elder Yu Hong, junior brother Imo once gave me a miraculous elixir to save my mother. He is a kind person. I hope that Elder can punish him lightly. The last person's story was snatched away by the previous person, so he had nothing to say for a moment. When he saw Chu Wanning's cold eyes sweeping over, he suddenly thought of an idea and blurted out, "Elder Yu Hong, junior martial brother Imo, once assisted me in dual cultivation." Someone couldn't hold back his laughter. That disciple's face instantly turned red, and he retreated embarrassedly. "Yu Hong, calm down, calm down." Seeing that the situation was not good, the disciplinary elder hurriedly tried to persuade him. Chu Wanning coldly said, "I have never seen such a shameless person. What is his name? Whose disciple is he?" The disciplinary elder slightly hesitated, then braced himself and said softly, "My disciple Yao Lian." Chu Wanning raised his eyebrows. "Your disciple? Shameless?" The disciplinary elder couldn't help but feel awkward. He blushed and changed the topic. "His singing is not bad. He can be of help when we take him in as a sacrifice." Chu Wanning snorted and turned his face away. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with this shameless disciplinary elder. There were thousands of people on the Life and Death Summit. It was normal for there to be more than 10 lackeys. Imo Ran looked at the few brothers who were speaking so confidently. He almost believed them. So it turns out that he wasn't the only one who was good at lying with his eyes wide open. There were so many talents in the sect. Chu Wanning, who had been chanted Elder Yu Hong, "Please have mercy" countless times, finally spoke to the disciples. "Plead for Imo Weiyu?" He paused and said, "Okay, all of you come up." Those people didn't know what to do, so they trembled and went up. Chu Wanning's palm flashed with a golden light. Heaven's Inquisition obeyed and came out. With a whoosh, it tied the dozen people into a ball and firmly tied them in place. Again. Imo Ran was on the verge of despair. His legs turned to jelly when he saw Heaven's Inquisition. He really didn't know where Chu Wanning got such an abnormal weapon. Luckily, he didn't marry in his previous life. Any girl who married him would either be whipped to death or interrogated to death. Chu Wanning's eyes were full of ridicule. He asked one of them, "Did Imo Ran help you get rid of demons?" That disciple couldn't resist Heaven's Inquisition's torture. He immediately shouted, "No, no." Then he asked another, "Did Imo Ran help you get rid of Qigong deviation?" "Ah. No, no." "Imo Ran gave you elixirs?" "Ah. Help. No, no, no. I made it up. I made it up." Chu Wanning loosened the ropes, but then he waved his hand fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere. Heaven's Inquisition was suddenly thrown out, hitting the backs of those lying disciples. In an instant, screams were heard, and blood splattered everywhere. Chu Wanning frowned and said angrily, "What are you shouting for? Kneel down. Discipline, master." "Here. Punish them." Yes. In the end, not only did those people not get any benefits, but they also violated the rhythm of deception and were each beaten 10 times with the rod. In addition, Elder Yu Hong also gave them a willow vine. When night fell, Immerse lay on the bed. Although he had already applied medicine, his back was full of scars. He couldn't even turn over. He was in so much pain that tears welled up in his eyes and he kept sniffling. He was born cute. His whimpering and curled-up appearance made him look like a beaten kitten. Unfortunately, the content of his thoughts was not what a kitten should have. He grabbed the blanket and bit the bedsheets, imagining that this was Chu-Wanning. He bit, kick, tear. His only consolation was that Shimei came to visit him with the handmade wooden hands. Being stared at by those gentle eyes, Immerse's tears fell even more fiercely. He didn't care about the saying that men don't cry easily. He loved to act spoiled with whoever he liked. Is it that painful? Can you still get up? Shimei sat by his bedside and sighed. Shizun. He was too ruthless with his actions. Look at you. There are a few wounds, and the blood hasn't stopped yet. Immerse heard that he was worried about him, and a warm feeling gradually rose in his chest. He lifted his bright eyes from the blanket and blinked. Shimei, since you care so much about me, I don't feel pain anymore. Ah, look at you. How can it not hurt? You know Shizun's temperament. Will you still dare to make such a big mistake in the future? Under the candlelight, Shimei looked at him with some helplessness and heartache. Those eyes were full of emotions, rippling like warm spring water. Immerse's heart moved slightly, and he obediently said, I won't do it again. I swear. When have you ever taken your oath seriously? Although she said that, Shimei finally smiled. If your hands turn cold, can you even get up? If you can't get up, just lie down. I'll feed you. Immerse was already halfway up, but when he heard this, he immediately collapsed to the ground. Shimei, whether it was in his previous life or in this life, Immerse's favorite food was the handmade wooden hands made by Shimei. The skin was thin like smoke, and the stuffing was tender like congealed fat. Every handmade wooden hands were full, smooth, soft, and fragrant. They melted in the mouth and left a fragrance in the mouth. Especially the soup, which was white and mellow. It was sprinkled with green onions, tender egg shreds, and a spoonful of chili oil that was stir-fried with garlic. When it entered the stomach, it was as if it could warm the stomach for a lifetime. Shimei carefully fed him spoonful by spoonful. As he fed him, he said, I didn't put chili oil today. You're badly injured, so it's not easy to eat spicy food. Just drink the bone soup. Immerse stared at him, unable to move his eyes away. He smiled and said, It doesn't matter if it's spicy or not. As long as it's made by you, it's delicious. You really know how to talk. Shimei also smiled and picked up a poached egg lying in the soup. I'll give you a soft one. I know you like it. Immerse laughed. A bunch of messy hair stuck up on his forehead like a blooming flower. Shimei, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm just calling you. His ahog swayed. Shimei. Shimei held back his laughter. You're just calling me? Yes. I'm just calling you. I feel so happy. Shimei was stunned for a moment. He gently touched his forehead. This silly child. Don't tell me you have a fever? Immerse burst out laughing. He rolled half over and looked at him sideways. His eyes were bright, as if they were full of stars. If I could eat Shimei's wontons every day, that would be great. This was not a lie. After Shimei's death, Immerse had always wanted to taste his wontons again. However, that kind of taste could never come back. At that time, Chu-Wanning had not completely broken off with him. He did not know if it was because of guilt, but when he saw Immerse kneeling in front of Shimei's coffin in a daze, Chu-Wanning quietly went to the kitchen, kneaded the dough, and carefully wrapped a few wontons. But before he finished wrapping the wontons, Immerse saw it. Immerse, who had lost his love, could not bear it. He only felt that Chu-Wanning's behavior was mocking him. It was a clumsy imitation. It was deliberately hurting him. Shimei was dead. Chu-Wanning could have saved him, but he refused to help. After that, he even wanted to wrap Shimei's wontons for him to eat. Did he think that this would make him happy? He rushed into the kitchen and knocked over all the utensils. The snow-white wontons rolled all over the floor. He roared at Chu-Wanning. Who do you think you are? Do you think you deserve to eat his things? Do you think you deserve to cook his dishes? Shimei is dead. Are you satisfied? Will you only be satisfied after you drive all of your disciples to their deaths and drive them insane? Chu Wanning. There is no one else in this world who can make that bowl of wontons. No matter how much you try to imitate him, you won't be able to do it. Today, he ate this bowl happily and emotionally. He slowly ate to the end. Although he was still smiling, his eyes were somewhat moist. Fortunately, the candlelight was dim, so Shirmei could not see his subtle expression. Imoran said, "Shirmei?" "Yes? Thank you." Shirmei was stunned. Then, he gently smiled. "Isn't it just a bowl of wontons? You don't have to be so polite with me. If you like it, I'll make it for you often in the future." Imoran wanted to say, "I'm not just thanking you for the bowl of wontons. I want to thank you. Whether it was in the previous life or in this life, only you really looked up to me. You didn't mind my background, nor did you mind my unscrupulous 14 years of climbing up the ladder. I also want to thank you. If it wasn't because I suddenly thought of you, after my rebirth, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to resist killing Rongjio. Then, I'll make a big mistake and walk the same path as before. Fortunately, in this life, before you die, I will definitely protect you well. If something happens to you and Chu Wanning, that cold-blooded demon, is not willing to save you, there's still me." But how could he say these words out loud? In the end, Imoran finished the soup in one gulp. Not even a stalk of scallion was left. He licked his lips as if he hadn't had enough. His dimples were deep, making him look like a cute kitten. "Do you have more tomorrow?" Shirmei did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't you want to change to something else? Aren't you tired of it?" "I'm not tired of eating it every day. I'm just afraid you'll find me annoying." Shirmei shook his head and laughed. "I don't know if there's enough flour. If there's not enough, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it. If that's not enough, how about egg and sugar water? It's your favorite." Okay. As long as it's yours, anything is fine." Imoran was overjoyed. He was so happy that he wanted to hug his blanket and roll around. "Look at how virtuous Shirmei is. Chu Wanning, you can hit me as much as you want. Anyway, when I'm lying on the bed, I still have a beauty to care for me." When he thought of his Shizun, he couldn't help but feel angry. Imoran started to pick at the seam of the bed again. He thought to himself, "What Wanya Yuheng, what Beidou Celestial Venerable. It's all **T. Chu Wanning, let's wait and see in this life." Chapter 8. Imoran lay on the bed like a dead fish for 3 days. His wounds had just healed when he received a message telling him to go to the Red Lotus Pavilion to work as a laborer. This was also part of his punishment. During Imoran's confinement, he was not allowed to leave the mountain, but he could not be idle either. He had to help the sect with odd jobs and do some hard work. Generally speaking, these errands were, for example, helping the aunties at Granny Meng Hall wash dishes, scrubbing the 365 stone lions on the pillars of the Bridge of Helplessness, transcribing extremely dull archives, and so on. But what kind of place was the Red Lotus Pavilion? It was the residence of that grandson Chu Wanning. People called it the Red Lotus Hell's Azura Field. Not many people had been to the peak of life and death, and those who had come out either had their arms or legs broken. Therefore, other than the Red Lotus Hell, Chu Wanning's residence also had a more down-to-earth nickname, Broken Leg Waterside Pavilion. There was a joke in this sect. The Waterside Pavilion hides a beauty, and the beauty summons Tianwen. Enter my broken leg sect, and you will know the pain of my broken legs. Elder Yuhong is the best choice to help you destroy your own meridians. There was once a female disciple who was not afraid of death and was bold enough to drool over Elder Yuheng's beauty. Taking advantage of the dark night, she secretly snuck to the south peak and clung to the eaves, intending to peep at the elder bathing and changing clothes. The result was obvious. That female warrior was beaten half to death by Tianwen. She cried for her father and mother and laid on the bed for over 100 days without getting up. Chu Wanning even said that if she dared to do it again, he would gouge out her eyes. See? What ungentlemanly words. What an unromantic behavior. What a hair-raising man. In the sect, there were originally some naive girls who thought that Elder Yuhong would have protective feelings for the fairer sex. They always laughed and joked in front of him, vainly trying to attract the elder's attention. But after the elder killed that female rogue, no one dared to have any ideas about him. Elder Chu Wanning was a man and a woman. He was not a gentleman at all. Other than his good looks, he was not good at anything else. This was the evaluation of Chu Wanning by the disciples of the sect. The junior brother who came to deliver the message looked at Mo Ran sympathetically. He tried to restrain himself, but in the end, he couldn't. Senior brother Mo? Elder Yuheng's temper is so bad. None of the people who went to the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion could come out standing. Why don't you say that your wound hasn't healed yet and beg Elder Yuheng to let you go wash dishes? Mo Ran was very grateful for his junior brother's kindness and rejected him. Beg Chu Wanning? Forget it. He did not want to be served by Tianwen again. Thus, he put on his clothes with great effort and dragged his heavy footsteps towards the South Peak, the peak of life and death, with great reluctance. Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion, Red Lotus Hell, Chu Wanning's residence. There was not a single living person within 100 li of him. No one was willing to go near the place where he lived. Chu Wanning's terrible taste and unpredictable personality made everyone in the sect keep a respectful distance from him. Mo Ran was a little nervous. He didn't know what Chu Wanning would punish him for. Along the way to the South Peak, he let his imagination run wild. After passing through layers upon layers of bamboo forests, a large expanse of beautiful red lotuses came into view. It was early in the morning. The sun rose from the east, shining brilliantly on the horizon. The fiery red clouds and the red lotus leaves in the pond complemented each other. It was vast and mighty, and the waves of light flickered. The winding corridors and waterside pavilions on the pond were graceful and quiet. A curtain of water fell from the mountain. Tiny sparkling droplets of water knocked against the stone walls with tinkling sounds. The mist rose, and the smoke condensed. There was a hint of enchantment in the tranquility. Mo Ran's feelings towards this were retch. No matter how beautiful Chu Wanning's residence was, he would still retch no matter what. Look, how extravagant and extravagant. The disciples' residences were all closely connected. The rooms did not occupy a large area. Elder Yuheng, on the other hand, occupied an entire mountain by himself. He even dug 3 large ponds and planted them full of lotuses. Fine. Although these lotuses were special species and could be refined into holy-grade medicine, but, in any case, he just didn't like it. He hated that he couldn't burn down this waterside pavilion. Although he cursed in his heart, considering that he was 16 years old this year and couldn't compete with Grandmaster Chu, Mo Ran still came to Chu Wanning's residence. He stood at the door, narrowed his eyes, and sweetly opened his mouth to speak like a grandson. Disciple Mo Ran greets master. Come in. The room was a mess. The cold-blooded devil Chu Wanning wore a white robe. The lapels of his robe were folded high and tight, giving off a somewhat ascetic aura. Today, he wore a high ponytail and black metal gauntlets. He sat on the ground fiddling with a pile of mechanical parts. He even had a pin in his mouth. He glanced at Mo Ran expressionlessly. He bit the pin and said vaguely, "Come here." Mo Ran went over. This was really difficult because there was no place for one to stand in this room. Drawings and metal pieces were scattered everywhere. Mo Ran's eyebrows twitched. In his previous life, he had never entered Chu Wanning's room. He didn't know that this well-dressed, handsome man's residence was actually so messy. It was hard to explain in a few words. What is Master doing? God of Night. What? Chu Wanning was a little impatient. Perhaps it was because it was inconvenient to speak, because of the pin in his mouth. God of Night. Mo Ran silently looked at the messy pile of parts on the ground. This master of his was known as Grandmaster Chu, and it was not an undeserved reputation. In all fairness, Chu Wanning was an extremely valiant man. Whether it was his 3 divine weapons, his spirit formation technique, or his mechanism creation technique, they were all worthy of the 4 words, peak of perfection. This was also the reason why, even though his temper was so bad and he was so hard to please, all the major immortal cultivation sects still fought over him. Mo Ran, who had been reborn, was very clear about the God of Night. It was a type of mech that Chu Wanning made. It was cheap and its battle power was strong. It could protect ordinary people in the cultivation world at night and not be disturbed by ordinary ghosts. In his previous life, the well-made god of night was an essential mech for almost every family. The price of one was equivalent to a broom, and its effect was much better than that of a grinning door god. After Chu Wanning died, these god of night continued to protect those poor families who couldn't afford a Taoist priest. This compassion for the state of the universe and the fate of mankind, coupled with Chu Wanning's heartlessness towards his disciples, it really made Mo Ran despise him. Mo Ran sat down and looked at the god of night that was still just a pile of parts. Memories of the past slowly slipped from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but pick up a finger joint of the god of night and hold it in his hand to examine it carefully. Chu Wanning finally had his hands free after buckling up the parts. He took down the pin in his mouth and glared at Mo Ran. That was just covered in tung oil. You can't touch it. Oh. Mo Ran put down the finger joint and adjusted his mood. He still had a harmless and cute appearance. He asked with a smile, "Did Shizun call me over to ask me for help?" Chu Wanning said, "Yes." "Do what?" "Tidy up the house." Mo Ran's smile froze. He looked at the quake-like room. Chu Wanning was a genius in immortal arts, but he was also an idiot in life. After cleaning up the fifth broken teacup, Mo Ran couldn't take it anymore. "Shizun, how long has it been since you cleaned up this room?" "Oh my God, it's so messy." Chu Wanning was looking at the blueprints. He didn't even raise his head. "About a year." Mo Ran, "Where do you usually sleep?" "What?" There might be a problem with the blueprint. Chu Wanning was disturbed, so he was even more impatient than usual. He rubbed his hair and angrily replied, "Of course it's to sleep on the bed." Mo Ran glanced at the bed. On top of it were piles of various mechas that were almost completed. There were also a series of tools like saws, axes, files, and so on. All of them gleamed coldly and were incomparably sharp. Amazing. Why didn't this person cut off his own head when he slept? After working for half a day, the floor was filled with wood shavings and dust, and the white towels on the bookcase were blackened by more than 10. By noon, he was only halfway done. Fuck Chu Wanning. This person was even more poisonous than a poisonous woman. Tidying up the room didn't seem like a serious punishment, and it didn't sound like hard labor. But who knew that it was such a damned place that hadn't been cleaned for 365 days? Not to mention that he was full of scars. Even if he was healthy now, this kind of torment would be half dead. "Shizun." "Yes?" "Your pile of clothes." It had been piled up for about 3 months. Chu Wanning finally fixed one of God of Night's arms. He rubbed his sore shoulder, looked up at the clothes piled up like a mountain, and said coldly, "I'll wash it myself." Mo Ran sighed in relief and thanked the heavens. Then he was a little curious. Master knows how to wash clothes?" Chu Wanning glanced at him. After a while, he said coldly, "What's so difficult about that? Throw them into the water, soak them for a while, then scoop them up and dry them." She really didn't know how those young ladies who yearned for Grandmaster Chu would feel after hearing this sentence. Mo Ran deeply felt that this impressive-looking but useless man was really disgusting. If he were to speak of this, it would shatter a lot of romantic feelings. "It's getting late. Come with me to the dining hall. We'll deal with the rest when we get back." People were coming and going in the Mingpa lobby. The disciples of the Peak of Life and Death were eating in groups of 3 to 5. Chu Wanning took a lacquered wooden tray with a few dishes and silently sat in a corner. With him as the center, a 20-foot radius around him gradually became empty. No one dared to sit too close to Elder Yu Hong. They were afraid that if he was unhappy, he would throw Heaven's Inquisition out and beat them up. Chu Wanning was actually very clear about this, but he didn't mind. A cold beauty sat there, eating the food in his bowl in a refined manner. But today, it was a little different. He was the one who brought Mo Ran here, so he naturally had to be by his side. Others were afraid of him, and Mo Ran was also afraid. But in any case, he was a person who had died once. His fear of Chu Wanning was not that strong, especially after the fear of meeting for the first time gradually disappeared. The hatred he had for Chu Wanning in his previous life slowly emerged. So what if Chu Wanning was powerful? Didn't he still die in his previous life? Mo Ran sat in front of him and calmly chewed the sweet and sour pork ribs in his bowl. Crunching sounds came out as he chewed. Soon, the bones formed a small mountain. Chu Wanning suddenly threw down his chopsticks. Mo Ran was stunned. Can you not smack your lips when you eat? I'm chewing bones. If I don't smack my lips, how can I chew? Then don't eat the bones. But I like to eat bones. Scram to the side to eat. The sound of the two quarreling grew louder and louder. Some disciples were already stealing glances at them. Mo Ran resisted the urge to dump the bowl on Chu Wanning's head and pursed his oily lips. After a while, he narrowed his eyes and smiled sweetly. Master, don't shout so loudly. If others hear this, won't they laugh at us? Chu Wanning had always been thin-skinned. As expected, he softened his voice and said in a low voice, Scram. Mo Ran laughed so hard that he almost fell over. Chu Wanning was speechless. Hey, master, don't glare at me. Eat, eat. I'll try to be quiet. After Mo Ran had enough of laughing, he began to pretend to be well-behaved again. As expected, the sound of him gnawing on the bone was much quieter. Chu Wanning was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Seeing that Mo Ran was obedient, his expression softened. He lowered his head and ate his vegetables and tofu in a refined manner. After not being quiet for too long, Mo Ran began to act up again. He didn't know what was wrong with him. In short, in this life, whenever he saw Chu Wanning, he wanted to act up and make him angry. Thus, Chu Wanning found that although Mo Ran was no longer chewing loudly, he began to eat the ribs with his hands. His hands were greasy and the sauce was shiny. The veins on Chu Wanning's forehead bulged as he endured. He lowered his eyelashes and didn't look at Mo Ran. He ate by himself. Perhaps because Mo Ran was eating too happily and forgot himself, he accidentally threw the bone into Chu Wanning's bowl. Chu Wanning stared at the messy ribs. The air around him froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mo Ran, Shizun. Mo Ran was rather frightened. He didn't know how much of it was real and how much of it was fake. I didn't do it on purpose. As if, don't be angry. I'll take it out for you. After saying that, he really reached out with his chopsticks and stuck them into Chu Wanning's bowl. He quickly took away the ribs. Chu Wanning's face was ashen. He looked like he was about to faint from disgust. Mo Ran's eyelashes fluttered. His delicate face looked rather pitiful. Is Shizun despising me? Shizun, I'm sorry. Forget it. Chu Wanning thought to himself. There was no need to argue with a junior. He gave up the impulse to summon Heaven's Inquisition to beat up Mo Ran. However, his appetite was gone. He stood up and said, I'm full. You only ate so little? Shizun, you didn't even touch your bowl. Chu Wanning said coldly, I'm not hungry. Mo Ran was so happy that his heart was blooming like a flower. He said sweetly, then I won't eat either. Come, let's go back to the Red Lotus Land. The Red Lotus Water Pavilion. Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes. Us? There was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. He said, Who's us with you? Seniority is order. You better speak properly. Mo Ran responded diligently. His eyes curved into crescents. He was obedient, sensible, and cute. However, this person was thinking in his heart. Seniority? Speak properly? Haha. If Chu Wanning knew what happened in his past life, he should know that in the end, only he, Mo Weiyu, was respected in this world. No matter how noble, arrogant, and insufferably arrogant Chu Wanning was, in the end, he was still a piece of mud under his boots. He had to rely on his charity in order to survive. Mo Ran quickly caught up with his Shizun's footsteps. There was still a bright smile on his face. If Shirmei was the white moonlight in his heart, then Chu Wanning was the broken fishbone stuck in his throat. He had to pull this fishbone out and crush it, or swallow it and let it be corroded by gastric juices. In short, in this rebirth, he could let go of anyone, but he definitely would not let go of Chu Wanning. However, Chu Wanning did not seem to want to let him go so easily. Mo Ran stood in front of the Red Lotus Land's library. Looking at the 50 rows of 10-high bookshelves, he thought that he had misheard. Shizun, what did you say? Chu Wanning said indifferently, Wipe all the books here. Register them after wiping them. I'll check them tomorrow morning. What? Was he going to stay in the Red Lotus land tonight? But he had made an appointment with Shirmei. He would let Shirmei change his dressing tonight. He opened his mouth, wanting to bargain, but Chu Wanning could not be bothered with him. He waved his wide sleeves, turned around, and went to the machine room. He even coldly closed the door of the machine room. Mo Ran, whose date was ruined, fell into a deep disgust for Chu Wanning. He wanted to burn all of Chu Wanning's books. No. His mind turned, and he thought of an even worse idea. Chapter 9. Chu Wanning's taste was truly terrible. Tedious. Dry. Despairing. Look at this shelf. What kind of lousy books are these? Ancient Enchantments Catalog, illustrations of exotic flowers and rare herbs, Lini Ru Feng Min Chin Score, and collection of plants. The only thing that could be considered as a pastime was probably a few travels in Shuland and Shu food records. Mo Ran picked a few relatively new books. Obviously, Chu Wanning did not read them often. He smeared over all the pages and drew a bunch of erotic pictures. As he drew, he thought, humph, there are at least 8,000 books here. When Chu Wanning finds out that a few of them have been changed to forbidden books, who knows how long it will be. When that time comes, Chu Wanning will definitely not know who did it and can only sulk. How wonderful, how wonderful. As he thought about it, he could not help but laugh out loud while hugging the books. Mo Ran smeared over a dozen books in a row. Using his imagination, he drew all kinds of erotic pictures. His brushwork could be said to be elegant and graceful. If someone asked Elder Yu Hong to borrow books and happened to borrow these few books, there would probably be rumors spread. Elder Yu Hong has a beast's heart. He actually secretly included pictures of men and women having sex in the art of tranquility! Elder Yu Hong is unworthy of being a teacher. There are pictures of gay men in the sword manual. What northern dipper celestial venerable? A beast in human clothing. The more Mo Ran thought about it, the funnier it became. In the end, he simply held his stomach and rolled around on the ground with his brush. He was so happy that he did not even notice that someone had walked to the entrance of the library. So when Shirmei came over, he saw Mo Ran rolling around in a pile of books, laughing like crazy. Shirmei. Mo Ran, what are you doing? Mo Ran was stunned. He immediately sat up and hurriedly covered up the erotic pictures. He put on a pretentious face and said, Wipe the floor. Shirmei held back his laughter. Wipe the floor with your clothes. Cough, I didn't find a rag. Let's not talk about this anymore. Shirmei, why are you here so late at night? I went to your room to look for you, but I couldn't find you. I asked someone else and found out that you were with Master. Shirmei entered the library and helped Mo Ran put away the books that were piled all over the floor. He smiled gently and said, I have nothing to do, so I came to see you. Mo Ran was very happy and flattered. He pursed his lips. He had always been a smooth talker, but he was at a loss for words. Then you sit. After running around excitedly for a while, Mo Ran said nervously, I'll go get you some tea. No need. I came here quietly. If Master finds out, it'll be troublesome. Mo Ran scratched his head. That's true. Chu Wanning, that pervert. Sooner or later, I'll topple him and won't submit to his despotic power. You haven't eaten dinner yet, right? I brought some dishes for you. Mo Ran's eyes lit up. Dragon Swan Show? Pfft, you're really not sick of it. I didn't bring my Dragon Swan Show. The Red Lotus Pavilion is far away, so I was afraid that it would get stuck if I brought it. Here, some stir-fried dishes. See if they're to your taste? Shirmei opened the food box on the side. Sure enough, there were several bright red dishes inside. There was a plate of wind ear, a plate of shredded pork with garlic sauce, a plate of chicken cubes, a plate of cucumber with garlic sauce, and a bowl of rice. Hey, did you put in chili? I was afraid you'd be hungry, so I put in a little bit. Shirmei laughed. He and Mo Ran both loved spicy food, so they naturally knew the principle of eating spicy food. But your wound hasn't fully healed yet, so I didn't dare to put too much. It's better to add a little bit of flavor than not having any red at all. Mo Ran happily bit his chopsticks. His dimples were as sweet as honey under the candlelight. Wow, I'm so moved I want to cry. Shirmei held back his laughter. By the time you're done crying, the food will be cold. Eat before you cry. Ran cheered and swung his chopsticks quickly. When he ate, he was like a starving dog. Wanting couldn't get used to seeing him eat like a ghost, but Shirmei didn't mind. Shirmei was always gentle. He smiled and told him to eat slowly while passing him a cup of tea. Soon, the plate was empty. Ran rubbed his stomach and sighed. He closed his eyes and sighed. Satisfied, Shirmei seemed to ask casually, "Is the Dragon Swan show better, or these dishes?" Ran was very infatuated with food, just like how he was with his first love. He tilted his head and looked at Shirmei with his black and soft eyes. He grinned. "Dragon Swan show?" Shirmei smiled and shook his head. After a while, he said, "Ran, let me help you change the dressing." The ointment was made by Madame Wang. In her early years, Madame Wang was a disciple of the Lone Moon's Knight of the medicine sect. She was weak in martial arts and didn't like fighting and killing, but she liked to study medicine. There was a medicinal garden at the peak of life and death. She personally planted many precious plants there, so there was never a lack of medicine in the sect. Ran took off his shirt and turned his back to Shirmei. The scar on his back was still aching, but Shirmei dipped his warm fingers in the ointment and rubbed it away. Gradually, he forgot about the pain and became restless. Okay. Shirmei wrapped a new bandage around Ran's back and carefully tied a knot. "Put on your clothes." Ran turned his head and looked at Shirmei. Under the dim candlelight, Shirmei's skin was white as snow. He looked even more charming. His mouth was dry, and he really didn't want to put on his clothes. After hesitating for a while, he lowered his head and quickly put on his coat. Shirmei. In such a secluded study, the atmosphere between a single man and a single man was very good. Ran originally wanted to say something touching, but he was an illiterate person who could even change his era name to Halberd Bow. After holding back for a long time, his face was red from holding back, but he only managed to squeeze out 2 words. "You're so nice." "What's wrong with that? It's what I should do. I'll be especially nice to you." Ran's tone was very calm, but his sweaty palms betrayed his surging heart. "When I'm strong enough, no one can bully you. Not even Shizun." Shirmei didn't know why he suddenly said this. He was stunned for a moment, but still said gently, "Okay. Then in the future, I'll have to rely on Ran." Yes. Ran hesitantly agreed, but Shirmei's flirtatious gaze made him even more anxious. He didn't dare to look at him again and lowered his head. He had always been very careful with this person, even stubbornly stubborn. "Ah, Shizun wants you to wipe so many books? And make them overnight?" Ran still wanted to save face in front of his sweetheart. "It's okay. If I hurry, there's still time." Shirmei said, "Let me help you." "How can that be? If Shizun finds out, he'll definitely punish you as well." Ran was very firm. "It's getting late. You should go back and rest. There's still morning cultivation tomorrow." Shirmei pulled his hand and laughed softly. "It's okay. He won't find out. We'll quietly." Before he finished speaking, he heard a cold voice. "Quietly what?" Wanting had come out of the mechanism room at some point. His face was cold, and his red phoenix eyes were like snow. He was dressed in white and cold. He stood at the entrance of the library and looked at them expressionlessly. His gaze paused on their hands for a moment, then moved away. "Shirmingjing Wayu, how dare you?" Shirmei's face was as white as snow. He suddenly let go of Ran's hand and whispered, "Shizun." Ran also had a bad feeling. He lowered his head. "Shizun." Wanting walked in. He ignored Ran and looked down at Shirmei, who was kneeling on the ground. He said lightly, "The Red Lotus Pavilion is covered with barriers. Did you think that I wouldn't know if you entered unannounced?" Shirmei kowtowed in fear. This disciple knows his mistake. Ran was anxious. "Shizun, Shirmei only came to change my medicine. He'll leave immediately. Please don't blame him." Shirmei was also anxious. "Shizun, this has nothing to do with junior brother Imo. It's this disciple's fault. This disciple is willing to accept punishment." Chu Wanning's face turned green. He hadn't said more than a few words, but these two were already rushing to exonerate the other. They saw him as a scourge and shared a common enemy. Chu Wanning was silent for a while. He suppressed the twitching of his eyebrows and said lightly, "You really have deep feelings for your fellow disciples. It's touching. It seems that I'm the only bad person in this room." Imo Ran said, "Shizun, don't call me that." Chu Wanning flung his sleeves, unwilling to say anything else. Imo Ran didn't know what had happened to him and why he was so angry. He guessed that Chu Wanning had always hated people pulling and pulling in front of him. No matter what kind of pulling and pulling, it would probably dirty his eyes. The three of them were silent for a long time. Chu Wanning suddenly turned around and left. Shirmei raised his head. His eyes were a bit red. He said blankly, "Shizun, go and copy the sect rules 10 times. Go back." Shirmei lowered his eyes. After a while, he said softly, "Yes." Imo Ran was still kneeling in the same place. Shirmei stood up. He looked at Imo Ran and hesitated. After a while, he knelt down again and begged Chu Wanning, "Shizun, Shidimo's scar has just healed. If this disciple is so bold, please don't make things too difficult for him." Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He stood alone under the flickering candlelight. After a while, he suddenly turned his face. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were like torches. He said angrily, "So much nonsense. Why aren't you leaving?" Chu Wanning was handsome but not gentle enough. When he was angry, he was even more frightening. Shirmei was scared. He was afraid that he would anger his Shizun and implicate Imo Ran. He quickly bowed and left. Only the two of them were left in the library. Imo Ran sighed inwardly. He said, "Shizun, this disciple was wrong. This disciple will continue to write the records." Chu Wanning didn't turn his head. He said, "If you're tired, you can go back." Imo Ran suddenly raised his head. Chu Wanning said coldly, "I won't keep you." How could he be so kind as to let him go? There must be a trick. Imo Ran said wittily, "I won't go." Chu Wanning paused and sneered. "Fine, as you wish." After saying that, he swung his sleeves and turned to leave. Imo Ran was stunned. There was no trick? He thought that Chu Wanning was going to give him some willow vines. After busying himself until midnight, he finally finished his work. Imo Ran yawned and walked out of the book pavilion. At this time, it was already late at night. Chu Wanning's bedroom was still illuminated by a dim yellow light. That loathsome devil still hasn't slept? Imo Ran walked over and prepared to say goodbye to Chu Wanning before leaving. When he entered the room, he found that Chu Wanning had already gone to bed. It was just that this person with a bad memory forgot to extinguish the candles before going to bed. Or maybe he was halfway through his work and directly fell asleep from exhaustion. Imo Ran glanced at the prototype of the god of night that was pieced together by the bed. He estimated this possibility in his mind. In the end, when he saw that Chu Wanning didn't take off the metal gloves at all, and that half of the mechanical button was still tightly gripped in his hand, he confirmed that this was the truth. When Chu Wanning was asleep, he wasn't so cold and austere. He was curled up on the bed that was piled with mecha parts and saw axes. There were so many things spread out that there wasn't much space for him, so he curled up very small. His body was arched, and his long eyelashes were drooping. He actually looked a bit lonely. Imo Ran stared at him in a daze for a while. Today, Chu Wanning. What was he angry about? Could it be that he was angry at Shirmei for trespassing on the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion and wanted to help him organize the books? Imo Ran walked over to the bed and rolled his eyes. He moved closer to Chu Wanning's ear and tried to call out in a very small voice, "Shizun?" "Oh!" Chu Wanning softly groaned and hugged the cold mecha in his arms. He was in a deep sleep, and his breathing was even. The metal gloves that he didn't take off had sharp teeth. They rested on the side of his face like the claws of a cat or leopard. When Imo Ran saw that he didn't look like he would wake up anytime soon, his heart skipped a beat. He narrowed his eyes and rubbed the corners of his mouth into a mischievous smile. He leaned close to Chu Wanning's ear and probed in a low voice, "Shizun, wake up." "Shizun?" "Chu Wanning. Hey, you're really in deep sleep." Imo Ran was amused. He leaned against the pillow and looked at him with a smile. "That's great. I'll take this opportunity to settle the score with you. Chu Wanning didn't know that someone wanted to settle the score with him. He continued to sleep with his eyes closed. His handsome face was very peaceful. Mo Ran put on a dignified posture. Unfortunately, he was born in a music house and didn't study much. When he was young, he was exposed to street fights and storytelling. Therefore, the words that he pieced together sounded very clumsy and funny. How dare you, unruly people of the Chu family. You deceived the emperor and disrespected the emperor. You. You. He scratched his head and was a little speechless. After all, when he became the emperor, the words that came out of his mouth were either a lowly servant or a dog slave. However, these words didn't seem to be suitable for Chu Wanning. After racking his brain for a long time, he suddenly thought of a phrase that the girls in the music house often said. Although he didn't know what it meant, it seemed to be quite good. So Mo Ran frowned and said sternly, "You heartless lowly donkey, do you know your crime?" Chu Wanning, if you don't speak, I'll take it that you admit to your crime. Chu Wanning probably felt that it was a little noisy. He groaned and hugged the mecha to continue sleeping. You have committed such a big crime. According to the law, I will sentence you. Sentence you to verbal punishment. Eunuch Lu. After shouting out of habit, he realized that Eunuch Lu was already a person from his previous life. Mo Ran thought for a while and decided to play the role of a father-in-law. So he said flatteringly, "Your Majesty, this old servant is here." Then he immediately cleared his throat and said solemnly, "Carry out the sentence immediately, as your Majesty commands." Okay, the sentence was over. Mo Ran rubbed his hands together and began to torture Chu Wanning. The so-called verbal punishment actually didn't exist. It was something that Mo Ran made up on the spot. Then how should this verbal punishment that he thought up on the spot be carried out? The tyrant of a generation, Mo Ran, solemnly cleared his throat. His gaze was cold and fierce. He slowly moved closer to Chu Wanning's face, which was as cold as a spring in a snowy valley. Little by little, he moved closer to those pale lips. Then, Mo Ran stopped. He glared at Chu Wanning and cursed, word by word. Chu Wanning, *CK your mother. You peerless little. Mind. I. Slap. Slap. He slapped himself twice in the air. Hee, the sentence was a success. Awesome. Mo Ran was laughing when he suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his neck. He felt something strange and quickly lowered his head. He met a pair of cold and noble eyes. Mo Ran, Chu Wanning's voice was like a broken ice lake. It was hard to say whether it was more celestial or colder. What are you doing? Ba. This old servant. Ba. Fortunately, these two words were as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Chu Wanning frowned slightly. It seemed that he didn't hear clearly. Mo Ran had an idea. He raised his hand and slapped Chu Wanning's face twice. Facing his master's increasingly unfriendly expression, the former venerable lord of the human realm smiled obsequiously and said, This disciple is killing mosquitoes for the master." Chapter 10. Fortunately, Mo Ran's verbal torture was not completely heard by Chu Wanning. After spouting a bunch of nonsense, he barely managed to get away with it. When he returned to his bedroom, it was already very late. Mo Ran slept for a while and went to his morning cultivation as usual the next day. After his morning cultivation, it was time for his favorite thing in the morning, being too early. Breakfast was at the Mingpa lobby. As the morning cultivation dispersed, more and more people started to gather. Mo Ran sat across from Shirmei. Xueming arrived late, so the seat next to Shirmei was taken by someone else. He had no choice but to sit next to Mo Ran with a gloomy face. If Mo Ran were to talk about the most exquisite part of the Heart Sutra of the Peak of Life and Death, he would definitely say, "Our sect does not need to abstain from eating." Unlike many of the sects in the upper cultivation world, the Peak of Life and Death had its own set of cultivation methods. They did not abstain from meat and did not need to fast. Therefore, the food in the sect was always sumptuous. Mo Ran drank a bowl of spicy and fragrant oil tea. He ate peanuts, chopped vegetables, and crispy soybeans. In front of him was a plate of yellow and crispy pan-fried dumplings that were specially prepared for Shirmei. Ming looked at Ran from the corner of his eyes and said mockingly, Ran, I didn't expect you to be able to walk out of the Red Lotus hell alive. Amazing. Ran did not even raise his head. Then why don't you see who I am? Who are you? Ming sneered. Shizun didn't break your leg, and you're so arrogant that you don't know who you are? Oh, if I'm an onion, then what are you? Ming sneered. I'm Shizun's chief disciple. You gave yourself that title? Sigh. I suggest you ask Shizun to give you a seal and hang it on the wall. Otherwise, you're not worthy of the title of chief disciple. With a crack, Ming broke the chopsticks in his hand. Shirmei hurriedly tried to calm them down. Stop arguing. Let's eat. Ming. Humph. Ran giggled and imitated him. Humph. Ming flew into a rage and slammed the table. How dare you? Seeing that the situation was not good, Shirmei hurriedly pulled Ming back. Young master, there are so many people watching. Let's eat. Stop fighting. The two of them were at odds with each other. Although they were cousins, they quarreled whenever they saw each other. After Shirmei persuaded Ming, he had no choice but to sit in the middle and talk to both sides. After a while, he asked Ming, Young master, when will Madam's cat give birth? Ming replied, Oh, you mean Ollie? My mother made a mistake. It's not pregnant. It just ate too much and looks like it has a big belly. Shirmei, after a while, he asked Moran, are you still going to work at Shizun's place today? I don't think so. Everything that needs to be done has been done. I'll help you copy the sect rules today. Shirmei laughed. Why do you still have time to help me? You still have 100 times to copy. Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at Shirmei in surprise. Why do you want to copy the sect rules too? Shirmei looked embarrassed. Before he could say anything, the chatter in the dining hall suddenly died down. The three of them turned around and saw Chu Wanning enter the Mingpa lobby in his white robe. He walked to the counter expressionlessly and began to pick out the snacks. With the addition of Chu Wanning, the dining hall with more than 1,000 people suddenly became as quiet as a graveyard. The disciples all buried their heads in their food. Even if they wanted to talk, they spoke very softly. Shirmei sighed softly. He watched as Chu Wanning carried the tray and sat in the corner where he usually sat. She silently ate the porridge by herself. He couldn't help but say, Actually, I feel that sometimes Shizun is quite pitiful. Ran looked up. What do you mean? Look, no one dares to go near where he sits. When he comes, no one dares to speak loudly. It was fine when the Lord was around, but now that the Lord isn't around, he doesn't even have someone to talk to. Isn't he very lonely? Ran snorted. He asked for it. Ming was angry again. You dare to mock Shizun? When did I mock him? I'm just telling the truth. Ran gave Shirmei another pan-fried bun. With his temper, who would want to stay with him? You. Ran looked at Ming with a mischievous smile and said lazily, Not convinced? If you're not convinced, then sit over there and eat with Shizun. Don't sit with us. That one sentence made Ming speechless. Although he respected Chu Wanning, he was more afraid of him like everyone else. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry, but he couldn't refute. He could only kick the table legs and sulk with himself. Ran's face had a trace of lazy pride. He glanced at the little phoenix provocatively, and then his line of sight fell on Chu Wanning across the crowd. For some reason, looking at the only white figure in the dark blue silver armor in the room, he suddenly thought of the person curled up in the cold metal and fell asleep last night. Shirmei was right. Chu Wanning was really pitiful. But so what? The more pitiful he was, the happier Ran was. As he thought about it, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up a little more. The days passed by quickly. Chu Wanning didn't ask him to go to the Red Lotus Pavilion anymore. Ran's daily tasks were washing dishes, feeding the chickens and ducks raised by Madame Wong, and weeding in the herb garden. He had a lot of free time. In the blink of an eye, a month of confinement had passed. One day, Madame Wong called Ran to the Dan Xian Palace. She touched his head and asked, Ran, have your wounds healed? Ran smiled and said, Thank you for your concern. They're all healed. That's good. Be careful when you go out in the future. Don't make such a big mistake and make your Shizun angry. Do you understand? Imo Ran was very good at pretending to be a grandson. I understand, Auntie. There's one more thing. Madame Wang took out a letter from the small table and said, You've been in the sect for a year. It's time for you to take on the responsibility of eliminating demons. Yesterday, your uncle sent you a letter and asked you to go down the mountain to complete this task after your confinement is over. According to the rules of the Life and Death Summit, disciples who had been in the sect for a year had to go out and eliminate demons. During the first time, the disciple's Shizun would accompany him. In addition, the disciple had to invite a fellow disciple to go with him. This was to let the disciples support each other and understand why the saying, loyal heart can be a mirror and will not change in life and death. Imo Ran's eyes lit up. He took the letter and tore it open. After reading it, he grinned happily. Madame Wang said worriedly, Aran, your uncle hopes that you can make a name for yourself in one battle, so he entrusted you with a heavy responsibility. Even though Elder Yu Heng's cultivation is profound, but in a battle, blades and swords are merciless. He might not be able to protect you well. You must not be too happy and underestimate the enemy. I won't. Imo Ran waved his hands and laughed, Auntie. Don't worry. I'll take care of myself. After saying this, he slipped away to pack his luggage. This child, Madame Wang looked at his back. Her gentle and beautiful face was full of worry. Why is he so happy to accept a task? How could Imo Ran not be happy? The task his uncle gave him to eliminate demons happened in colorful Butterfly Town. It was entrusted by a local official surnamed Qian. Regardless of what kind of demons were there, the key was that in his previous life, he was bewitched by demons in this colorful Butterfly Town. He lost his mind and forcibly kissed Shirmei in an illusion. This was one of the few times that Imo Ran was close to Shirmei. It was really ecstasy. Moreover, because he was bewitched, Shirmei couldn't be bothered. He kissed her for nothing. After he kissed her, she couldn't even find him to settle the score. Imo Ran was so happy that his eyes turned into crescents. He didn't even mind that this task had to be done with Chu Wanting. Eliminating demons depended on one's master, and flirting depended on oneself. This kind of easy task, why not? After inviting Shirimo and reporting to Shizun, the three of them quickly rode their horses and arrived at the colorful Butterfly Town, which was full of evil spirits. This was a town that was rich in flowers. Outside the residential area were flower fields that stretched for dozens of miles. Because of this, there were always butterflies fluttering about in the town, hence the name. When the three of them arrived, it was already nighttime. The village entrance was bustling with noise and excitement. A line of musicians wearing bright red clothes walked out of the alley while playing Swona. Shirmei asked curiously, Is this a wedding? Why are they marrying at night? Chu Wanting said, It's a ghost wedding. Ghost weddings were also known as yin weddings, or matching bones. It was a marriage arranged by the common people for men and women who died young before marriage. This kind of custom didn't flourish in poor places, but the colorful Butterfly Town was very rich. Therefore, it was common for the unmarried young men and women to find a spouse. The group of ghost weddings was majestic. They were divided into two rows. One row was carrying silk and satin. The other row was carrying paper ingots and ghost coins. Like this, they escorted a red and white palanquin with 8 carriers. All of them were deacons with golden lanterns as they filed out of the village. Imo Ran pulled the horses to the side and let the group of ghost weddings pass first. As the palanquin came closer, they saw that the person sitting inside was not a living person, but a ghost bride made of paper. The ghost bride was covered in makeup. Her lips were bright red, and the 2 rosy clouds on her cheeks reflected her pale face. Her smiling appearance was extremely frightening. What kind of bad habits does this village have? They really have money to burn. Imo Ran whispered. Chu Wanting said, The people of colorful Butterfly Town are very particular about the art of geomancy. They believe that a lone grave cannot appear in a family, otherwise, the family's luck will be affected by the wandering ghosts. There's no such saying, right? The townspeople believe in it. AI, that's true. Colorful Butterfly Town has been around for hundreds of years. If we tell them that the evil they believe in does not exist, they probably won't be able to accept it. Shirmei whispered, "Where is this group of ghost weddings going?" Chu Wanning said, "When we came here, we passed by an earthen temple. The temple doesn't worship any deity. There was a double happiness character pasted on the door. The table was filled with red satin. On the satin, there were words like, 'Heaven sent good fortune,' and 'a good match in the underworld.' I think they are going there." I noticed that temple too. Shirmei seemed to be deep in thought. "Master, is that a ghost MC enshrined there?" "That's right. A ghost master of ceremonies is an image of a ghost god. People believe that a ghost wedding needs 3 matchmakers and 6 cards. When exchanging Dragon Phoenix invitations, the master of ceremonies is also needed to recognize 2 dead people as husband and wife. Because of the popularity of the ghost wedding in colorful Butterfly Town, naturally, a golden body was sculpted for the ghost master and placed in front of the graveyard outside the town. Before the people who carried out the ghost wedding were buried, they had to first carry the ghost bride to the temple to pay their respects. Mo Ran rarely saw such a ridiculous scene, so he watched with great interest. Chu Wanning only watched for a while before turning his horse around and said, "Let's go. We'll go take a look at the haunted house." 3 Taoists, my life is really bitter. You're finally here. If no one cares about this matter, I don't even want to live anymore. The person who entrusted the peak of life and death to eliminate the ghost was the town's richest merchant, Chen Yuanwei. The Chen family was in the fragrance powder business. There were 4 sons and 1 daughter in the family. After the eldest son got married, the wife didn't like the noise in the house, so the 2 of them thought about moving out and starting their own family. The Chen family was rich and overbearing, so they bought a large piece of land in a secluded area of the North Mountain. There was also a natural hot spring pool, so they were very good at enjoying themselves. As a result, on the day of the groundbreaking, the shovel hit a hard object after a few shovels. The eldest daughter-in-law went over to take a look and fainted. They dug up a new coffin painted red on the North Mountain. There was a mass burial ground in colorful Butterfly Town. After the townspeople died, they were all buried there. But this lone coffin inexplicably appeared on the North Mountain. Moreover, there was no tombstone, and the coffin was blood red. They didn't dare to move it again, so they quickly filled the hole with soil. But it was already too late. Since that day, strange things kept happening in the Chen family. First, it was my daughter-in-law. Chen Yuanwei cried. She was frightened, which affected the baby and caused a miscarriage. Then, it was my eldest son who went to the mountain to pick herbs for his wife to nourish her body. In the end, he slipped and fell down the mountain. When we went to save her, he was already dead. Sigh. He sighed deeply, choked with sobs, and couldn't continue. He just waved his hand. Madame Chen was also wiping her tears with a handkerchief. My husband was right. In the following months, our sons met with mishaps one after another. They either went missing or lost their lives. For sons, 3 of them are gone. Chu Wanning frowned, glanced at the Chen couple, and fell on the pale-faced eldest son. He looked about the same age as Mo Ran, about 15 or 16 years old. He had delicate features, but fear made his face somewhat distorted. Shirmei asked, "Can you tell us how the other children died?" Sigh. Zhongzi was bitten by a snake when he was on his way to find his brother. That snake was just a normal grass snake. It wasn't poisonous. At that time, no one paid much attention to it. But a few days later, when he was eating, he suddenly fell straight down and then, "Woo-woo, my child." Shirmei sighed and felt bad. Then, did the body show any signs of poisoning? Sigh. Where did the poison come from? Our family must have been cursed. The first few sons have all died, and the next one is the youngest. The next one is the youngest. Chu Wanning frowned, and his eyes fell on Mrs. Chun like lightning and asked, "How do you know that the youngest will be the next one? Why not yourself? Does this evil ghost only kill men?" The youngest son of the Chin family huddled there, his legs shaking and eyes swollen. When he opened his mouth, his voice was sharp and twisted. "It's me. It's me. I know it. The man in the red coffin is here. He's here. Taoist priest, save me. Taoist priest, save me." As he spoke, he began to lose control of his emotions. He rushed over and hugged Chu Wanning's leg. Chu Wanning didn't like to interact with strangers, so he immediately avoided him. He raised his head and stared at the couple. What's going on? The couple looked at each other and said in a trembling voice, There's a place in this house. We don't dare to go there again. Taoist priest, you'll know when you see it. It's really evil, really? Chu Wanning interrupted. Where is it? The couple hesitated for a while, and then reached out their hands and pointed to the ancestral room. It's there. Chu Wanning took the lead, followed by Imo Ran and Shermay, and the Chins at a distance. When they opened the door, they saw that the room was very similar to the incense house where some big families worshipped their ancestors. There were several rows of memorial tablets, and pale candles were burning on both sides. All the memorial tablets in this room were engraved with yellow paint. The names of the deceased and their ranking in the family were written on them. The memorial tablets were written in a very orderly manner. The spirit of a certain Lord Taifu would be tested on the spirit of a certain Lord Taifu, and the spirit of a certain Lord Taifu would be tested on the spirit of a certain Lord Taifu. Only the memorial tablet in the middle didn't have the words engraved on it. Instead, it had a line of words written in bright red, the spirit of Chen Yenji. Erected by Lord Yang Chen's son, the members of the Chen family who were hiding behind the Taoist priest felt lucky and timidly glanced at the white silk fluttering in the air. However, when they saw the words on the memorial tablet that looked like they were painted with blood, they immediately collapsed. Mrs. Chen cried loudly. Her youngest son's face was so pale that he didn't look like a living person. First, the writing on the memorial tablet was not in accordance with the etiquette. Second, the words on the memorial tablet were crooked, like the scribbles of a sleepy person. It was so messy that it was almost unrecognizable. Shermay turned around and asked, Who's Chen Yenji? The youngest son of the Chins cried behind him and said with a trembling voice, It's me. Chen Yuanwei cried and said, Taoist priest, it's like this. Since Master Zhong passed away, we found that there was a memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. The names of all the living people in our family were written on the tablet. As soon as the name appeared, within 7 days, that person would meet with an unexpected disaster. When the third son's name appeared on the tablet, I locked him in the room and scattered incense outside the door. I asked someone to perform a ritual. I tried everything, but on the 7th day, he still died, for no reason, just like that. The more he spoke, the more agitated and scared he became. He knelt down with a thud and said, I, Chen Yuanwei, have never done anything evil in my life. Why did God do this to me? Why? Shermay felt sad and hurried to comfort the crying old man. At the same time, he raised his head and said softly, Master, look at this. Chu Wanning didn't turn around. He was still looking at the memorial tablet with great interest, as if a flower would bloom on it. Suddenly, Chu Wanning asked, Master Yang, Madam Chen's son, are they talking about you, Madam Chen? Chapter 11. It's me, Madam Chen cried. But this tablet wasn't written by me. How could I curse my own child? You won't write when you're awake, but not when you're asleep. As Chu Wanning spoke, he raised his hand and picked up the tablet. He poured spiritual energy into his palm, and the tablet suddenly burst out with a mournful scream, followed by thick blood flowing out from the tablet. Chu Wanning's eyes were cold, and he sternly said, Evil creature, how dare you be so arrogant? The spiritual energy in his palm increased, and the words on the tablet were forced to recede bit by bit from the scream, becoming dim, and finally completely disappeared. Chu Wanning's slender and cold fingers clenched once more, shattering the entire tablet into pieces. The Chen family members behind were all stunned. Not to mention the Chen family members, even Shermay was stunned. He couldn't help but sigh, so powerful. Imo Ren couldn't help but sigh in his heart, so fierce. Chu Wanning turned half of his handsome face, but there was no expression on his face, only a few drops of blood splashed on his cheeks. He raised his hand, carefully examining the blood on his fingertips, and said to the Chen family members, You all stay in this courtyard today. Don't go anywhere. At this time, they didn't dare to disobey, so they quickly said, Good, good. We'll listen to Taoist priest's orders. Chu Wanning walked out of the ancestral room in large strides, casually wiping the blood on his face, and pointed at Madame Chen. Especially you. You can't fall asleep. That thing will take over your body, so no matter how sleepy you are, you must be awake. Yes, 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 yes. Madame Chen repeatedly agreed, and with tears in her eyes, she asked in disbelief, Taoist priest, my son. Is he all right? He's fine for now. Madame Chen was stunned. For now? Not all the time? Then how can I save my son's life? Chu Wanning said, catch the monster. Madame Chen was very anxious, so she couldn't help but be a little rude. She hurriedly asked, when does Taoist priest plan to catch it? Immediately. As Chu Wanning spoke, he glanced at the Qin clan members and asked, do any of you know the exact location of the red coffin? Someone, lead the way. The eldest son's daughter-in-law's surname was Yao. Although she was a woman, she was tall and looked quite heroic. Although there was fear on her face, she was calmer than the others. She immediately said, my late husband and I chose that place. I know where it is. Let me take you there. The three of them followed Qin Yaoshi and headed north. Soon, they arrived at the piece of land that the Chen family had bought. Martial law had been set up there, and there was no sign of human habitation around. The dark hills were overgrown with vegetation, and it was so quiet that not even the chirping of insects and birds could be heard. When they reached the middle of the mountain, their field of vision widened. Qin Yaoshi said, 3 Taoists, this is the place. The place where the red coffin was dug out was still covered with the tombstone. Mo Ran laughed when he saw it. What's the use of this stupid stone? One look and I can tell that this is something that only an amateur would do. Let's move. Chun Yaoshi was a little flustered. The mister in town said that because of the tombstone, the evil spirits inside can't come out. Mo Ran put on a fake smile. Mister, you're quite capable. Qin Yaoshi said, move, 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 move. Chu Wanning coldly said, there's no need for that. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand. His fingertips glowed with golden light. Heaven's Inquisition obeyed his summons and appeared in his palm. He then swung his willow vines, and the tombstone shattered into pieces. Chu Wanning expressionlessly walked over and stood on top of the pile of rubble. He raised his hand again and said, what are you hiding for? Get up. A strange creaking sound came from below. Suddenly, a 12-foot thick wooden coffin broke through the ground. In a moment, sand and dirt flew everywhere. Shirmei was shocked. This coffin is filled with evil spirits. Chu Wanning said, back off. As he finished speaking, he swung his hand and the Heaven's Inquisition struck the red coffin. Golden sparks flew everywhere. After a moment of silence, the lid of the coffin burst open. The billowing smoke dispersed and the thing inside was revealed. Lying in the coffin was a naked man. His nose was straight and his face was handsome. If it wasn't for his pale skin, he would have looked like he was sleeping. Mo Ran glanced at the man's lower abdomen and covered his eyes. Aya, you're not wearing underwear. Stinky hooligan. Shirmei was speechless. Chu Wanning was speechless. Chun Yaoshi exclaimed, husband. She rushed over to the coffin. Chu Wanning reached out and stopped her. He raised his eyebrows and asked, this is your husband? Yes, he's my husband. Chun Yaoshi was shocked and sad. Why is he here? He was buried in the ancestral grave. At that time, he was wearing his burial clothes. Why is he? Halfway through her sentence, the woman burst into tears. She beat her chest and stamped her feet. Why is it like this? It's so tragic. So tragic. Hubby. Hubby. The junior sister sighed. Little Mrs. Chen, my condolences. Chu Wanning and Mo Ran ignored the crying woman. Chu Wanning wasn't good at comforting people, while Mo Ran didn't have any compassion. The two of them stared at the body in the coffin. Mo Ran had already experienced this in his previous life and wasn't surprised. However, he still had to pretend. He rubbed his chin and said, Shizun, there's something wrong with this body. Chu Wanning said, I know. Mo Ran had a lot of things to say. They were all words that Chu Wanning had analyzed for them in his previous life. In this life, he wanted to use them to shock Chu Wanning. However, Chu Wanning just casually said, I know. As a master, shouldn't he be tempting his disciple and encouraging him to voice his thoughts and praise him and reward him for his actions? Mo Ran wasn't satisfied. He pretended not to hear the I don't know and said, there are no signs of decay on this body. Young Master Qin's accident happened more than half a month ago. According to the current climate, it should have festered and oozed pus. There should be a layer of liquid in the coffin. This is the first reason. Chu Wanning looked at him coldly with a look that said, you can continue acting. The second reason. Mo Ran was unmoved. He continued to recite Chu Wanning's explanation from his previous life. Before the coffin was opened, the evil aura in this red coffin was very strong. However, after it was opened, it dissipated. Moreover, the evil aura in this body is very weak. This is also very abnormal. Chu Wanning, the third reason. Did you notice that from the moment the coffin was opened, there was a sweet fragrance in the wind? The fragrance was very faint. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. After Mo Ran said this, Shimei and Chen Yaoshi finally noticed that there was indeed a faint sweetness in the air. Shimei said, indeed. Chen Yaoshi sniffed and her expression changed. This fragrance. Shimei said, Mrs. Chun, what's wrong? Chen Yaoshi was so scared that her voice changed. This fragrance, it's my mother-in-law's 100 butterfly fragrance powder. For a moment, no one said anything. The prophecy tablet in the shrine, made by Master Yang Chen Yaoshi, seemed to appear in front of them again. Shimei said, could this really be Mrs. Chen's doing? Mo Ran said, it doesn't look like it. Chu Wanning said, no. The two spoke at almost the same time. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other. Chu Wanning's expression didn't change at all. Go ahead. Mo Ran said bluntly, from what I know, the Chen family became rich because of the 100 butterfly fragrance powder specially made by the old madam. Although the formula of this powder is not leaked, the finished product is not difficult to obtain. 5 or 6 of the 10 girls in Rainbow Butterfly Town use this fragrance on their bodies. Not only that, before we came here, we found that young Master Chun seems to like the 100 butterfly fragrance powder very much. He often mixed it in his baths, so it's not strange that he has this fragrance on him. What's strange is, as he spoke, he turned his head again to look at the naked man in the coffin. He's already been dead for half a month, but this fragrance is still the same as if it was just applied. Am I right, Shizun? Chu Wanning. If you're right, then praise me. Chu Wanning. Mo Ran laughed. You really are a man of few words. Before he could laugh, his robes suddenly fluttered as Chu Wanning pulled him back several feet. The golden light of Heaven's Inquisition in her hand sparkled brightly as sparks flew everywhere. Be careful. The smell of the 100 butterfly perfume in the air suddenly thickened. As the fragrance drifted, white fog appeared between the plants and started to spread at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the entire mountainside turned into a sea of fog. Suddenly, it was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Mo Ran's heart skipped a beat. The illusion had been activated. Ah! In the thick fog, the first thing that came was Chen Yaoshi's scream. Taoist priest, save. Before the last word left her mouth, she suddenly went silent. Chu Wanning's fingertips lit up with a blue light. He placed a tracking talisman on Mo Ran's forehead and said, be careful. I'll go take a look. After that, he quickly disappeared into the thick fog. Mo Ran touched his forehead and laughed softly. Wow, even the location of the talisman is exactly the same as in my previous life. Chu Wanning, you really haven't changed a single bit. The fog dispersed as quickly as it came. Not long after, the fog disappeared without a trace. However, the scene in front of them was even more shocking than the fog. At least in his previous life, Mo Ran had a great shock. After the fog dispersed, the originally desolate, messy, and overgrown mountainside was gone. In its place was a vast and elegant garden. There were pavilions, winding corridors, rockeries, and cobblestone paths. There was no end in sight. When Mo Ran saw this place, he was so happy that he wanted to roll on the ground. This tyrant had always been thinking about this illusion. In his previous life, they were also lost in it. Immerse first met Shirmei. Under the influence of the illusion, he kissed Shirmei for the first and only time in his life. Unfortunately, at that time, Shirmei was probably too scared. When Immerse let go of his hand, he turned around and ran away. The swan that was in his mouth was taken away from him before he could even take a bite. This was not a good feeling. After the illusion was broken, Shirmei did not pursue the matter. The kiss in the illusion was like nothing had happened. No one mentioned it again. Sometimes, in his dreams, Immerse would wonder if it was just a figment of his imagination due to his deep obsession. But whether or not it was his imagination, Immerse licked his lips. This time, he would not let Shirmei get away so easily. He had to kiss him enough. Chapter 12. After walking for a long time in the illusion, he still could not find his way. Instead, the smell of the 100 butterfly perfume in the air was getting stronger and stronger. This smell would stimulate one's emotions and expand one's senses, causing one to do many unimaginable things. Immerse gradually began to feel restless, as if a small flame had ignited in his stomach, slowly heating up the blood in his body. Spring water. He needed to find a pool of spring water. Where was the spring water? He knew that there was a living spring in the illusion. In his previous life, when he walked to the spring, his mouth was dry and his eyes were blurred. He had no choice but to drink a few mouthfuls of the spring water, thinking that it was better to die from poison than from thirst. After drinking the spring water, he felt his consciousness become more and more blurred. In a daze, Shirmei came to find him. Shirmei was a medical practitioner, so he immediately detoxified him. At that time, the dizzy Immerse was bewitched by the poison and kissed Shirmei's lips. The former emperor of the mortal realm was eager to relive the dream of his lover, so he wandered around the illusionary land. After a long time, he finally heard the tinkling sound of spring water. He was so happy that he quickly ran over and drank to his heart's content. Sure enough, the restlessness brought by the fragrance became more obvious under the stimulation of the spring water. He uncontrollably wanted to plunge into the depths of the spring water and unknowingly buried half of his body. Just as Immerse's consciousness was about to become blurred, a hand suddenly pulled him up, just like in his previous life. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, and air rushed into his nose. Immerse gasped for breath, opened his eyelashes, and saw the figure in front of him. The blurry figure gradually became clearer, accompanied by an angry voice. "How dare you drink the water here? Do you want to die?" Immerse shook off the water droplets like a dog. When he saw the person, he was relieved. "Shirmei, don't talk. Take the medicine." A dark purple pill was passed to his lips. Immerse opened his mouth and obediently took the pill, but his eyes were still staring at Shirmei's beautiful face. Suddenly, just like in his previous life, he could not resist the anxiety in his heart. Besides, Immerse was not a gentleman, so he clasped Shirmei's wrist and quickly kissed him on the lips before he could react. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and his mind was blank. He was a dissolute and promiscuous person, but the intensity in bed did not require the contact of the lips and did not require excessive warmth. Thus, although there was a lot of physical contact, the number of kisses he had with others was pitifully few. Shirmei did not expect to be attacked like this. He froze on the spot. Only when the tongue reached in did he finally react and begin to struggle and resist. "What are you doing, oh?" Before he could finish his sentence, his face was violently turned around and his lips covered again. Immerse's kiss was even more intense than in his previous life. The two rolled around by the spring. Shirmei was firmly pressed under Immerse's body, and Immerse kissed his moist and cold lips. It was the same amazing feeling as in his memory, and his cheeks, ears, "Don't move." When he opened his mouth, his hoarse voice shocked himself. It was over. Why did the spring water feel even more effective than in his previous life? According to the development of his previous life, he did not have the time to be intimate with Shirmei for so long. After a few kisses, the young Immerse was condemned by his conscience. He let go of Shirmei and used Qinggong to escape. But because he was too evil and shameless in this life, Not only was he not condemned by his conscience, he was driven by lust. He directly pressed Shirmei to the shore and kissed him. Shirmei struggled and shouted angrily under his body, but his evil thoughts had entered his heart, and he could not hear what he was shouting. In his eyes, he could only see that peerlessly beautiful face and that seductive, moist, opening and closing lips. A fire burned in his stomach. Immerse followed his heart and kissed him even more violently. He directly pried open Shirmei's teeth, and his tongue went straight in, grabbing the sweetness in his mouth. His heart was beating like a drum. In the midst of the chaos, he had already torn off Shirmei's complicated outer robe and pulled open the waist belt. His hand slipped inside and touched the smooth and firm skin. The person under him suddenly jumped up, but was heavily pressed down by Immerse. He bit Shirmei's ear and whispered, "Be good, and we can both feel good." Immerse, Aya, why are you so angry that you're calling me like that? It makes us seem like strangers. Immerse smiled and licked Shirmei's earlobe. His hand didn't stay idle and went straight to Shirmei's waist. Stinking rogue Immerse, the 16-year-old rogue from back then really couldn't compare to the 32-year-old rogue now. This person's face was growing thicker with each passing day. Shirmei's body tensed up. Immerse could feel his body trembling slightly. Really, he clearly looked like a slender person, but his muscles were well-proportioned and his lines sharp. He couldn't help but pull at Shirmei's underwear. Shirmei finally couldn't bear it anymore and exploded. Immerse, you're courting death. With a bang, a burst of powerful spiritual energy fiercely repelled him. That spiritual energy was fierce and overbearing. Immerse was caught off guard and was knocked over onto a rock by the spring. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Shirmei grabbed his messy clothes and stood up in a flustered and exasperated manner. Golden spiritual energy flowed wildly in his palms, and sparks flew everywhere. It reflected a red light in his eyes. Immerse felt dizzy and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Heaven's Inquisition, summon! With an angry shout, a golden willow vine shot out from Shirmei's palm. Heaven's Inquisition came out. The willow vine was dazzling to the eyes. From time to time, it would burst into flames and burst into golden light. Willow leaves fluttered in the air. Immerse was stunned. When did Shirmei know how to summon Heaven's Inquisition? But this thought didn't linger in his mind for a moment. Suddenly, Heaven's Inquisition tore through the air and slapped down on his face. The willow vine didn't hold back at all. The stinky Emperor Ta was beaten until blood splattered everywhere. People like Rongju, who had been beaten by Immerse, would definitely clap and cheer when they saw this. They would shout, "Good hit! What a good fight! Another hit! Get rid of evil for the people. Do a good deed every day." Immerse finally regained his senses after being struck by this torrential rain without any gap in between. Shirmei was so gentle. How could he hit people like this? Who else could it be other than Chu Wanning to be so skilled at using the willow vine? Chu Wanning's hands were weak. He stopped to take a breath and rubbed his wrist. When he was about to hit again, Immerse suddenly leaned against the rock and coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Don't hit me anymore. I'm going to die." Immerse coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He couldn't help but feel sad. This was definitely the thickest and most colorful stroke in his dissolute book. Who would have thought that the person who came was actually Chu Wanning? And for some reason, this Chu Wanning had Shirmei's face. Even his voice sounded exactly the same as Shirmei's. He wiped the mottled blood from the corner of his mouth. He gasped and looked up. Maybe it was because he was beaten up by the magical weapon, or maybe it was because the medicine that Chu Wanning gave him had taken effect. When he looked up, the person in front of him was no longer Shirmei. Chu Wanning's face was gloomy. He stood under the tree with a fierce look. He was furious and his eyes were like lightning. He was angrily staring at Immerse. His ferocious appearance was truly frightening. But Immerse stared at him for a few seconds. He found that he was shamefully hard. Chu Wanning had always been meticulous. His white robe, which could be called ascetic, was now very messy. Only his slender white hands tightly grasped it to prevent it from slipping off his shoulders. His lips were red and swollen from being kissed. There were also scattered kiss marks on the side of his neck. Although his expression was fierce, it made people's hearts beat faster. In his previous life, the memories of Chu Wanning, the memories of madness, bloodshed, hatred, unscrupulousness, conquest, and pleasure were all piled up together. Those memories that Immerse Ran was too lazy to think about, and originally didn't want to think about, were all in this air filled with the smell of blood and the scent of 100 butterflies. In an instant, they became ghastly and difficult to hide. Like a tide, they rushed to his heart. Damn it, he still couldn't look at Chu Wanning like this. Even if he hated him, even if he couldn't wait to cut him into pieces and wrap him in wonton wrappers to cook and eat, Immerse Ran still had to admit. In his previous life, the most exciting love affairs, the most blood-boiling and scalp-numbing orgasms, were all obtained from Chu Wanning. Hating him was one thing, but for men, especially a particularly shameless and beastly man like Immerse Ran, the instinctive reaction of the body was another thing. Chu Wanning breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was really angry. His hand that was holding Tianwen was trembling slightly. Awake? Immerse Ran swallowed a mouthful of blood. Yes, Shizun. Chu Wanning didn't seem to have enough, but he knew that there was something wrong with this illusion. He shouldn't blame Immerse Ran. After hesitating for a while, he finally took back the willow vine. Today's matter. Before he could finish, Immerse Ran interrupted him. Today's matter, only the heavens, earth, you and I know. I definitely won't say anything. If I say anything, I'll be struck by lightning. Chu Wanning was silent for a while. Then he sneered. I've heard this curse of yours more than 100 times. Not one of them is true. This time it's definitely true. Although his body had a reaction, wanting to do Chu Wanning was like liking to eat stinky tofu. In Immerse Ran's eyes, it wasn't something that could be shown in public. It was better to find a corner where there was no one around and eat stinky tofu, so as not to smell others. Wanting to sleep with Chu Wanning was the same. Immerse Ran had always hated Chu Wanning. How could he tell others that he actually hated him and secretly wanted to sleep with him? If this wasn't crazy, then what was? And those rotten things with Chu Wanning in his previous life, he really didn't want to mention it again. Forgive him. This illusionary realm is very confusing. The people you meet inside will become what you want to see the most. Chu Wanning said as he walked side by side with Immerse Ran. You need to focus to not be confused by the illusion. Oh, and? Wait a minute. Immerse Ran suddenly thought of something. If it was like this, then in his previous life, the Shirmei he saw might not be Shirmei? It might still be. He glanced at Chu Wanning, who was walking next to him, and couldn't help but feel a chill. Impossible. If the person he kissed in his previous life was Chu Wanning, he definitely couldn't avoid a beating. At the very least, he would eat a slap. It definitely wasn't Chu Wanning. It definitely wasn't him. Just as he was shouting in his heart, Chu Wanning suddenly stopped and pulled Immerse Ran behind him. Quiet. What's wrong? There's movement in front. The current situation was completely different from his previous life. So Immerse Ran didn't know what would happen next. When he heard Chu Wanning say this, he immediately asked, could it be Shirmei? Chu Wanning frowned. In this illusion, you can't imagine who you will see in advance. If you can't help it, you will see what that person looks like. Eliminate all distracting thoughts. Immerse Ran tried for a while, but found that he couldn't do it. Chu Wanning glanced at him. He didn't know when, but a dagger formed from spiritual energy appeared in his hand and stabbed towards Immerse Ran's arm. Ah! Don't shout. Chu Wanning had already expected this. His other hand directly touched Immerse Ran's lips, and a golden light appeared on his fingertips. Immerse Ran suddenly couldn't make any sound. Does it hurt? Nonsense. Just stab yourself and see if it hurts. Immerse Ran held back his tears and nodded pitifully. It's good that it hurts. Other than this pain, don't think about anything else. Follow me. We'll go and take a look. Immerse Ran cursed Chu Wanning the whole way, quietly following him along the winding path. Who knew that the closer they got to the place, the more they could hear countless people laughing and joking. In this empty place, it was especially strange. After going around a long stretch of high walls, the two finally arrived at the place where the sound was coming from. It was a building draped in red and green. The lights were brilliant, and the red gauze swayed in the wind. The large courtyard was bustling with activity. There were actually more than 100 tables set up for a banquet. There were all kinds of fish and vegetables on the tables. The guests were drinking and chatting merrily. In the wide-open hall, a large bright red she character was particularly eye-catching. It seemed that there was actually an extraordinarily lively wedding banquet being held here. "Master," Imo Ran whispered, "look at these people drinking at the wedding. They are all shameless." Chapter 13. Even without Imo Ran's reminder, Chu Wanning had already noticed it. Those people were talking and laughing, but no one knew where their voices were coming from. Those who were sitting or standing, playing finger-guessing games and toasting, all had blank faces, as if they were made of paper. "What should we do? Do we have to go in and drink with them?" Chu Wanning was not amused by Imo Ran's inappropriate joke. He lowered his head and pondered. At this moment, a rustling sound of footsteps suddenly came from the distance. Two long lines of people appeared from the hazy fog and slowly approached the main building. Chu Wanning and Imo Ran subconsciously hid behind the rockery as the two groups of people approached. The leading group was a pair of smiling golden boy and jade girl. These two people actually had facial features, and their facial features were distinct and their skin tone was thick. In the dim light of the night, they looked very much like the paper dolls of boys and girls that were burned for the dead. Each of them held a red candle in their hands. The candles were as thick as a child's arm, with dragons and phoenixes entwined around them. As the candles burned, the rich fragrance of 100 butterflies assailed their nostrils. Imo Ran almost fainted again. Fortunately, the wound on his hand that Chu Wanning had stabbed was still hurting. He fiercely poked the wound again, and finally managed to maintain his consciousness. Chu Wanning glanced at him. Imo Ran said, "Ahem, this is quite useful." After a pause, he asked curiously, "Shizun, why don't you need to poke holes in your body to stay awake?" Chu Wanning said, "This fragrance has no effect on me." Why?" Chu Wanning said coldly, "You have good willpower." Imo Ran, with the golden boy and jade girl in the lead, the two groups of people walked up the stairs. Chu Wanning shifted his gaze back and watched for a while. Suddenly, he said in a low voice, "Huh?" He was rarely surprised, so Imo Ran was very curious. Following his line of sight, he was also surprised. The corpses walking unsteadily in the group were all corpses with their eyes closed. Their skin was pale, and they maintained their appearance when they were alive. Most of them were very young, less than 20 years old. There were both men and women, and one of them was particularly familiar. The eldest young master of the Chen clan, whom he had seen in the coffin, had appeared in this group at some point in time. His eyes were closed as he slowly followed the scent of the candle. Beside him was different from the others. Beside him was another corpse. Beside him was a ghost bride made of paper floating in the air. Young Master Chen was not a big deal, but when they reached the end of the line and saw the people at the end of the line, Imo Ran's face turned pale. Mei and Chen Yaoshi were following behind the corpses with their heads down. Both of them had their eyes closed, and their faces were as white as snow. The way they walked was no different from the corpses in front of them. It was unknown whether they were still alive. Imo Ran's scalp exploded. He jumped up and wanted to rush forward, but Chu Wanning grabbed his shoulder and said, "Wait, but Mei." "I know." Chu Wanning stared at the group that was slowly moving forward and said softly, "Don't act rashly. Look over there. There's a barrier. If you rush over, the barrier will scream. I'm afraid that all the faceless ghosts in the courtyard will rush at you. The situation will get out of hand." Chu Wanning was a barrier master. He was good at setting up barriers, and his eyes were sharp. Imo Ran looked over and saw that there was an almost transparent barrier at the entrance to the courtyard. The golden boy and girl walked to the front of the courtyard and gently blew on the candles, making the flames burn brighter. Then, slowly, they passed through the barrier and walked into the courtyard. The men and women behind them followed them and passed through the barrier without any hindrance. The faceless people in the courtyard who were drinking wine turned their heads and looked at the men and women who entered one after another. They began to laugh and clap. Chu Wanning said, "Go, follow behind them. When you pass through the barrier, remember not to breathe and close your eyes. Also, No matter what happens, follow those corpses and do not speak. There was no need for him to say more. Mo Ran was eager to save people, so he followed Chu Wanning and blended into the crowd of corpses. The number of corpses in the two groups was equal. Chu Wanning stood behind Shirmei, so Mo Ran could only stand behind Chen Yaoshi. The group moved very slowly. Mo Ran looked at Shirmei a few times, but all he saw was a pale face and a snow-white neck that drooped weakly. With great difficulty, they finally arrived in front of the barrier. The two of them held their breaths and followed smoothly into the courtyard. After entering, he discovered that the interior was much larger than it looked from the outside. Other than the 3-story main building that was decorated with lanterns and decorations, there were small rooms on both sides of the courtyard that were closely connected. There seemed to be at least 100 of them. The windows of each room were pasted with the big red word, Shi, and hung with a red lantern. All the faceless guests suddenly stood up and saluted with the sound of firecrackers and trumpets. In front of the building, a faceless praising officer sang, "The auspicious hour has arrived. The bride and groom have entered the garden." Mo Ran was stunned. What? So the two groups of corpses were the bride and groom? He quickly turned his head to ask for help from Chu Wanning, but the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable frowned and was immersed in his own thoughts. He did not even bother to look at Mo Ran. Mo Ran felt that his uncle's painstaking efforts were in vain. Going down the mountain to train, bringing this kind of master was more of a blow to his self-esteem than not bringing him along. Suddenly, a group of laughing children rushed out from the courtyard. They were wearing bright red clothes, but they tied their hair into small braids with white headbands. Like fish, they flocked to the two sides of the group and began to pull one person, leading them to the rooms on both sides. Mo Ran did not know what to do. He mouthed to Chu Wanning, "Master, what should we do?" Chu Wanning shook his head and pointed to the tide of corpses in front of them. His meaning was self-evident: follow them. Mo Ran had no choice but to let a child pull him and stumble into one of the rooms. As soon as he entered, the child waved his sleeve in the air, and the door slammed shut. Mo Ran stared at the child, not knowing what this faceless child wanted to do to him. In his previous life, Chu Wanning first rescued Shirmei and then broke the illusion. He did not do anything during the whole process and easily got rid of the evil spirit. After that, he was only thinking about the wonderful aftertaste of kissing Shirmei. After that, he did not listen much to Chu Wanning's analysis. Therefore, now that the situation had changed, he had no idea what he would encounter next. He could only brace himself. In the room, there was a dressing table and a bronze mirror. On a wooden frame, there was a black and red auspicious robe embroidered with rui patterns. The child patted the stool, indicating that Mo Ran should sit over there. Mo Ran found that the ghosts here were not very smart. As long as they did not speak, they could not tell the difference between the living and the dead. Therefore, he sat in front of the dressing table as instructed by the child. The child came over and began to help him wash up and change his clothes. Suddenly, a begonia flower floated in through the window and slowly fell into the water in the bronze basin. Mo Ran's eyes lit up. The begonia flower was called Wanye Yuheng. It was Chu Wanning's special tool for silent communication. He picked up the begonia flower from the water. The begonia flower instantly bloomed in his palm, revealing a touch of light golden light in the stamen. He pinched the golden light between his fingers and put it to his ear. Chu Wanning's voice sounded in his ear. Mo Ran, I have used Heaven's Inquisition to confirm that this is an illusion created by the ghost master of the colorful butterfly town. It has been worshipped by the villagers for 100 years and gradually achieved a positive result. As long as there are more ghost weddings, its power will become stronger. Therefore, it is very fond of hosting ghost weddings. Those 2 rows of corpses should be the ghost couples that the people of colorful Butterfly Town had gathered under its witness over the past several hundred years. It likes this kind of liveliness. Every night, it would summon those corpses into the dreamland and hold another ghost marriage. Moreover, every time it does so, its power would become a bit stronger. Mo Ran thought in his heart, what a freak. When other immortals were free, they would at most play matchmaking with young boys and girls. This ghost master of the colorful butterfly town, it said that it had an immortal body, but its brain had not grown out yet. Its only hobby was to matchmake male and female corpses. Not only did it do it once, but it also summoned the corpses of those ghost weddings from their graves every night and did it again, again, and again and again. Was it so interesting to watch a group of corpses? This celestial bachelor was truly insane. Chu Wanning said, "Its true body is not here. Don't act rashly. In a while, follow the instructions of the Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Since it wants to absorb the power of the ghost weddings, it will show its true form in the end." Immerse wanted to ask, what about Shirmei? What happened to Shirmei? Don't worry about Shirmei. Like Madame Chin, he was confused by the powder and temporarily lost his consciousness. Chu Wanning was very thoughtful. He clearly explained what Immerse could do. Take care of yourself. I will handle everything. After saying that, the voice disappeared. At the same time, the apprentice finished dressing up Immerse. He looked up and saw a handsome face in the bronze mirror. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his eyebrows were clean and fresh. His collars were crossed, and his robes were red. However, his long hair was tied up with a white ribbon. He really looked like a groom of a ghost wedding. The apprentice made a please gesture, and the closed door of the room opened with a squeak. Under the cloister, there was a row of corpses wearing wedding robes. There were both male and female corpses. It seemed that this ghost master of the colorful butterfly town was really not enlightened. It just wanted to grab a couple and marry them. As for whether it was a man and a woman, a man and a man, or a woman and a woman, it did not matter. On this side of the cloister, there was only one row of corpses. The other row was on the opposite side. It was too far away for him to see if Chu Wanning and Shirmei had come out. The line was slowly moving forward. From time to time, he could hear the chanting of the ceremony in the building. One after another, the ghost weddings were being completed. Immerse glanced at Chen Yaoshi, who was in front of him, and felt that something was wrong. He pondered for a long time, and just as the line was getting shorter and shorter, the last few couples were about to get their turn. This stubborn hooligan finally got it. According to the group, wouldn't this woman in front of him be going through the ceremony of bowing to the heaven and earth with Shumi? Was he going to be a couple with that little bitch Chu Wanning? How could that be? At that moment, the former sovereign emperor of the human realm was unhappy. He pursed his lips and rudely pulled Chen Yaoshi to the front of the line. The little boy next to them was stunned, but Immerse soon put on a look of a half-paralyzed hanged ghost, hanging his head in the middle of the corpses. Those golden boys and girls with low cultivation were stunned for a while. They probably did not understand what was wrong, so they did not react. Immerse was happy. He followed the line excitedly. When he reached the end of the line, he would meet Shirmei, who was on the other side of the corridor. At the same time, Chu Wanning looked at Shirmei, who was standing in front of him, and thought for a while. He did not know what kind of danger they would encounter. He had always been tough on the mouth, but soft on the heart. Although he was very harsh, in fact, as long as he was there, he would never let his disciple take risks. Hence, he pulled Shirmei and pulled the groggy little fellow to the back while he stood at Shirmei's original position. It was his turn. At the end of the corridor, the ghost hunter was holding a black and red tray. When she saw Chu Wanning coming, she chuckled. Her featureless face made a girl's voice. "Congratulations, my wife. Congratulations, my wife. You are like old friends." Chu Wanning's face darkened instantly. My wife? Don't you have eyes?" He looked at the blank face of the ghost hunter and held back. "You really don't have F***king eyes." The wandering ghost image giggled as she picked up the red veil from the tray. She raised her jade-like arms and covered Chu Wanning's face. Then she reached out her cold hands and gently supported Chu Wanning. She smiled and said, "My wife, please." Chapter 14. The red veil was thin and hung in front of his eyes. Although he could still see, he couldn't see clearly. Chu Wanning's eyes were hazy and his face was gloomy. He was brought to the parlor by the ghost. Opening his eyes and seeing the person standing there through the red veil, Chu Wanning felt the temperature around him drop by several degrees. Immerse was also stunned. No, shouldn't it be Shirmei who came out? The bride in front of him was wearing bright red makeup, and her face was covered by a thin veil. Although her facial features were slightly blurred under the veil, no matter how he looked at it, it was still Chu Waning's cold, handsome, and murderous face. She was glaring at him unhappily, and that gaze was as if she wanted to kill someone. Imo ran. He was at a loss at first, then his expression gradually became complicated. All kinds of emotions flashed across his face like a merry-go-round. In the end, it became a strange silence. He and Chu Waning looked at each other. The atmosphere was awkward to the extreme. However, the golden boy and jade girl following behind them giggled and clapped their hands, and began to sing in a crisp voice. White Disui, the waves are clear. Ghost Mandarin Duck, the flowers are welcome. Together in the coffin, lying in the same hole. The will before the body, the will after death. From now on, the two will accompany each other in the netherworld. Lonely souls will never leave each other. The song was ghostly, but it also revealed a lingering sadness. If he could speak, Imo Ran only wanted to say one word. Pay. But he couldn't speak. In front of the stage, there was a man and woman made of paper. Although they didn't have faces, they were dressed luxuriously. They were slightly loose and bloated. They should be representing the middle-aged parents. The officiant began to sing again. The bride is charming and shy. She lowers her head and her eyes are soft. The red veil covers her face and her smile. Please come and lift the veil. Imo Ran was very reluctant at first, but when he heard this, he was about to go crazy from holding back his laughter. Ha 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 ha, the bride is charming and shy. Ah ha 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 ha. Chu Waning's face was ashen. He suppressed his anger and closed his eyes, as if he would lose his hearing if he did so. The wandering ghost smiled and handed a folding fan to Imo Ran. Fan and good had the same pronunciation, referring to the good karma of this marriage. The groom, please lift the veil. Imo Ran held back his laughter and followed her advice. He held the fan and lifted the veil in front of Chu Waning. His eyelashes fluttered with laughter as he looked at Chu Waning's moving face. As if sensing the other party's mocking gaze, Chu Waning held back for a while, but he couldn't hold it in any longer and suddenly opened his eyes. His pair of eyes flashed with lightning and were filled with murderous intent. However, when paired with the red veil on his hair and the fiery red wedding dress on his body, although the sharpness could not be reduced, the corners of his eyes, which were slightly red because of anger and grievance, actually had a unique charm. Imo Ran looked at such eyes and couldn't help but be stunned. His smile froze in an instant. The master in front of him suddenly overlapped with a moment in his previous life. For a moment, he didn't know what was going on. Although it was only a short moment, it was enough to make Imo Ran break out in a cold sweat. He had done 3 ruthless things to Chu Waning. The first was to kill, and that was to use a killing move against Chu Waning. Second, humiliate, forcing Chu Waning to have sex with him. Third, it was the happiest thing he did in his previous life, and also the thing he regretted the most later. Of course, the Emperor of the human realm would not admit that he regretted anything, but the torment in the depths of his heart could not be escaped in the end. Damn it! Why did he think of that crazy past again, and think of Chu Waning at that time? Imo Ran shook his head and bit his lips, trying to get rid of Chu Waning's face in his memory, and looked at the person in front of him again. Chu Waning had been staring at him with a, "I'll kill you" look. Imo Ran didn't want to provoke this thorn, so he had to pretend to be a grandson and smile with a helpless face. The officiant said, "The bride and groom, wash and wash." The so-called wash and wash was that the newlyweds had to wash each other's hands after they had cleaned themselves. The ghost came with a porcelain pot full of water and asked the two to wash their hands. The water was collected by a basin below. Chu Waning's face was full of disgust, but he had to wash for the other after washing himself. Imo Ran was a little absent-minded, so he seemed to be restrained. He silently washed Chu Waning's hands. Chu Waning was not good-tempered, so he splashed the whole pot of water on Imo Ran, and half of his sleeve was wet. Imo Ran stared at half of his wet sleeve for a while. He didn't know where his mind was wandering, but there was nothing on his face. Deep in his dark eyes, there was a subtle light flowing. He thought in a daze. Chu Waning didn't change. he never changed. His actions, his thoughts, his past life, this life, it was exactly the same. He didn't change at all. He slowly raised his head, and there was even a moment when he felt that he was standing at the peak of life and death, standing in front of the Shaman Mountain Hall. Chu Wanning walked towards him from the bottom of the stairs, and the next moment, he was going to kneel in front of him. His noble head was going to hit the ground, and his straight back was going to bend. Chu Wanning was going to kneel in front of him and never get up. The wash and wash is done. The wandering ghost suddenly sang a long song. Waking Imo ran up from his memories. He abruptly regained his senses and met Chu Wanning's pair of eyes. Chu Wanning's pitch-black pupils flashed with a piercing cold light, like a curved blade covering snow, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Imo ran. The previous life was still the previous life. He could only think about Chu Wanning kneeling in front of him in this life. If he wanted to make it happen, the price he had to pay was too great. After the washing ceremony, there was the ceremony of being in the same cell, and then the ceremony of being in the same position. The demonic spirit sang slowly. Husband and wife drink a cup of wine together, never to leave each other. They exchanged their cups and bowed to the heavens and earth. Chu Wanning looked like he was about to go crazy from anger. His slightly raised, slender phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously. Imo Ran reckoned that after he left, he would be considered light if he chopped that damned MC into pieces. But this kind of Chu Wanning really couldn't be scrutinized. Even if he took one more look, he would fall back into those messy and dirty memories, unable to extricate himself. First bow, kneel to the heavens and earth. Originally, he thought that even if it was just a show, with Chu Wanning's arrogance, he would definitely not kneel. But he didn't expect that in order to complete this set of steps. His eyebrows twitched, and he closed his eyes and actually knelt down. The two of them kowtowed together. Second bow, kneel to the elders. All right, I'll just kneel to those two faceless paper dolls. That can also be called elders. Third bow, kneel to the heavens. Husband and wife kowtow to each other. Chu Wanning lowered her deep eyes and didn't even look at Imo Ran. She turned around, and with a clang, she quickly bent over and gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Who knew that the two of them didn't have a tacit understanding? When they got closer, they bumped into each other with a bang. Chu Wanning sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. He held his forehead, raised his teary eyes, and glared fiercely at Imo Weiyu, who was also rubbing his forehead. Imo Ran could only mouth, "I'm sorry." Chu Wanning didn't say anything. With a gloomy face, he rolled his eyes. Then it was the hair-tying ceremony. The praising official sang, tying hair as husband and wife, loving each other without suspicion. The ghost handed over the golden scissors. Imo Ran couldn't help but shrink back, afraid that Chu Wanning would directly stab him to death if he was unhappy. Chu Wanning seemed to have this intention, but in the end, he only cut a bunch of each other's hair and put it in the brocade pouch presented by the Golden Boy and Jade Girl. The bride, Chu Wanning, kept it well. Imo Ran really wanted to ask him, "You won't take my hair in a fit of anger and use it to stab little people, will you?" The praising official sang, "Ceremony complete." Both of them sighed in relief and stood up from the ground. Who knew that in the next moment, the praising official leisurely shouted again, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Send them to the bridal chamber." What? The ghost? Imo Ran instantly froze. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of joke was this? If he dared to enter the bridal chamber with Chu Wanning, this wedding would really become *King ghost marriage. Although dying under a peony flower and becoming a ghost was also romantic, but the person he wanted in this lifetime. No, the person he wanted in both lifetimes was the unsullied Shirmei who came out of the mud, and not this cold-blooded demon Chu Wanning who tied up all those who coveted him and threw them into the mud to be dyed red. Was it too late to run away now? Chapter 15. Of course, running away from the wedding was just a thought. After all, Shirmei was still here. No matter what, he couldn't leave first. But this ghost MC, isn't he 2F*King responsible? Imo Ran's face was ashen, and his nose was about to become crooked. He thought to himself, Forget about the wedding gift. Why does he F asterisk king care about other people's nuptial chambers? Moreover, he's F asterisk king a corpse. His corpse is stiff. How can he still have a nuptial chamber? As for Chu Wanning's expression, he didn't dare to look. He just stared at the carpet and pretended to be stupid. At this moment, he really wanted to grab the ghost MC who was hiding in some corner and roar at him. F asterisk CK your mother. You're good. Let me see you dig a hole. The golden boy and jade girl crowded around the two of them and pushed them to the back hall. There was a coffin there. It was painted with bright red paint and was huge, twice the size of a normal coffin. It looked exactly the same as the coffin that was dug up outside. Chu Wanning pondered for a moment and understood. Mo Ran immediately understood the ghost MC's meaning and immediately let out a big sigh of relief. Of course, the dead couldn't have a nuptial chamber. The so-called nuptial chamber should refer to being sealed in the same coffin and carried down to be buried together, completing the so-called death in the same grave. At this time, the golden boy and jade girl crisply confirmed their thoughts. First, let the wife enter the nuptial chamber. Chu Wanning waved his wide sleeves and laid down with a cold face.
Then, let the husband enter the nuptial chamber.
Mo Ran leaned against the coffin and blinked his eyes. He saw that Chu Wanning had already taken up most of the space. Although the coffin was spacious, it was still a little crowded with two men inside. When he laid down, he couldn't help but press down on Chu Wanning's loose clothes, causing the other party to glare angrily. The golden boy and jade girl walked around the coffin and started to sing again. It was the same gloomy but faintly sorrowful song from before. White Emperor water, clear waves, ghost mandarin duck, welcoming flowers. Together in the coffin, lying in the same grave. Will before the body, will after death. From now on, the two will accompany each other in the netherworld. Lonely souls will never leave each other. After singing, the children slowly pushed the coffin lid up, one on the left and one on the right. With a muffled sound, the surroundings instantly turned pitch black. Chu Wanning and Mo Ran were sealed in the coffin. The coffin was made of extremely thick materials. If they spoke softly, no one outside could hear them. Chu Wanning raised his hand and set up a sound-blocking barrier to ensure that the sound inside would not spread to the outside. After doing all this, the first thing he said was. Even though Mo Ran complained in his heart, he still moved to the side. Mo Ran felt wronged. Master, I'm already plastered to the coffin. What else do you want? Chu Wanning finally snorted and stopped talking. Mo Ran curled up in the corner for a while. Suddenly, he felt the coffin shake. The people outside lifted the coffin and began to slowly move in an unknown direction. Mo Ran listened attentively to the movements outside. Thinking that Shermay and that Qin Yaoshi should be in the same coffin, Mo Ran couldn't help but feel depressed. But there was nothing he could do. Chu Wanning's barrier was very powerful. The sounds inside couldn't be transmitted out, but the sounds outside could. Through the coffin lid, they could hear the sound of firecrackers and drums. Mo Ran asked, "These demons and ghosts are really bored. Where are they going with the coffin?" It was very dark inside the coffin. He couldn't see the other person's face. He could only hear the voice. It's the same as the custom of colorful butterfly town. They should be carrying the coffin to a temple outside the town. Mo Ran nodded and listened attentively for a while, then said, "Shizun, the footsteps outside seem to be increasing in number. During the 100 Ghost Parade, all the coffins will be carried there together. If I'm not wrong, when we reach the temple, that Ghost Master will show his true form. You can absorb merit from every pair of ghost weddings." Mo Ran asked, "There are so many coffins, hundreds of them. If we walk around town, won't people notice us?" "You can't find them." Chu Wanning said, "The ones carrying the coffin are the Ghost Golden Child and the Ghost Jade Maiden. Normal people can't see the things on ghosts." Mo Ran asked again, "How do you know so much?" Chu Wanning replied, "Just now in the room, Heaven's Inquisition interrogated a ghost golden boy." Mo Ran. After a moment of silence, he asked again, "Then what's the matter with young Master Chun lying in the red coffin that was dug out on the mountain? Why are people from the Chen family dying one after another?" Chu Wanning. "I don't know." Mo Ran was a little surprised. The ghost golden boy didn't tell you? Chu Wanning. The ghost golden boy said that he didn't know either. Mo Ran. After a moment of silence, Chu Wanning said, but I feel that there's something that the family didn't tell us. What do you mean? You have to remember, although the thing enshrined in this temple is very evil, in the end, it's already an immortal body. It needs people's worship to become stronger. Mo Ran didn't listen to Chu Wanning's lessons seriously in his previous life, so he always lacked the necessary knowledge. In this life, it was better to be humble and ask for advice. So he asked, so what if it's an immortal body? What were you doing last month when we talked about the difference between immortals, ghosts, gods, and demons? Mo Ran thought to himself, I'm reborn. How can I remember what I was doing in a class more than 10 years ago? But I was just scratching my feet under the table, watching up the 9 dragons and 1 phoenix bed, staring blankly at Shirmei, or staring at Chu Wanning's neck, secretly gesturing how to cut off this person's head without anyone noticing. Chu Wanning said coldly, go back and copy observation records of the 6 realms 10 times as punishment.
Oh, the price of playing truant was painful.
The immortals in the world are different from the gods. The gods are free, but the immortals are bound. They intervene in the affairs of the mortal world because of the will of humans. Mo Ran was stunned. So the murder case of the Chen family was done because someone begged it? Chu Wanning's voice sounded very cold in the darkness. I think that the person who begged it was not necessarily the person who was still alive. Mo Ran opened his mouth, but before he could ask again, the golden boy and girl carrying the coffin suddenly shook and tilted to the left, probably because they had encountered a steep slope. The sudden shaking, coupled with the smooth interior of the coffin, made it impossible to grab. Mo Ran lost his balance and rolled over, crashing into his master's arms. Ugh! Covering his sore nose, Mo Ran blankly raised his head. Just as he was about to figure out the situation, a faint begonia fragrance floated to the tip of his nose. This fragrance was as light as the morning mist, and it was still tinged with the coolness of the night. Many fragrances in the world made people confused, but this fragrance was clear and sharp, waking people up. Mo Ran was stunned at first, then suddenly stiffened. He couldn't be more familiar with this begonia fragrance. It was the smell of Chu Wanning's body, and for Mo Ran, this smell was always intertwined with desire. In an instant, some deep-rooted evil thought was like a fire in the forest, and with a bang, it rushed to his brain. Chapter 16. This really couldn't be blamed on Mo Ran being a beast. Anyone who was trapped in such a confined space with a person they had slept with countless times, regardless of whether the person on the bed was sincere or not, whether it was out of revenge or love, once they smelled the familiar scent of the other person, they couldn't help but feel ripples in their heart. Besides, Mo Ran himself was a bastard. Shirmei was his white moonlight. He couldn't bear to touch him or destroy him. He only cared about destroying Chu Wanning. Only in front of Chu Wanning could he vent all of his darkness, beastly desires, and the violence in his bones without restraint. He wanted to crush this man, tear him apart, and force him to play all the tricks he would never play on Shirmei. In his previous life, every time he saw Chu Wanning raise his neck and gulp, he felt that he was about to become a vicious beast that only knew how to drink blood. He wanted to bite open this man's throat, grind his teeth, suck his blood, and chew his flesh. If he didn't feel sorry for Chu Wanning, he would do his best to ruin him. In the end, her body had developed a habit. As long as she smelled Chu Wanning's fragrance, her stomach would be on fire and her heart would itch. She would want to tie this person to the bed and *CK him. There was a moment of silence in the coffin. Only Mo Ran's slightly anxious heartbeat could be heard. He knew that Chu Wanning's face was very close, and he could feel the other's breath. If he were to bite it this time, Chu Wanning would definitely not be able to break free, but forget it. Mo Ran leaned back and distanced himself from Chu Wanning. This was not easy as there was not much space left in the coffin. I'm sorry, Shizun. Mo Ran laughed and pretended to be a coward. I didn't expect this coffin to shake. With that said, the coffin tilted again. Mo Ran rolled into Chu Wanning's arms. Chu Wanning. Mo Ran retreated again, and the coffin shook again. The cycle repeated several times. I don't King believe it. Mo Ran leaned back again. The golden boy and girl were probably walking on a slope, and the walls of the coffin were very slippery. After a short while, Mo Ran had no choice but to roll in front of Chu Wanning. Master. She bit her lip, feeling wronged. This guy had a youthful cuteness to begin with. If he deliberately hid his wolf tail and pretended to be a puppy, his acting was actually quite convincing. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. Mo Ran really didn't want to roll around anymore, so he gave up struggling. I didn't do it on purpose. Chu Wanning, Mo Ran said in a small voice, but the wound on my back hurts so much. In the darkness, Chu Wanning seemed to sigh softly. The gongs and drums outside were a little noisy, and Mo Ran wasn't sure if he could really hear them clearly. But in the next moment, Mo Ran smelled an even clearer begonia scent. Chu Wanning's hand was around his back, blocking the gap where he could have slammed into him. Although it wasn't a hug, Chu Wanning's arm was empty, deliberately avoiding contact with Mo Ran's body. Only the fabric of Mo Ran's clothes touched, but this position was more or less intimate. Be careful, don't bump into me again. The voice was deep, like porcelain soaked in a stream. It had a kind of simple dignity. If one listened without hatred, it was actually very outstanding. Suddenly, no one spoke again. At this time, Mo Ran was still a teenager, not as tall as an adult. So when he leaned in Chu Wanning's arms, his forehead just barely reached Chu Wanning's chin. This feeling was very familiar, but also very strange. What was familiar was the person lying next to him, but what was strange was the position he was in. Once upon a time, in the past, he was lying at the peak of life and death in the Shaman Palace. The Emperor Ta, who had become a lonely person, holding Chu Wanning tightly in his arms in the darkness that was so long that it was hard to breathe. At that time, he was already taller than Chu Wanning and stronger than his teacher. His arms were like iron pincers, like a cage, locking up the remaining warmth in his arms, as if he was hugging the last fire in the world. He lowered his head and kissed Chu Wanning's long black hair, then greedily leaned down and buried his face deep into his neck, biting and nibbling mercilessly. I hate you, Chu Wanning. I hate you to death. His voice was a little hoarse. But I only have you left. A violent crash shattered Mo Ran's memories. The sound of gongs and drums suddenly stopped, and the surroundings were deathly silent. Teacher. Chu Wanning reached out his hand and touched his lips, saying in a low voice, Don't speak. We're here. Sure enough, there were no more rustling footsteps outside, and the surroundings were deathly silent. Chu Wanning's fingertips lit up a cluster of pale golden flames and drew a thin opening on the wall of the coffin, just enough for the two of them to see through. As expected, they were carried to the outskirts of the colorful butterfly town. In front of the temple that worshipped the Ghost Master, there were densely packed coffins buried together, and the strong scent of butterflies in the air was getting thicker and thicker, drifting into the coffins through the opening. Mo Ran suddenly felt that something was wrong. Teacher, don't you think that the scent here, and the scent in the illusion, is a little different from the scent in Child Chin's coffin? What do you mean? Mo Ran was quite sensitive to smells, he said. When we were in the North Mountain, the smell that drifted out when the coffin was split open was very nice, and didn't make me uncomfortable at all, so it should be the scent of butterflies. But ever since I entered the illusion, I always felt that although the smell was similar, there were some subtle differences, but I couldn't figure out what the difference was. But now, I think I know. Chu Wanning turned to look at him. You don't like the smell? Mo Ran stuck close to the opening, still staring outside, then said, Yes. I didn't like the smell of incense since I was young. Here, and the smell and the illusion, it's not the scent of butterflies, but the special high incense that the people of colorful Butterfly Town used to worship the Ghost Master. Look over there. Chu Wanning followed his line of sight. In the clay incense burner in front of the temple, there were indeed 3 incense sticks as thick as an arm burning, faintly releasing a sweet smell into the wind. The people of colorful Butterfly Town were good at using flowers to make all kinds of spices, so the incense used to worship the gods and Buddhas were all made in the town, and not bought from outside. Since the flowers used were all planted in the outskirts of the town, the smell of the mixture was actually not that different to the layman's smell. Chu Wanning pondered, could it be that the scent in Child Chin's coffin has nothing to do with the smell and the illusion? He didn't have time to sort out this newly discovered detail when a dazzling red light suddenly emitted from the temple, interrupting his train of thought. The two people hiding in the coffin looked up at the same time, only to see the light in the temple shining brightly, illuminating the surroundings. There was a row of iron shelves at the side of the temple, on which there were red lotus lanterns used for making wishes. Those lanterns were originally extinguished, but at this time, they were all lit up one by one. The virgin boys and girls guarding the coffin all knelt down and chanted, "The Empress of the ceremony has descended to the mortal world, to guide us wild ghosts and lonely souls to escape eternal suffering, to meet the right person, to lie together in the coffin, to be company in the yellow springs." In the midst of the chanting, the ghost master of the ceremony in the temple emitted a golden, immortal light. Then she lowered her eyelids, slowly moved the corners of her mouth, and floated down from the altar. Her movements were very elegant, and her bearing was very elegant. Unfortunately, her body was made of mud, so it was too heavy. With a bang, she smashed a big hole in the ground. Imo ran, puffed. Chu Wanning, the ghost master of the ceremony, seemed to be very dissatisfied with her roots. She stared at the big hole on the ground for a while, then slowly walked out of the hole and tidied up her clothes. She looked like a woman with heavy makeup, dressed in red and green, and was quite cheerful. In the dark night, she turned her neck and came to the front of the hundreds of coffins. The night wind was filled with the stench of corpses, and she seemed to be in a better mood. She slowly opened her arms and laughed twice. "Believe in me, worship me, and you will be able to meet the right person and complete the important thing in life that you didn't do before you died." The young voice floated in the night, and the ghosts excitedly kowtowed. "May the Empress of the ceremony protect. May the Empress of the ceremony bestow marriage. Please like this rose," and fell one after another. The ghost master seemed to enjoy it very much. He slowly shuttled through the rows of coffins. His long nails, which were painted bright red, scraped across the coffin lid, making an ear-piercing sound. Imo Ran curiously asked, "Master, I remember you said that demons, immortals, ghosts, gods, demons, and humans all belong to the 6 realms, but this immortal doesn't live high in the 9 heavens. Why is it associated with the ghosts of the underground?" "Because she is in charge of the Ming Hun, and mainly eats the offerings of the ghosts." Chu Wanning said, "The ghosts can greatly increase her power, or else she wouldn't be able to cultivate into an immortal body in just a short 100 years. With such benefits, she is naturally willing to be associated with her friends in the underworld." The ghost master of the ceremony walked around the coffins and returned to the front. The empty and tender voice sounded again, "Open a coffin and bestow a marriage. Start from the left." Following its order, the first coffin on the left slowly opened. The golden boy and the jade girl greeted it respectfully. The 2 corpses inside staggered out. The gorgeous fiery red wedding gowns made the corpses' faces look paler and paler. They looked lifeless. The Ming Hun couple slowly came to the front of the ghost master of the ceremony and knelt down. The ghost master of the ceremony put his hand between them and said, "I, in the name of the Empress of the ceremony, bestow a marriage after death. From now on, you will be husband and wife, and the man and woman will be a good match." Imo Ran rolled his eyes and muttered, "If you don't know how to compose a poem, then don't compose one. It's a good oath of marriage. Why does it sound so lewd?" Chu Wanning said coldly, "You have a dirty mind." Imo Ran shut his mouth. However, it didn't take long for the ghost MC to prove that it wasn't Imo Ran who was despicable, but the deity in charge of the ghost wedding who was truly despicable. The pair of corpses that had been bestowed with marriage seemed to have swallowed an aphrodisiac. They were clearly already dead, but they suddenly began to tear at each other's clothes and passionately kissed each other. They actually shamelessly tangled with each other in public. Chu Wanning was speechless. Imo Ran, "In the name of the Master of Ceremonies, I bestow upon you heavenly bliss. Yin and yang can be intertwined. So what if it's life and death?" The ghost MC's shouts became sharper and louder. The movements of the two corpses became more and more exaggerated. After the male corpse took off his clothes, he was angry and energetic, no different from a living person. Mo Ran was stunned. This is F** King possible. Chapter 17. What kind of master of ceremonies was this damned master of ceremonies? He should be selling aphrodisiacs. Other people's aphrodisiacs could at most make living people show off their masculinity. But this immortal was good. With a wave of his little hand, even the dead became hard. It was truly a miraculous hand that brought back spring. He was watching with relish when suddenly, Chu Wanning reached out and covered Mo Ran's ears. Mo Ran? Chu Wanning's expression was extremely cold. Don't look at such a despicable technique. Then you should cover your eyes. Why are you covering my ears? Chu Wanning was expressionless. Don't look, don't listen. Close your eyes yourself. Mo Ran. Shizun. You're really? Why don't you take a look at your own flushed face? If you want to close your eyes, you should be the one doing it. Mo Ran couldn't help but feel a little amused. Chu Wanning was a person made of ice and snow. He hadn't even seen an erotic picture before. Now that he saw the pleasure of a couple in front of him, he was probably going to choke to death. The dead couple was together, and gradually, the two of them seemed to come to life. The originally dead throat that couldn't make a sound actually began to make rough breathing sounds similar to that of a living person. Chu Wanning was obviously disgusted. He suddenly turned his face away, not willing to look anymore. Mo Ran was very happy to see this. He teased him and smiled wickedly as he lifted his chin. Chu Wanning quickly moved back as if he had been stabbed. What are you doing? Nothing, Mo Ran said sweetly with a hint of ridicule and teasing. He looked at him up and down as if he was teasing him. How old was he? Looking at this kind of thing and still blushing. Oh, no. It should be a mixture of green and red. It was quite funny. Shizun, didn't you tell us that we must clearly see the other party's ability before we act? You should at least clearly see the ability of this damned master of ceremonies. What's there to see? I'm not looking. Mo Ran sighed. Why is your face so thin? Chu Wanning angrily said, dirty and filthy. It hurts my eyes. Then I have no choice but to do it. As Mo Ran spoke, he obediently laid down on the ground and looked outside again. As he looked, he exclaimed, wow, awesome, Io, and so on. This caused Chu Wanning to become incomparably berserk, almost unable to hold down the coffin lid. He growled angrily in a low voice. Just look. What are you talking about? Mo Ran said innocently. I thought you wanted to hear it. Chu Wanning finally couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Mo Ran's neck and gnashed his teeth. If you make one more sound, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. He had had enough of teasing her. Chu Wanning was a person who couldn't be pushed too hard. If he was pushed too hard, he would be served with heaven's inquisition. Thus, Mo Ran restrained himself and obediently laid down on the ground. He stared outside and didn't make a sound. As the ghost couple enjoyed themselves to the extreme, the male corpse let out a low growl and laid down on the female corpse's body, spasming. Suddenly, green smoke rose from their bodies. The ghost master of ceremonies opened his mouth and greedily inhaled the green smoke until the last strand was swallowed into his stomach. This time, he greedily wiped the corner of his mouth and his eyes revealed a bright light. It seemed that this was the merit that the ghost couple gave him, which would increase his cultivation. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The ghost MC tasted the sweetness, and his face glowed with radiance. When he opened his mouth again, his ethereal voice became clearer. He shouted and roared, and his sharp voice seemed to want to pierce through this endless night. Rise, rise, you love-struck men and resentful women. I grant you the grace of fish and water. You provide me with the virtue of worship. Rise, rise, all rise. Mo Ran's heart skipped a beat. It's over. What is it trying to do? The hundreds of coffins around them trembled at the same time, confirming Mo Ran's thoughts. This ghost master of ceremonies wanted to summon all the corpses in the coffins to have sex and absorb the merit in one go. No longer in the mood to joke, Imo Ran pulled Chu Wanning. Shizun. What now? Quick, get out. Sure Mei is still trapped with that little wife of the Chen family. Imo Ran was about to go crazy. Let's go save him. Chu Wanning glanced outside. He didn't expect that the ghost master of ceremonies would have such a big taste. He didn't want to do it one by one, but wanted to do it all in one go. The trembling of the coffins beside them became more and more intense. It seemed that all the ghost couples were beginning to feel the call and started to do things in the coffins. This thought made Chu Wanning choke for a moment, and his expression became even more unsightly. At this time, the ghost master of ceremonies, who was standing in the same place and laughing to his heart's content, suddenly felt something. He turned his head abruptly, and a pair of black, unfocused eyes looked past the other coffins and landed on Imo Ran and Chu Wanning's coffin. Although it had low intelligence, it could feel that there was no familiar scent of lust in that coffin. There was no worship. No living people. He suddenly arched his body and rushed over with a scream. The ghost master of ceremonies' robes fluttered, and a pair of bloody red claws pierced through the thick coffin. Its attack was too sudden, and Imo Ran didn't have time to retreat. Besides, the space in the coffin was very small, so there was no way for him to retreat. Just as his head was about to be pierced by the 9 white bone claws, his body suddenly fell. Chu Wanning quickly protected him in his arms and blocked in front of him. The ghost master of ceremonies' 5 sharp claws suddenly pierced into Chu Wanning's shoulder. It was so deep that it touched the bone. Chu Wanning let out a muffled groan, but he endured it and didn't shout out. The other hand that was not injured was still burning with a silencing spell. It tapped Imo Ran's lips, blocking the sound that Imo Ran was about to make. The ghost master of ceremonies' claws fiercely clawed at Chu Wanning's flesh. It had a brain made of mud, so it could only determine whether a person was dead or alive by sound. Chu Wanning actually really didn't make a sound under such circumstances. Blood flowed down his shoulder. Imo Ran was pressed in his arms, so he couldn't see his injuries, but he could clearly feel that Chu Wanning was slightly trembling. A living person? Or a dead person? A living person couldn't be like this and still not make a sound. The ghost master of ceremonies couldn't tell for a moment. Its sharp claws tore at the flesh on Chu Wanning's shoulder and scratched. Chu Wanning was in so much pain that he trembled and convulsed. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, but he still bit his lips tightly and protected his disciple in his arms. It was as if he had really become a corpse, a dead person. He pressed against the edge of the coffin, like the iron cast on the coffin wall. The ghost master of ceremonies seemed to have finally confirmed that the person inside was not a living person. It suddenly pulled out its hand, and blood splattered everywhere. One could even hear the sticky sound of fingers digging into flesh and bone, which made one's hair stand on end. Chu Wanning's tense body seemed to have suddenly lost its strength. He let go of Imo Ran and panted softly. A strong smell of blood flowed in the coffin. Imo Ran raised his head. With the light leaking in through the hole, he could see Chu Wanning's drooping eyelashes and the moist but stubborn and silent eyes under the eyelashes. That pair of slightly raised phoenix eyes were blurred with pain, but more than that, there was ruthlessness and stubbornness. A mist filled the air. Imo Ran wanted to speak, but Chu Wanning shook his head. He didn't remove the silent spell on his lips. After a while, he took a deep breath and wrote on the back of Imo Ran's hand with trembling fingertips, "The enchantment has been damaged. You can't speak." The ghost master of ceremonies outside tilted its head, as if it didn't understand why the person inside didn't listen to its instructions and couldn't feel any worship. Chu Wanning raised his head and looked at it through the gap. His uninjured hand shone with a golden light, and a willow vine with a flowing luster of flames was summoned. He held Heaven's Inquisition and narrowed his eyes. The next moment, it broke out of the coffin. The coffin exploded. Chu Wanning flew up like lightning. Heaven's Inquisition was accurate and fast. It suddenly strangled the ghost master of ceremonies' neck. The ghost master of ceremonies let out an ear-piercing howl. "Who are you? How dare you?" Chu Wanning's reply was only one word: "Get lost." His red robe fluttered like the clouds. He had been waiting for a long time for a sure-kill attack. He immediately made a move with one hand. Heaven's Inquisition Strangle. He broke the Ghost Master of Ceremony's neck. A thick red mist mixed with a strange fragrance gushed out from the broken neck. Chu Wanning quickly retreated to avoid the mist. He shouted, "Imo Ran, 1,000 kill slash." Imo Ran was already on standby. When he heard the order, he took out the dark sword sheath in his sleeve and poured spiritual energy into it. He threw it at the broken body that was groping for its head. The clay body split open, revealing its translucent body with flowing red light. Chu Wanning raised Heaven's Inquisition again and forcibly pulled out the Ghost Master of Ceremony's immortal body. The headless immortal body screamed from its body, "How dare a mortal! How dare a mortal! Get up! Get up! Kill them! Kill them!" The originally featureless golden boy and jade girl suddenly lit up with a pair of blood-red eyes. Hundreds of them screeched as they pounced towards Imo Ran and Chu Wanning. The coffins on the ground also shattered. The corpses lying inside stood up and rushed towards the two like a tide. Imo Ran's gaze quickly swept through the crowd to find Shermay's figure. Chu Wanning shouted, "Why are you looking at those zombies so affectionately? Why aren't you taking them down?" The two of them and the Ghost Master of Ceremonies had already been sent flying and stood on top of a coffin. The slow-moving corpses slowly gathered around them. Imo Ran raised his hand and lit up an exorcism talisman. He threw it in all directions and detonated it. However, there were too many ghosts. As soon as one wave went down, another wave quickly came over. Imo Ran was about to go crazy. So many people died in this rainbow butterfly town? How many ghost married couples are there? Chu Wanning angrily said, "Look at this Ghost Master of Ceremonies cultivation. How many young men and women died of natural causes? It's very likely that he's also tempted those unmarried people to commit suicide. Hit this side." Imo ran through another exorcism talisman at the direction Chu Wanning indicated. It exploded into white bones and flesh. Why isn't this Ghost Master of Ceremonies killed? Normal weapons can't hurt him. What about Tianwen? Chu Wanning was furious. Didn't you see that Tianwen was chasing after him? This Ghost Master of Ceremonies is very fast. If I let go of him, I'm afraid he'll escape before I hit him again. More and more corpses piled up. Imo Ran drove them away while paying attention to whether or not Shermay was in the crowd. He didn't want to accidentally injure him. A golden boy pounced over and fiercely bit his leg. He cursed and threw an exorcism talisman at the golden boy's face. He then kicked it into the crowd of corpses, causing it to explode. Chu Wanning said, "Do you see Shermay and Madame Chin?" Imo Ran was frantically searching for them when he suddenly saw two swaying figures in the distance. He happily said, "I see them. Get over there and pull them apart. Stay away from here." "Okay," Imo Ran replied. He was stunned. "What are you going to do?" Chu Wanning angrily said, "I can't raise my other arm, so I can't summon other weapons. I can only rely on Tianwen. When I release this Ghost Master of Ceremonies, I'll destroy this whole place. If you don't want to die, you better get out of here." Chapter 18. Heaven's Inquisition had a killer move that had no blind spots. The name was very simple, with only one word, wind. Once activated, the surrounding area would be completely annihilated. Imo Ran had naturally experienced the power of wind. He was also clear about Chu Wanning's strength, so there was no need to worry. Thus, he glanced at the pale man in the blood-red wedding dress and threw away the last few exorcism talismans to buy some time for Chu Wanning. Then, he flew to the periphery, holding Shermay in one hand and Madame Chen in the other. Together with the two unconscious people, he hid in the distance. Chu Wanning endured the pain and barely moved his other hand. In an instant, Heaven's Inquisition burst out with a dazzling golden light. Chu Wanning suddenly pulled Heaven's Inquisition back. The Ghost Master broke free of his control and jumped up, pouncing towards Chu Wanning with a distorted face. Chu Wanning's robe was like a flame in the wind, billowing and dancing. His sharp eyebrows were raised in anger, and half of his shoulder was soaked in blood. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and Heaven's Inquisition's golden light became even sharper. Then, Chu Wanning raised it and flew into the air. The willow vine suddenly extended dozens of feet, dancing into a golden wind. Like a whirlpool, it sucked in the surrounding ghosts, corpses, golden boys and jade girls, and even the ghost master who was screaming and twisting, into the center of the wind. They were all crushed by the Heaven's Inquisition's swift and fierce power. The wind destroyed everything in its path. The surrounding plants were uprooted and were not spared. With Chu Wanning as the center, a huge storm emitted a dazzling golden light. For a moment, the sky darkened, and the sand and stones flew everywhere. Whether it was the coffin or the dead, they all became grass fluttering in the wind, sucked in and cut by the rapidly spinning Heaven's Inquisition. Broken into thousands of pieces, when everything calmed down, Chu Wanning's surroundings were already barren, and it was desolate and empty. Except for him, standing alone in his brightly colored wedding dress, like a red lotus blooming and begonia flowers falling. There was only a ground full of crushed bones and the terrifying Heaven's Inquisition that was hissing and flowing with golden light. From the looks of it, Chu Wanning was very polite when choosing disciples. If he wanted to, it was not impossible for him to turn all the disciples of the good and evil platform into ashes in an instant. The golden light gradually faded. Heaven's Inquisition turned into countless star fragments and entered Chu Wanning's palm. He took a deep breath and frowned. Enduring the pain in his shoulder, he slowly walked toward his disciples in the distance. "How is Shirmei?" Chu Wanning asked as he walked up to them. Mo Ran lowered his head to look at the unconscious beauty in his arms. She was still unconscious, her breathing was very weak, and her cheeks were ice-cold to the touch. This scene was too familiar. It was the nightmare that Mo Ran could not escape from. Back then, Shirmei had laid in his arms like this. Gradually, he stopped breathing. Chu Wanning bent down and checked Mrs. Chun and Shirmei's carotid arteries. He couldn't help but say in a low voice, How could he be poisoned so deeply? Mo Ran abruptly raised his head. Poisoned? Didn't you say that they were fine? Didn't you say that they were just bewitched? Chu Wanning frowned. The ghost MC relied on the powder to bewitch people. That is a kind of poison. I thought that they were just lightly poisoned, but I didn't expect them to be so deeply poisoned. Send them back to the Qin residence first. Chu Wanning said, It's not difficult to remove the poison. It's good that they are not dead. His voice was cold and indifferent. Although Chu Wanning usually spoke like this, at this moment, it sounded like he was playing it down and did not care much. Mo Ran suddenly remembered the heavy snow that year. He knelt in the snow, and in his arms was Shirmei, who was slowly losing his life. His face was full of tears, and he begged Chu Wanning to turn around and look at his disciple. He begged Chu Wanning to lift his hand and save his disciple's life. But what did Chu Wanning say at that time? He also used such an indifferent tone. Just like that, he refused Mo Ran's one and only kneeled to beg for help in his life. In the heavy snow, the person in his arms gradually became as cold as the snow that fell on his shoulders and brows. That day, Chu Wanning personally killed 2 of his disciples. One was Shi Mingjing, whom he could have saved, but did not. The other was Mo Weiyu, who knelt in the snow and was more sorrowful than a dead heart. A sense of panic suddenly rose in his heart. A sense of brutality, a sense of unwillingness, viciousness, and violence flowed like a snake. For a moment, he suddenly wanted to grab Chu Wanning by the neck, shed all of his amiable disguise, and reveal the malevolence of an evil ghost. As a ghost from his previous life, he wanted to viciously bite him, question him, and demand his life. Demand the lives of those 2 helpless disciples in the snow. But when he looked up, his eyes suddenly fell on Chu Wanning's shoulder that was full of blood. The beast's angry roar was suddenly blocked. He did not make a sound, and only stared at Chu Wanning's face. His eyes were almost filled with hatred, but Chu Wanning did not see it. After a while, he lowered his head and stared at Shirmei's haggard face. His mind gradually went blank. If something happened to Shirmei this time, then cough, cough, cough. The person in his arms suddenly coughed rapidly. Imo Ran was startled, and his heart trembled. Shermay slowly opened his eyes. His voice was extremely hoarse and weak. I ran? Yes, I am. After the ecstasy, the haze disappeared. Imo Ran opened his eyes wide, his palm on Shermay's slightly cold cheek, the light in his eyes trembling. Shermay, how do you feel? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Shermay smiled gently, his eyes still gentle. He turned his head and looked around. Why are we here? Why did I faint? Master, cough, your disciple is useless. Your disciple. Chu Wanning said, don't talk. He put a pill into Shermay's mouth. Since you're awake, keep this poison in your mouth first. Don't swallow it directly. Shermay put the pill into his mouth and suddenly froze. His originally pale face became even more transparent. Master, how did you get hurt? There's blood all over your body. Chu Wanning still had that kind of indifferent, calm, and infuriating voice. I'm fine. He got up and glanced at Imo Ran. You, think of a way to bring both of them back to the Chen residence. Shermay woke up, and Imo Ran's gloominess was suddenly suppressed. He quickly nodded. Okay, I'll take my leave first. I have something to ask the Chen family. Chu Wanning turned and left. Facing the boundless night and the withered grass all around him, he finally couldn't help but frown, revealing a pained expression. His entire shoulder was pierced through by 5 fingers, and his tendons and veins were torn. The Ghost Master's spirit claws even pierced deep into his flesh and bones. No matter how much he pretended to be calm and endured, no matter how much he sealed his blood vessels and prevented himself from fainting from blood loss, he was still human. But it still hurts. But so what if it hurt? He walked forward step by step, the hem of his wedding dress fluttering in the wind. For so many years, people respected and feared him, but no one dared to stand by his side. No one cared about him. He had long since gotten used to it. Wanya Yuheng, the Northern Dipper immortal. No one liked him from head to toe. No one cared about life, death, illness, or pain. He seemed to have been born without the support of others, without any support, and without any companionship. So there was no need to shout in pain, and even less of a need to cry. When he returned, he would bandage his wounds, cut off the festering flesh, and apply some medicine. It didn't matter if no one cared about him. In any case, he had come here alone. For so many years, he had been fine. He could take care of himself. When he arrived at the door of the Chen family's house, he heard a heart-wrenching scream before he entered the courtyard. Chu Wanning didn't care about his wounds and immediately rushed in. He saw Mrs. Chen with disheveled hair and closed eyes, chasing her son and husband all over the hall. Only the youngest daughter of the Chen family was ignored. She stood aside in fear, curled up, and couldn't stop trembling. Seeing Chu Wanning come in, Lord Chen and his youngest son screamed and rushed to him. Taoist priest, help. Chu Wanning blocked them behind him, glanced at Mrs. Chen's closed eyes, and said angrily, Didn't I ask you to watch her and not let her sleep? We couldn't watch her. My wife's health is not good, so she usually goes to bed early. After you left, she was still holding on, but then she started to doze off, and then she started to go crazy. She was yelling. Lord Chen shrank behind Chu Wanning and trembled. He didn't notice that the Taoist priest was wearing an auspicious robe, and he didn't notice the hideous wound on Chu Wanning's shoulder. Chu Wanning frowned. What are you yelling about? Before Counselor Chun could say anything, the crazy woman rushed over with her teeth bared. She screamed in a shrill voice. It was actually the voice of a young woman. Heartless. I want you to pay with your lives. I want all of you to die. Chu Wanning said. Evil ghost possession. He turned to Lord Chun and said, Are you familiar with this voice? Lord Chen's lips trembled, his eyes rolled, and he swallowed nervously. I don't know. Taoist priest, help. Taoist priest, kill the evil spirit. At this time, Madame Chun had already rushed over. Chu Wanning raised his uninjured arm and pointed at Madame Chen. A thunderbolt struck down and trapped Madame Chun in the wizardry barrier. Chu Wanning turned back and looked at him coldly. You really don't know? Lord Chun said repeatedly. I really don't know. Chu Wanning didn't say anything more. He threw out Heaven's Inquisition and tied up Madame Chun in the wizardry barrier. He should have tied up Lord Chen, which would be more convenient and easier to interrogate. However, Chu Wanning had his own rules. His Heaven's Inquisition wouldn't easily interrogate ordinary people. So he gave up on the soft persimmon and went to interrogate the evil ghost in Madame Chen's body. Interrogating a ghost was different from interrogating a person. When Heaven's Inquisition interrogated a person, the person wouldn't be able to stand it and would speak. When Heaven's Inquisition interrogated a ghost, it would form a wizardry barrier where only Chu Wanning and the ghost could coexist. In the wizardry barrier, the ghost would revert to its appearance when it was alive and pass the information to Chu Wanning. Heaven's Inquisition suddenly ignited a flame. It went straight from his end to Madame Chen's end along the vine. The old madam let out a shriek and suddenly began to convulse. Immediately after, the scarlet flame on the willow vine turned into a ghostly blue, burning from the old madam's side to Chu Wanning's. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. The fire followed the willow vine all the way to his palm. However, the wisp couldn't hurt him. It continued to follow his arm to his chest, and then it was extinguished. The Chen family looked at the scene in front of them in horror. They didn't know what Chu Wanning was doing. Chu Wanning's eyelashes trembled slightly. His eyes were still closed, but a white light gradually appeared in front of him. Then, he saw a small foot as white as jade step out of the light. A girl about 17 or 18 years old appeared in his vision. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.